Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1409 of the War News stream. And right now in Iran, it is going down even worse today. We have seen U.S. officials threaten to attack Iran during these revolutionary riots because it's getting so out of control, and apparently Iran is now killing protesters. We've also seen that Ukraine is warning of an ominous new Russian escalation, a false flag attack coming soon. And also, Iraq has begun devolving into chaos as well amid the Iranian riots. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of major breaking news from around the world, and particularly today, we will be continuing to cover the major breaking stories of the ongoing revolution within the Islamic Republic of Iran. Over the course of this day, it has been confirmed that armed clashes are now being conducted between the rebels and the central government inside of Iran at this moment, as it appears that large elements of the rebel forces have now been able to arm themselves and are engaging in active firefights against the internal security services of the Iranian government. Israeli sources have stated that around 10 rebels have been killed so far, at least according to their intelligence, that they've been able to confirm in the ongoing clashes and in the ongoing anti-rebellion actions that the central government has been taking. Meanwhile, the rebellion has continued to spread, and we have seen that the up until now peaceful regions of northwestern Iran near to the city of Tabriz have now also succumbed to revolutionary fervor, as we are now seeing large crowds in the thousands gathering in the streets of Tabriz, and most likely soon going to be conducting incredibly similar actions to those rebel forces which are seen currently within the central and southern areas of the country. More importantly, we have been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran is continuing to get some form of military assistance, not only from the Russian Federation, but the Republic of Belarus, with continuous flights now being made into Tehran's international airports by Russian and Belarusian Il-76 strategic airlift aircraft, which are apparently dropping off or picking up some sort of equipment or personnel in the meantime. While that's been going on, flags of the Islamic Republic of Iran are being literally thrown to the ground and caught on fire by the ongoing rebels, as they have now taken several major city centers, and we do understand that Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces and other internal services, including Basij of the Islamic Republic of Iran, are currently still engaging those forces and attempting to retake some of the city centers that have been taken by the rebellion. Meanwhile, we have also seen that tensions have apparently flowed over inside of the border regions with Iran inside of Iraq, as there is apparently some sort of an ongoing firefight in between two separate clans of families within that area, while the battles are literally raging right across the border between the Iranian government and the rebels within the country at this moment. We have also seen some additional news coming out at this moment outside of the Islamic Republic of Iran and directly from the United States of America, as the President of the United States today has directly threatened direct military intervention on the United States part inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran if the continued slaughtering of civilians that are involved in the anti-rebellion continues by the Iranian government. It appears that the former or exiled Crown Prince of Persia is actually in support of these actions, as they have made an official statement over the course of the day thanking the United States for their direct involvement and support, and it also appears that this is now being largely carried along by the Israelis to some extent as well, although apparently some higher-up Israeli officials are actually voicing words of constraint and demanding that the Israelis and the United States make very little mention of what's going on inside of Iran and support these ongoing revolutions covertly instead of conducting an overt direct military intervention inside the country, which may turn sentiments against the intervention. Meanwhile, the Iranian government has also put out statements in direct response to these actions by the United States, stating that they will start to conduct reigns of terror throughout the entirety of the Middle East in response in trying to stabilize U.S. control of the region, which would be pretty impossible to do, but still they are threatening that at the moment. They've also continued to allege that due to these statements by the Israelis and the United States, they are now considering the active rebellion to actually be a U.S.-Israeli-led coup against the government, and for that reason, they're actually going to be viewing it as an external enemy and possibly dealing with it in that form at some point in the future. Possibly meaning that they're going to be becoming a lot more heavy-handed in the next several days and start to conduct massacres and significant violent reprisals against the ongoing rebellion to put them down and to completely submerge them under the normal ebb and flow of Iranian internal politics. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that within the southern area of the Arabian Peninsula, the Southern Transitional Council in the Yemeni civil war, backed by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has been able to gain a significant strategic victory over the course of the day. Saudi Arabian forces had been conducting bombardments and airstrikes at the port of Al-Makalla under the control of the Hadrami Elite Forces, backed by the United Arab Emirates, for several days in a row, with today being the largest amidst or range of airstrikes that we have seen so far conducted against the Hadrami Elite Forces. Due to these actions, the United Arab Emirates and its armed forces and contingents that were inside of Hadrami Elite Force controlled areas have now completely withdrawn, with the United Arab Emirates out of Abu Dhabi today making an official statement declaring that all UAE forces inside of Yemen have been withdrawn, meaning that at this point the Hadrami Elite Forces have now been left by the UAE to succumb to their fate at the hands of the Saudi Arabian armed forces and also that of the Southern Transitional Council, which now appears to be the primary anti-Houthi force within the country. Outside of that, the Republic of India has also begun to rekindle its purchases of Russian oil in violation of U.S. sanctions, while India and Pakistan are apparently now exchanging information on nuclear inventories and nuclear arsenals within both countries to ensure that when the next war starts, which will probably start soon, both countries will not be going and panicking over the possibility of preemptive nuclear strikes on the other in the midst of this next upcoming conflict. The People's Republic of China has also continued to showcase its brand new container ship attack vessel, which they've apparently jimmy-rigged together over the past several weeks, while at the same time, the Taiwanese have stated that Operation Justice Mission 2025 is once again another low-level coercion effort of the People's Liberation Army, as usual within the region, and that many countries should continue to rally their support behind the Taiwanese and against these overt acts of Chinese aggression. Meanwhile, Nicolas Maduro apparently might be bringing an end to the possible hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow, as he has now stated that he is open to making a deal with the United States publicly, which may actually be bringing an end to the ongoing tensions within the Caribbean and the ongoing U.S. blockade, which may or may not be at this point an effective blockade. Meanwhile, we have also heard within Ukraine there has been a significant government reshuffling today, with the Chief of Intelligence, Kirilo Budanov, now becoming the Chief of Staff, while at the same time we've also been able to hear that Mikhail Fedorovo is apparently now going to be the new Minister of Defense, with several other government officials also seeing new positions and new individuals brought into those positions in their stay. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted significant attacks on the Russian Federation once again overnight, with more drones being launched into the country. We have been able to see that a chemical plant was hit in the city of Kazan, while at the same time, additional attacks were conducted for a second night in a row inside of the city of Samara. In the capital of Moscow, additional news came out that apparently the United States Department of State is now issuing a level 4 do not travel order for the Russian Federation due to ongoing rising tensions over the war in Ukraine and the fact that the Russian Federation, obviously openly unfriendly and hostile, may start to conduct significant reprisals against U.S. citizens that travel to the Russian Federation and are there at this time. The Ukrainian armed forces have inflicted significant casualties along most parts of the front line today, significantly in Kupiansk and Pokrovsk once more, as the Russian Federation has once again unsuccessfully attempted to break through the Ukrainian defenses within these areas and to take the entirety of Pokrovsk, or to even return back to attempting to retake the city of Kupiansk. We have a huge amount of news
Holy crap.
today.
Is that everything? That is crazy. That's a lot of news right there. That was like a 6 or 7 minutes just on the intro. I was expecting it to stop like halfway through, but it kept going. This is insane. You think New Year's is over, but the fireworks are still going off pretty much everywhere based on the sounds of it.
I would have to say, and it's one hell of a summary tonight, folks. That is, by the way, the quickest summary I can give of tonight's news. So if you just heard the last about 7 minutes or so of the introduction of what we're going to be talking about, and any of that interests you, make sure to stick around, because over the course of probably the next 2 entire hours, we're going to get into each and every single piece of the news that we just talked about and break down each and every single bit of it in as much detail as we possibly can, and also convey the story of what exactly is happening on the ground in all of these different regions as best as possible. And so with that, folks...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh crap. I said 6, 7. Oh my god. That was not intentional, by the way. I wasn't trying to do that cringy thing there, but apparently I unintentionally did it.
Honestly. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the area of the Middle East. As we all know, the Middle East is our largest story of the day, and we are going to be staying inside the Middle East probably for the first entire hour of this show, as we don't have just major news coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We also have major news coming out of the Republic of Yemen and the ongoing civil war within the country. Moving us on directly into the Islamic Republic of Iran, the situation has continued to devolve over the course of the day, as news has now been confirmed that armed clashes are now being conducted between those of the rebel forces and that of the internal security forces of the Iranian government. This is the first time ever in the course of the entirety of the ongoing rebellion that armed firefights have been reported, and we have been able to hear that there are apparently several active clashes that are now ongoing in different parts of the country. We have tried our best to be able to determine where exactly these armed clashes are currently ongoing at the moment, and we do have some video and picture evidence that actually highly suggests and shows us exactly where those armed conflicts are going on right now. This means this revolution is now armed and actively fighting against the Iranian government, which, up until this point, some people have argued whether or not this is an active rebellion against the Iranian government, and I believe that today, due to the fact that these rebels are now conducting armed firefights against internal security forces, it is definite, without a doubt, that they are currently involved in an active rebellion. Moving us on into Tehran first and foremost to get our largest overview of the general situation across the entirety of the country, we have been able to hear a great deal of varying news from practically every single different source, whether it's the Iranian opposition, the central Iranian government, and also from the very streets of Tehran as well, where it appears that it's now also starting to kick off in an open rebellion. Our first bit of news out of the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital is that they did make an open statement to the United Nations today, openly declaring that they consider apparently the statements by the U.S. President of the United States to be an ongoing sort of a major situation. Let me try and see the best way to summarize this for all of y'all, because this is quite a significant statement that they put out to the United Nations. So let's just go through and try and read the entire letter. It's a fairly important one today. This is giving us a decent idea of the position that the Iranian government is taking at this moment. This was sent by the permanent mission of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the United Nations General Secretary to be disclosed to the entirety of the United Nations. So we will read the entirety of it. Excellencies, upon instructions from my government, and further to my letter dated 30th December of 2025, I wish to draw the attention of your Excellency and the members of the Security Council to the statement made today, 2nd of January 2026, by the President of the United States of America. America, which constitutes yet another clear instance of intervention in the internal affairs of a member state of the United Nations in violation of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. In a statement amounting to the incitement of violence, unrest, and terrorist acts within Iran, oh man, they are really one. The President of the United States openly threatened the Islamic Republic of Iran with the use of force and military intervention, declaring that we are locked and loaded and ready to go. It is of particular concern that this reckless statement does not stand in isolation. Only days earlier, the President of the United States publicly threatened the Islamic Republic of Iran with the use of force, including renewed military attacks against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities and its defensive capabilities. These repeated and deliberate statements demonstrate a consistent pattern of unlawful conduct by the United States and constitute a clear, explicit, and unlawful threat of the use of force against a sovereign state, as well as interference in its internal affairs. Man, I wonder where in the world the United Nations is when they're funding Hamas and Hezbollah to attack the Israelis. But anyways, let's see here. Where were we? Oh yeah,
it's insane though. It's insane that they'll run to the authorities for help. Iran will. At the same time though, they lash out against those same authorities constantly and will bash the IAEA, that's the nuclear body that's supposed to monitor the nuclear sites. They'll bash them. I mean, the Iranians are the biggest hypocrites in the Middle East, I think.
You know, it's funny to me, man, because they're like the people who are like, yeah, yes, death to America, support the terrorists, and then when the U.S. says, all right, we've had enough, we're coming to get you, someone call the police, help us, like we're completely helpless here, we don't know what's going on. But getting us back into the letter, folks, because it ought to give you all an idea of how desperate the Iranians are, because the situation is quite bad for them. Such threats, irrespective of political pretext or rhetorical framing, are strictly prohibited under international law. Any attempt to incite, encourage, or legitimize internal unrest as a pretext for external pressure or military intervention constitutes a grave violation of Iran's sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity, a flagrant breach of international law and the Charter of the United Nations, including Articles 2, Section 1, Article 2, Section 4, and Article 2, Section 7 thereof, as well as General Assembly Resolution 2625 of 1970. Moreover, under international law, the encouragement, support, or facilitation of subversive or violent activities within another state constitutes an internationally wrongful act directly engaging the responsibility of the intervening state. Ironically, these so-called claims of supporting the Iranian people emanate from officials of a state with a long, well-documented record of military interventions, regime operations, and unlawful use of force across the globe, carried out in gross violation of international law and the Charter of the United Nations, and resulting in widespread civilian casualties, the collapse of states, humanitarian catastrophes, and the emergence and empowerment of extremist and terrorist groups. They literally describe themselves right there, folks, in every single one of those phrases. Furthermore, the Iranian people have, over decades, experienced the true consequences of the United States' professed concern for their welfare. The historical record of the United States demonstrates a consistent pattern of intervention and coercion pursued under the pretext of supporting the Iranian people. The record includes the orchestration of the 1953 coup d'etat against the democratically elected government of Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh, as well as tens of instances since 1979, including the extensive political, military, and intelligence support provided to the Saddam regime in Iraq during its 8-year imposed war of aggression against Iran, the shooting down of Iran Air Flight 655 in 1988 over the Persian Gulf, resulting in the martyrdom of 290 innocent civilians, the cowardly assassination of Major General Qasem Soleimani, a top commander of the Iranian army and a central figure in the fight against terrorist organizations, although he was also the leader of the IRGC, which is the largest terrorist organization in the region, the continued complicity of the Israeli regime in the assassination of Iranian military officials and scientists, acts of sabotage, and attacks against Iranian civilians and civilian infrastructure, including the war of aggression carried out in June 2025, and, over decades, the imposition of unilateral coercive measures and unilateral sanctions, resulting in grave and systematic violations of the fundamental human rights of the Iranian people, including the inherent right to life and development. Against this backdrop, the Islamic Republic of Iran once again calls the responsibility of the Secretary General and the Security Council, and in particular its responsible members under the Charter of the United Nations, to unequivocally and strongly condemn these reckless and provocative statements against Iran by the President of the United States as a serious violation of the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, to demand that the United States immediately comply with its obligations under the Charter and international law, cease all threats or uses of force, and to discharge its responsibilities as a permanent member of the Security Council in a manner consistent with the purposes and principles of the United Nations. So, to make it clear, folks, they round out this thing with an absolute whammy. Due to the United States openly disliking a nation which calls for our destruction at the end of every parliamentary session and supports terrorist forces that actively involve themselves in holding U.S. citizens hostage, like Hamas did on October 7th of 2023, and also conduct illicit terrorist attacks and destabilize nations throughout the entirety of the Middle East, the Islamic Republic of Iran is demanding that we forfeit our permanent membership of the UN Security Council, which we've had since the UN's inception, as an appropriate response. It's an absolute joke. I gotta say, it's absolutely ridiculous that this is something that they're even trying to propose at this point, and also it's giving us an idea that they are in an absolutely dire strait. The fact that they would make a petition to the United Nations General Secretary, which they or Secretary General as it actually is called, given the situation, is showing us that they believe that their situation is incredibly dangerous and may lead to the complete collapse of the Iranian government. This is something that's also letting us know that the internal situation must be wildly weak at the moment, because if they are concerned about possible U.S. attacks completely wiping out or destabilizing their nation to the point that their government ceases to exist, this gives us an idea that they're already on the back foot, and at this point the rebels probably may have the advantage, and we don't really realize that at this point because the Iranian government hasn't tried to openly go against the rebels with full force yet. Still, this is a situation that is showing us they are literally on the knife's edge of the very abyss of destruction, at least for their government at this moment. And we were able to hear additional statements over the course of the day, at least from Iranian intelligence, that apparently 10 of the active rebels in the rebellion have been killed in the protests or the rebellion against the regime since this Wednesday. We've also got
that number there. That number there is almost hard to believe, because I've been watching the footage coming out as it's been uploaded to Twitter and various other sites. It seems to me, with this wild spraying of the AK rifles that the Iranian security forces are doing to the crowds, that number has to be higher. I feel like that's low.
I feel like that is fairly low. I think that's the confirmed deaths that they know of. I have a feeling, folks, that the number is probably higher. It's probably in the scores or the dozens at this point, without a doubt, because we have seen a large amount of indiscriminate rifle fire, not only throughout today, but also throughout all the other prior days, especially in areas where the civilians appear to be growing in mass and in momentum against the government in their active rebellion. So I would have to say, I think the number is a good bit higher than that, but that's the number that the Israelis are working with right now, and that's really the only number that we can attach to and stick with at the moment is the number 10, although it's probably much higher than that at the moment, and Israeli intelligence just hasn't been able to confirm that, and also U.S. intelligence appears to have not come out with a public number at the moment as to what they believe the fatalities are, at least for now. Still, the fact that 10 of the active rebels have ended up dying at this point, just from Wednesday to today, which is about a 48-hour period, is a fairly significant number. And we did hear that the President of the United States has apparently decided to make an active statement to possibly militarily intervene in the situation if deemed necessary. This is the following statement by the President of the United States. If Iran shoots or shots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. That appears to be a statement of direct threat of military intervention by the United States if the Iranian government continues to act with strong force and live fire against the active rebellion that is happening inside of the country. We are not sure how much of a commitment or a follow-through will be made on that sort of a statement. Right now, U.S. CENTCOM is fairly bare in terms of resources, and as a matter of fact, due to the President of the United States' actions and commands over about the past latter part of 2025, we've seen that CENTCOM is far smaller in force and ability at this very moment right now than it has been in other prior times. Not only that, a large amount of the forces that could have been diverted to CENTCOM are currently held in U.S. Southcom's area of responsibility in the active blockade and the show of force against Venezuela. So right now, I'm not really sure if the United States could actually follow through on such a claim, rather than conducting the age-old and old reliable airstrikes that we've seen the United States conduct within the Middle East. I would have to say the direct military intervention on the ground in support of an active rebellion would be pretty difficult right now, and probably would only be able to coalesce several weeks from now after our strategic posturing globally is completely changed, moving a decent amount of forces out of U.S. Southcom's area of responsibility, and specifically out of 2nd Fleet's area of responsibility and into the 6th Fleet. We would also have to see that a decent amount of air forces would also be diverted into the area of the Middle East, or at least the proper sort of refueling tankers and support infrastructure would have to be set up along flight paths for long-range bombing runs for U.S. bombers that would take off from the United States, bomb Iran, and then fly all the way back like they did in Operation Midnight Hammer. We currently don't know of any infrastructure like that existing within the area, so it would actually take a lot of tectonic actions for the U.S. to strategically position itself to where they could get involved and militarily support this active rebellion that's going on the ground. But this actually brings us to something else entirely, and something else that is actually quite important to talk about. Whether or not the U.S. should get directly involved in this active rebellion or not. There's actually some people who believe that that would be somewhat destructive, including some people that are higher up inside of the Israeli government. According to some statements that have been made, Israel's level of alert has been raised due to the protests against the Iranian regime. The Israeli defense minister held a discussion last night to discuss various scenarios, and a senior military official said, "We need to keep quiet and not talk. No Israeli official should interfere in what is happening there, and what the president is already doing is already enough." There's even been statements inside the United States in some circles that the U.S. should generally back off and give no public statements of support, at least at the moment, and that Israel and the United States should conduct acts at this moment entirely in a covert form to arm and fund these rebels to continue to see that their revolution succeeds, but to not get directly involved, as that may lead to other sorts of circumstances evolving that may not be beneficial and may actually be detrimental to the ongoing health and success of this active rebellion. And Matthew, what are people thinking at this moment right now about that very matter? Are people thinking that the United States and Israel should take a far more covert approach to the ongoing situation in Iran, or are people thinking that a more overt approach would be appropriate in this situation? And what are you thinking as well?
All right. So the announcement by the U.S. president that he is threatening to take military action against Iran if any more protesters are killed, that was out of left field last night. I think that was in the very early morning hours that tweet came out. So now that statement has been made, the threat toward Iran, is this going to cause issues? And it looks like 39%, the majority here, said yes, the USA should stay out of the Iranian Revolution, while 33% said no, the U.S. should attack Iran right now. And 23% said it depends on the details. And this one here, I would say personally, I'm with the 39%. You do not want to interrupt your enemy when there's currently a mistake being made. And that's something the U.S. needs to remember, and we need to stay out of this, because here's the risk that the U.S. is currently running, and also the risk that Israel is running as well. The more they get involved in the situation, the more it looks like a foreign-backed overthrow attempt of the Iranian regime, and that is something that they should avoid even creating an appearance of that very strongly, because that may dissuade more Iranians from joining this revolution by believing the propaganda from the regime that it's an Israel attempt to overthrow their government. So that's something that they got to avoid at all costs. And right now, the U.S. is falling into that trap, and Israel is also falling into that trap as well. And they both need to stay out and also remain silent about the entire situation. So I'm with the 39%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 39% as well. I would have to say that the United States should stay out of the situation currently and only get involved in direct military intervention if it appears that the rebellion is actually actively being crushed and is about to be extinguished. That might be a moment in a last-ditch scenario where if we want to see a regime change in Iran, that we would have to get involved, but getting involved in an overt way starts to change the dynamic and also the international presentation of what's going on inside of Iran. Currently, right now, this is a grassroots revolution that is happening inside of Iran that is being conducted because the people of Iran hate the Iranian government and they want it gone. In that sort of framing, there's really no way that anyone can actively say, or any other country can actively get involved in supporting the Iranian government without it becoming an enemy of the Iranian people. Optics are incredibly important, folks, when we talk about situations in other countries, especially with that of their governance. And if we get actively involved, it will start to appear to a decent amount of people inside of Iran and also outside of Iran that the United States actively supported and started this ongoing rebellion and then used it as a justifiable excuse to march into Iran, overthrow the Iranian government and then replace it with one that the U.S. wants. We're going to get the
And
government.
it's totally unnecessary, and that's the catch as well. The U.S. does not even need to jump in; it's not even necessary. The Iranian revolutionaries, which I'm going to call them revolutionaries from this point forward, because it's a revolution that's currently taking place in Iran, has gotten to that point. They're currently arming themselves. They're finding weapons through some way or another. They're getting AK rifles, and they are taking this thing to the extreme. So give it enough time. If the U.S. and Israel would be patient here and not go overboard, then the Iranians will take this situation and run with it and on their own, which is the way it should be. It should be organically done on the ground by the Iranians to avoid any type of arguments by any Axis powers out there that somehow the U.S. took Iran over and conquered it. I mean, patience is what's needed here. And right now, of course, people can't help but virtue signal. They have to come out and say, oh, there's Mossad agents on the ground, there's U.S. CIA on the ground. It's like, shut up and stop saying that, because the Iranians need to believe, and right now it is true, they are the ones carrying this out, and we don't need to mess with that perception that's currently in place.
I would have to say, and also some people are misunderstanding this, the U.S. staying out is on the overt action of sending the U.S. Army in and stomping heads and shooting folks. I don't know why we would say get the U.S. Army involved in something like that directly, because it changes the entire dynamic and framing of the revolution as it's seen at the moment. What the United States and Israel should do is that we should have an invisible guiding hand to this active revolution that exists right now. We should be arming them in quiet and also funding them in secret. The Iranian government will be absolutely shocked at what's going on. They'll see that these people start to have organized forces, general training, and that they're a lot more armed than they are right now, just busting into the IRGC facilities and police headquarters that they have been able to take over and get the firearms out of. With that in mind, while some people could say, oh, clearly the US and Mossad are supporting these people, or the CIA and the Mossad is supporting these people, it's not something that's directly seen, it's something that's just alleged. And alleging something is completely different than seeing something actually happening. If the US goes in there, now we can see that the Chinese get directly involved in trying to support the Iranian government, because now it's a proxy conflict between the US and the Chinese, or the US and Russia, or so on and so forth. Right now, it's a battle of the Iranian people against the Iranian government, and if the Russians and the Chinese try and support the Iranian government, all they're going to be doing is enraging the Iranian people even further against the Iranian government, and also against our enemies, the Russians and the Chinese. That's going to guarantee that when they get done with the struggle, we were there quietly guiding them along the way, giving them enough guns, giving them enough bombs, giving them enough money, and they didn't think that they had a whole lot of U.S. support. It was just more so the U.S. was supporting them along the way, verbally, thoughts and prayers, but they struggled and battled against not only the Iranian government, but the Russians and the Chinese to secure their very own victory. And once they do that, they're going to consider Russia and China to be their enemy when they take over as a government. And that means that they're already going to become the government that we were looking for without us having to step in there and have a single U.S. soldier on the ground. Because they'll be going, Russia and China's our enemy and their existential threats. That's why we need to align with the United States and its security sphere within the area to be able to ensure that we're protected against the Russians and the Chinese from this point forward. That is the way that we should do this, because it lets the Iranians have dignity in their revolution. It lets them create their own governance. But while they're creating their own governance, they already are creating their own enemies as well, which are our common enemies. And that means that we'll be able to create an alliance with that new Iranian government at some point in the future, whether it's a constitutional monarchy or a full democracy, and we'll be able to cooperate with them from that point on, well on into the future, without the Iranian public openly also saying that the U.S. came in and overthrew their government. Because if we do that, we're doing just what we did in 1953, in the 1953 coup that was organized under the Eisenhower administration with the CIA director Allen Dulles, who overthrew the Iranian government, and that was the seed that was planted in the Iranian public to let them hate the United States to the point that they would overthrow the Shah of Persia and Iran in 1979 and bring forward the Islamic Republic of Iran that we're talking about right now. So it's better to just step back and give them invisible guiding hand of support through our intelligence agencies than conduct any direct or overt action in direct support of this rebellion. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, at least in the foreign policy approach that I would take. I'm not saying to leave these people out to dry. I'm saying we'll give them all the support they need, but we're not going to do that directly, and we're not going to do that with the U.S. military. So I I hope that does address that the best I can at the moment. And also, it appears that a lot of people are also talking additionally on whether that Israeli official is correct on whether or not Israel and the U.S. should keep quiet on this situation and only conduct covert support, or whether we should get heavily involved in overtly making statements in support of the revolution. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so this is the entire topic of our debate we just had a second ago about this topic. Should the U.S. officials and Israeli officials refrain from making statements about the ongoing Iranian revolution? It's an evenly split poll, perfectly evenly split, which is wild. 42% said no, we should voice our support openly, and 42% also said yes, it's better to keep quiet for now and simply let it play out, and 10% said it won't make any difference at all. So the officials that are saying that we should remain silent, they are very, very wise. There is no benefit right now to coming out and virtue signaling. There is no benefit to that. The Iranian people are already at their wits' end. You don't have to say anything to them to make them more angry than they are right now. They're literally out of water, they're out of money, their economy's dying, and they're sick and tired of the extremist regime that keeps cracking them down, basically. So they don't need any encouragement. They've got their own encouragement. They've got that under control. So the only thing that the Western officials are doing by making statements is coming out and basically giving the Iranian regime a propaganda narrative to say that they're being taken over by the West. So there's no benefit at all to it. And all the intelligence agencies telling people to remain silent, people should adhere to that. That's very important to adhere to avoid causing major damage to the revolution. So I'm with the 41%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be with the 41% actually myself. I would say that it's better to keep quiet for now and not make a great deal of overt public statements at the moment, because you also have to understand, folks, if we make overt public statements like Viva la Revolution and so on, the Iranian government's going to go, oh, they're all U.S. operatives, let's massacre them all, and then they might actually bury this revolution right now. Right now it has to look like something that's completely praised as a domestic internal situation with basically no foreign involvement. If it's phrased in that sort of a way, and the Iranian government is having to view it through that lens, and there's no way to say, oh, the boogeymen are involved in this ongoing revolution, they have to deal with it a little less heavy-handed. They'll still deal with it heavy-handedly, but it's going to be less so, and that means that this revolution has a little bit more time to breathe and a little bit more time to organize. If we openly get involved right now and go, Viva la Revolution, the Iranian government is already doing this. They're going, oh, they're all U.S. Israeli operatives, let's just bomb them and kill them all. And then we're going to see that this revolution might actually get put down violently, and while it will still rise up years later, that means the Iranian government that exists right now is going to probably survive for those next several years until this happens again at a far larger form. And then there might also be some blame on the U.S. as part of that point by that new government saying, if they hadn't gotten so directly involved in our active revolution, we wouldn't have all been bombed out years ago for that to happen. And then they might have some animosity towards the United States. This is a very careful situation, folks. We have to play our cards perfectly to make sure that this thing succeeds, and we have as little involvement as possible in the domestic situation in Iran, but we get the best result for the Iranians and ourselves out of this entire exchange that we're seeing right now. And that would be the best way that I think we could see that turn out, is if we make as little public statement and involvement as possible, but we conduct as much support covertly as we can to this rebellion to see it get off the ground and basically go flying straight into Tehran and overthrow Khomeini. So I hope that does address that the best I can, in my opinion. And I also saw someone say, Enforcer, a couple of months ago, you were advocating for the direct military involvement of the United States against Iran. Why are you saying that that shouldn't be the case now? And that's because the situation is completely changed at this moment. Several months ago, we're on an uphill momentum against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The government was slightly unstable. Well, actually, it was practically on a house of cards then, but there wasn't an active rebellion going on. And at that moment, as far as their strategic and military analysis is concerned, the Iranian government is fairly stable. They're not in the midst of an ongoing revolution. So at that point, considering that they were developing nuclear weapons, and still probably are, and they're also still developing long-range missiles capable of striking the United States, we, at that situation in time, would have to get directly involved militarily against Iran to see our goals achieved. Right now, our goals can be achieved with basically no effort. These rebels will do it for us if we play our cards well, and if we sit back and we quietly support them and let them do their thing, they're going to achieve exactly what we wanted to achieve without us having to put boots on the ground. The dynamic has changed. The situation is different. That's why the approach is different now. If the Iranian government was still stable right now and there wasn't a revolution going on, I would still be telling you that our best move would be to conduct direct military action against Iran to stop their nuclear and missile programs. But because that's not the case anymore, and they're in the middle of an active rebellion, and their country is currently destabilized at the moment, it's best to just take a step back and let whatever's going to happen, and support our side in it, which is the rebels, as much as we can until they succeed. That would be the best case of action to see at the moment right now. But speaking of all of that's going on inside of Iran, we actually have to get y'all into all of the footage that we have gotten out of the day, showing the ongoing fighting and also the ongoing rebellions that have been happening not only within the capital of Iran, but also in practically every major city in the major population centers of the western part of the country. Moving us on down into the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital once more, we do have a couple of more important statements to go through. For one, we did get the general statement of the multiple firefights and battles that are now forming in several regions of Iran, suggesting that the unrest is rising and it is truly turning into an armed rebellion. We've also been able to hear that the Iranian opposition in a form, which is Reza Pahlavi, did make an official statement today to the President of the United States, which is the following. President of the United States, thank you for your strong leadership and support of my compatriots. This warning you have issued to the criminal leaders of the Islamic Republic gives my people greater strength and hope. Hope that at last a President of the United States is standing firmly by their side. As they risk their lives to end this regime's 46-year reign of chaos and terror, they send me with a responsibility and a message to seek the relationship Iran once had with America that brought peace and prosperity to the Middle East. I have the plan for stable transition for Iran and the support of my people to get it done. With your leadership of the free world, we can leave a legacy of lasting peace. That was a statement by the exiled Crown Prince of Persia, Reza Pahlavi, to the office of the President of the United States of America over the course of the day. It appears that Pahlavi is doing a lot. I'll be entirely honest with y'all here. This letter is incredibly important, at least for Pahlavi's position in the ongoing revolution, as it's trying to position himself as an intermediary between the United States and the active rebellion, giving him a significant position of control and responsibility over the actions of the revolution and the success of it. That also means that he's basically trying to position himself as the de facto leader of this ongoing revolution, whether the people on the ground in Iran actually want him to be or not, meaning that he's trying to jockey himself to be the U.S.-backed leader or a U.S.-backed position in the rebellion to possibly be the next leader of the Republic or Kingdom of Persia, whichever way it'll turn into. A lot of people are talking about Pahlavi in this sort of a position at the moment, and whether or not they actually support him in being the next possible leader, or at least interim government leader of a new Iran, if the revolution is successful. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that right now as well?
All right, so Reza is making his appearance well known right now about where he stands on this entire situation, and from the sounds of it, based on some of the tweets I've been seeing him put out, it sounds like he is trying to keep this thing alive inside of Iran by helping to organize things, allegedly speaking. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how deep his involvement is, but right now he is positioning himself very strongly to lead Iran after the revolution is over and the Ayatollah is ousted. So what are your thoughts about his possible leadership? 57% said I support him, while 22% said they don't know much about him, and 7% said I'm opposed to his leadership. So generally speaking, he is basically pro-democracy, but with a few caveats to it that the enforcer probably can better explain than me. But this guy here, in my opinion, appears to be the only viable candidate to actually lead Iran right now. There is no other well-known individual that has the right, I guess you could say, platform to basically lead from, other than this guy right here, which is Reza Pahlavi. So he's not perfect. I'm not going to try to portray him as perfect, by the way, but he is U.S. aligned. He's Western aligned. So that is something that is in the United States' interest, but we'll have to wait and see if the Iranian people want this guy. Right now, that's unclear. He seems to think that they want him, but we don't really know that for a fact. So I'm not really sure how he plans on installing himself afterward. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to work out. There's a lot of question marks right now, but clearly he wants to lead Iran. I think that's obvious at this point. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, folks, it's actually a pretty good presentation of what the guy wants to do, what he claims that he wants to do. But at the same time, folks, I also have to add in that saying something is far easier than actually seeing someone get in that position and then follow through. Jelani, just to make this clear, Jelani, who was a member of the HTS, had a whole bunch of great claims of what he was going to do to Syria, basically turning it into a modern liberal democracy like we have here in the U.S. and the rest of the Western world. And when I say a liberal democracy, folks, I do not mean that in the form of like the American liberals or the Democratic Party. I mean as though the concept of a liberal government, which is what the United States has been for 250 years, and many other democratic governments that have been founded since then also follow that similar form of liberal democracy that exists in the Western world as our key hallmark. Jelani never followed through with that at all. It's been an entire year now, and he's basically turned the Syrian interim government into a dictatorship headed by him solely, and we have heard of absolutely no work or effort to actually create a liberal democracy in Syria like was originally intentioned or planned. Pahlavi has an idea, at least at the moment, that he would take temporary control, which I have to say, folks, there's a general risk there that that could become a permanent form of control, to be able to help the Iranian public guide itself through that interim government period into either a constitutional monarchy or some form of a democratic republic, or a federal republic government system, a lot like you see here in the United States. That is generally the statements that he's been making. He has made statements that I would have to say quite literally anyone in the world could agree with. For example, an official religion of a state government is completely against the concept or the form of an actual true democracy, as it completely stymies different interest groups and thought within the country, so the government would be entirely secular, whether it was a constitutional monarchy or any form of a federal republic or any other form of a democratic system. He has also stated that he would like to conduct multiple referendums in the country to basically let the Iranian public, through the referendums, guide their government into what they would want it to be, basically shaping it up to exactly what they want. All of that sounds absolutely great. I have to say that it sounds incredible, and I would have to say that if Pahlavi actually became the temporary interim president or monarch of Iran, and he actually saw this followed through to the letter in a perfect form, that would be absolutely incredible. I'd actually say that Pahlavi would be jockeying with Zelensky at that point for probably being one of the leaders of the century, someone like their version of George Washington. But at the same time, though, I'd have to say that seeing that implemented in real practice, it's a little bit questionable. And I also have to say, folks, that while the current revolution is heavily against the Islamic Republic of Iran's government, it's kind of sugarcoating it to say that the Shah of Persia that was overthrown in 1979 was a great leader. The Shah of Persia, well, at least the original Shah, not Pahlavi, but his father, wasn't really the most competent leader that has ever been seen. As a matter of fact, the guy was fairly incompetent. That's actually the reason why the Iranian public hated him so, and that's also why they hated the United States so much, because he kind of was installed, in a sense, by the United States of America. So considering that his father's legacy was one that wasn't really of great competence, and it was more so of a somewhat questionable sort of leadership, I would say it's possible that he could carry along a little bit of what his father did, or he might actually be completely different than his father. I mean, the sins of the father are not the sins of their son, and this guy might actually be wanting to do exactly what he's saying.
On that topic, speaking about his father there, I did see that apparently, at least according to a quick search, it looks like the prince acknowledges that his father was not perfect, and he also is apparently dedicating himself to change the things that were not right under his father's rule. So he's not saying, blanket statements like everything my father did was good and that's the end of it. He appears to be taking a pretty balanced stance, even when it comes to his father's rule, which obviously that's his son, so he probably has some feelings about his father, I'd imagine. But I would say it sounds like he's being reasonable as much as possible. But my issue is this. We don't know everything about where he stands. Like, he hasn't really had enough time to really say exactly where he stands, because this situation just popped up a few days ago. Pahlavi has, of course, been advocating for Iranian freedom for a long time from exile here in the United States. But at the same time, though, we don't really exactly know what he wants to do outside of some basic statements. So it comes down to basically whoever the Iranians want. If they want that monarchy back, then they can have them. But I'm just not entirely sure. I see some people quoting polls that I've never seen before in my life saying that 80% of Iranians want him. I don't know where those numbers are coming from because I'm not aware of any polls being conducted inside of Iran at all. So that's my big question mark. How many people want him? And also, how is he going to get put into place? Is he just going to assume power? Is he going to be elected? How's that going to work? And right now, I haven't heard an answer from him about that.
Yeah, no, that's something that we just don't really know a whole lot about. And I gotta say this, folks. The experience that we've had on the foreign policy situation in Syria has taught us a lot about someone saying something and then not following through with it at all. Because Jelani said a whole lot and then followed through with absolutely none of it. So why like. I'm not someone, folks, to sit there and say just because someone says something cool, they're going to do it. I mean, that would be like being a sucker and listening to the presidential candidates in a presidential election tell you they're going to fix, your dysfunction and make the world a better place and rainbows will appear everywhere across the United States every day. I mean, someone can say that, but doing that is a lot more difficult. On top of that, my question here is, folks, because Jelani has left us with a sour taste, especially on Middle Eastern affairs, to where someone can say a whole lot and then follow through with none of it just to get the favor of the U.S. and Western interests. Who's to say that this guy doesn't take temporary control of the country and then that becomes permanent like Jelani's control? That is possible.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, to be perfectly fair here, I'm not necessarily a Pahlavi supporter necessarily. I may be if I learn more about him and he makes it perfectly clear what he stands for. But Jelani was a former terrorist. I mean, that guy is obviously a horrific fellow. He tried to put on a suit and act like he was a diplomat all of a sudden inside of Syria. But Pahlavi, he's not. He doesn't have a background like that. He's from a whole different situation. So I wouldn't say the comparison is totally equal there on that one.
It's not equal. But still, I'm not trying to say like Pahlavi's a terrorist. I'm trying to say, someone can promise a whole lot and do none of it. I mean, hell, if we don't want a terrorist, look at every single president of the United States for the past 25 years. How many of their campaign promises have they followed through on? I mean, not really many of them. Like you can look at a lot of them, and I mean, maybe out of all their campaign promises, they follow through with maybe 15% of them. So if we're going off of that sort of a metric, why in the world would someone's here's the thing that makes me a little bit questionable, folks. Why in the world would someone say, if you only put me in charge to guide the country into what they want, I'll only stay there for that period? Well, I gotta say, folks, why in the world would someone take on such significant responsibility and such great risk? Because once you put yourself in a position like that, you are the target of everyone in the world. The Russians are going to have hitmen after you. The Chinese are going to have hitmen after you. The fallen Islamic Republic's government is going to have hitmen after you. Who knows who else is going to have a hitman after you? You're taking on a whole bunch of risk and a whole bunch of responsibility for the chance that the Iranian public might vote to see a democracy come into being, and then you're basically disappeared again into exile or obscurity, but you took on all of this responsibility and risk permanently to see that you gain nothing from it. And that's what I'm saying here, folks, is the questionability of it. Why would someone put themselves in a position of jeopardy like that to gain very little from it? There are a couple of people like that in history. George Washington, who was our first president of the United States, is one of those very people, but they are generally an enigma, and they're quite rare. I mean, very commonly you see a lot of people who will make claims like that, and then these come in and then they become a dictator. I'm not saying the guy's a bad guy. I'm just saying we ought to have a little bit of hesitancy here instead of just falling straight into saying, this is our guy, this is going to be a great deal. We ought to try and see and test the waters a little bit with the guy before he even gets in the position to see if he actually would be the one to lead it. If it comes back from our tests or whatever we can try and do to see what his actual position would be, if it comes back fine, then great. I mean, he can be the leader of the rebellion, or he can be the interim leader after the rebellion succeeds. But if it looks like he's a little bit questionable, he might try and seize power afterwards for his own personal gain, then we might want to see that we generally guide the rebellion or the revolution through our intelligence services without him generally being positioned as the absolute leader of the revolution by default. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. In my opinion, I would say take a much more measured approach to this than just getting behind someone and backing them all the way. We generally want to see, also on top of that, folks, while everyone in the streets is chanting death to Khomeini and long live the Shah, do we really know if they actually want this guy to lead the country? I mean, we're kind of taking a hunch here on the Iranian people's behalf that they even want the guy. What if they don't want him?
Yeah, we don't know. That was my point as well. We don't know exactly how many people want him. Honestly, if I was an Iranian, and once again, I'm not saying I'm against Pahlavi. In fact, if he makes his points perfectly clear about what he stands for, I may be in favor of the guy. I just simply don't know yet. But if I was an Iranian and I saw a U.S. Aligned individual, which Pahlavi appears to be, trying to get himself into power inside of Iran, I would be a little bit leery about that from an Iranian perspective. It would almost be similar to Russia installing one of their people, like, for example, Medvedev inside of Ukraine. It would be somewhat similar to that. So I'm not sure how Iran is really going to react to it. That's why I'm so much questioning how many people actually want that guy, because surely the Iranians would not really trust someone who's heavily U.S. aligned, I would imagine.
Maybe not. You know what, folks? I've got the perfect split here, folks. This is the split between hesitancy on the guy or questioning him a little bit and people who are all behind him. How about this? How about we let the revolution succeed in the country and we leave it up to the revolution? They can have a referendum on whether they want this guy to be the interim leader of the government or not. And if they come back with a resounding yes, like anything over 50%, then they have him. If they have anything less than 50%, they're not going to have him, and they'll find some other way to create and form their interim government. I think that'd be the best split down the middle. That doesn't leave it up to us over here in the West to decide for them what they want, which would leave them with a great deal of animosity. That lets them choose by referendum whether this guy is going to be the interim leader or not. So we'll let them, I would say we ought to encourage them to do that instead, so that we were actually hearing from the Iranian people, considering that this is their time to shine, and they're also the ones that are going to be getting shot here over the next few weeks. That's allowing them to make the chance on what they want, instead of us trying to choose for them, or at least judge in our best decision what they want, which I think that we can only do so well from afar, considering that most of us all here are inside of democratic countries that have a very significant and rich history in democratic values. Maybe they really do want a constitutional monarchy, or maybe they don't. Maybe they want to turn an entirely new leaf and become the first Middle Eastern country that truly has an actual representative democracy with absolutely no monarchical leadership at all involved. Maybe that's the case. Who knows? But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the news that we have out of Iran. And I've got to be honest with y'all, folks. This chat has been lively tonight. It has been going to the nines. Right now, we have about 2 chats coming in a second, which is pretty quick. And on top of that, we've had 70,000 people watch this stream in the first hour. Before we get on into the rest of the Iran news, which is actually going on far longer than we were thinking was going to be going on tonight, I do want to make sure that we get a couple of questions from the chat before we get on into the rest of it. Make sure to stick around, folks, because we're actually going to be getting into the on-the-ground battles and fights that have been going on between the rebellion and also the active internal security forces, which are currently firing at them at this moment right now. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first 3 super chats and then right back to our news, our first one goes to none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A, and it seems like he's always our first super chat of the night these days. He throws in a $100 support, and a huge shout out to you, Bobby, for throwing in that generous support, very consistent support once again. And he said, Iran says they are being taken over by the West, ... And the problem is, LOL. Honestly, it's not a problem for us. It's really not. Honestly, that would be like the ideal best case scenario for the United States. If we're looking at it solely from a selfish perspective, if we could install somebody inside of Iran, the United States would be in heaven at that point, because Iran is literally the primary destabilization force in the entire region. So if you can oust the Ayatollah, install a U.S. aligned individual there, I mean, how much better can you get than that? I mean, that's perfect. But at the same time, though, we can't just be like Russia or one of these other countries like that. The Iranian people have to decide who they want. That it comes down to that. They have to decide. So there has to be some type of election or something. We don't want to resort back to installing people again, because that usually never worked out. It created resentment and never ended up good. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say huge thanks to you for the support, LC39A, and generally the Western world making its way into another corner of the globe is not a bad thing at all. It's always a great thing, really, especially for folks on the ground. And it's always funny to me, Bobby, because a lot of people here in the West, they never realize how well they have it, because they always talk about how it's better in Russia and China, and they've never even been there in their lives. They just look at it through TikTok, and it's like they don't even know how bad it is. It's so bad that people who live over there, like in Iran, are willing to take a bullet and die to see that those those governments get overthrown and replaced because they're that bad to live under. So I'd honestly have to agree. What is the problem with this? But at the same time, I also want to say that we should have a great deal of restraint in how we deal with this. This isn't America's fight. This is Iran's fight. And I think that the Iranian people should be the ones that are at the forefront of leading the fight for their own freedom from their own government. And while we can help them out greatly, and we should, and I hope that we will, we shouldn't be getting actively involved in putting boots on the ground, and we also should never be getting actively involved in shaping their government for them. We should let them shape their government however they want. Whether they want Pahlavi, that's up to them. Whether they want a constitutional monarchy or some form of a democracy, that's up to them as well. Generally, the cards, generally the dominoes will fall around them to basically force them to become our ally nonetheless, no matter how their government's formed and no matter how the fight goes from here. But we don't want to get involved in any direct way to where we create animosity in the Iranian people against the United States, because we basically stepped in the middle of their own fight for their own freedom and then basically curbed the whole thing into our interest only and really put them second fiddle within their own country. So I would have to say a huge thanks to you for the support, Bobby, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say a humongous thanks to you for always massively supporting this channel and making this thing a reality, because you're helping us to be able to be on air and cover this major news and the major developments going on again tonight. And if it wasn't for folks like you, the few of the viewers that we have that go over their way to support this channel, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible for 75,000 people in the first hour and 5 minutes, and we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible for the millions of people who watch this show every single month. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just real quick point here. I keep seeing people in the chat, and it's a fair point because I hear it as well in these videos coming out of Iran. I see a lot of people saying, well, you hear in all the footage out of the Iranian cities, they're all chanting to have Pahlavi. And I have heard those chants. I've seen the videos. But the catch is, though, we can't equate that with the entire country wanting that one guy. Because if you look at the United States, there's very vocal and very loud people for a particular presidential candidate every single election cycle. But sometimes, out of left field, it turns out the candidate that everybody wasn't screaming about ends up becoming the president and winning the election. So there's always that silent group of people that's not super vocal and super loud that could be the majority. We simply don't know until an actual election is held. We simply won't know. So I personally don't equate the videos and the chants with the meaning that they all want Pahlavi. I just don't see that.
And also on top of that, folks, it's just basically saying they just want whatever the Islamic Republic of Iran isn't in their equivalent. Like, you know, people in the United States here, they say bring back the United States in some protest these days, or, you know, so on and so forth. That doesn't mean that they're wanting to go back to, say, 1776 with everyone wearing colonial clothes and talking about ye old almanacs. You know, like, it's more so, I would say, a statement of rebellion, but not saying that they are 100% behind Pahlavi specifically, you know, because there's all kinds of euphemisms that are made around the world, and they're not to be taken verbatim or word for word. It's just that the Shah, or Persia in general, was what existed before this Islamic Republic, and they just want whatever was around before the Islamic Republic in whatever form it turns into. And Persia wasn't an entirely stable government with a centuries-long dynasty before the Islamic Republic. They actually had several different forms of government throughout just the 20th century alone before 1979. So they could be talking about any one of those, or they could be actually advocating for a constitutional monarchy. We don't really know. And that's why I want to say, at least in this situation, it's better for us to let them figure that out instead of us trying to figure it out for them. Because here's my thing, folks. Sure, Pahlavi looks like a cool guy. I have to agree. He actually sounds very reasonable and very rational. He sounds like a great guy. But why in the world should we as Americans get involved in making that final decision as to whether or not Pahlavi's really going to be their leader when we're not even Iranians? You know, I don't really understand that one, and I don't really understand why a lot of people are trying to back that dog in the fight as non-Iranians, because I'm not even going to back the dog in the fight on that one. I'll back the revolution. I would like to see the Islamic Republic go, but at the same time, I'm not going to get involved in their own internal affairs afterwards and then start saying how the Iranians are going to have it. Why not let them figure it out? I mean, Iranians don't come over here to the United States and tell us who we're going to have for the president or who we're going to have as our representatives and senators. So why should we get involved in their internal affairs beyond that point and tell them that Pahlavi's their man? They ought to be able to decide that on their own. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And I also saw someone say Pahlavi is the only choice. I mean, well, I mean, maybe
Oh,
so, but
no.
we ought to let the Iranians decide that on their own. Maybe he is their only choice in their minds. Maybe he's not. But we shouldn't be making that final call for them. That will end up with a great deal of animosity in the Iranian public. I can
Yeah.
promise you that.
And also, the only reason that Pahlavi is the main choice or the main option is because he's the only one that's able to actually campaign because he's been in exile in the United States. So he has the ability to use freedom of speech. Meanwhile, the people that may have been viable candidates inside of Iran that are still there, they can't even campaign because if they spoke out to try to do that, they would probably be persecuted because that's the way it works. So I say let the Iranian people have a taste of what we've been enjoying in the West for such a long time, which is the ability to choose your leader, and let them have that freedom once again. Let them understand what it means to be a democracy for the first time in a very long time.
I would agree. And I see a lot of people trying to say, well, he's the only one that makes sense. That still should be the Iranians' choice, though. Just because we're saying that doesn't mean we're going to pick for them. The French didn't pick George Washington for us. I don't know if y'all know that. But in the Revolutionary War, the Kingdom of France provided insanely large amounts of monetary assistance to the Continental Congress and the Continental Army for us to be able to fight the British here in the Revolutionary War. They helped us out a huge deal. To be entirely honest with y'all, if it wasn't for the French handing over gobs of money and military support to the United States in the Revolutionary War, this nation would have never existed. We would have lost to the British, hands down. And even still, after that happened, you did not see the Kingdom of France get actively involved in our internal affairs and go, Washington's your guy. They let us still vote for who we wanted. The first presidential election we had in this country was a true presidential election, and the public voted largely unanimously for George Washington to be the first president of our republic. And I think that that's the same thing we should have in Iran. I mean, maybe, like, you know, when the revolution succeeds, folks, there are going to be heroes of this revolution. Loads of them. There's basically going to be Iran's founding fathers, like we have. Washington isn't our only one. There was Adams, there was Franklin, there was Jefferson, there was Madison, so on and so forth. An endless amount of them, dozens of them. And all of them had their place. All of them had their notoriety. People knew them as household names. And yet they still put them up, pitted them against each other in public elections to let the public, the citizenry of the United States, decide who they wanted. And I think that we ought to have that happen for Iran. Because there's going to be revolutionary leaders down there on the ground right now that are going to be leading these people in the charge of gunfire against the Iranian government that are going to become household names and heroes down there. Maybe the Iranians want one of those guys instead, and we ought to leave the choice to them. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on into the final question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting back into Iran and also the rest of the news from around the world.
All right, so our last one of this segment goes to none other than Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $50 support, and we appreciate that very, very much. And Hokey said, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt, do you think our Navy is stretched too thin to handle Venezuela, Iran, and defend Taiwan at the same time? Me personally, I don't think so. On my side of the opinion, I would say probably not. We can still handle it, but it's still risky having over 20% of our naval forces in the area of Venezuela because there's still transit time. If something happens in Taiwan, we got to get the forces over there. And, you know, China is actively aggressing against Taiwan as we speak, and they just did it a couple of days ago extremely badly. So it's just risky, the deployment in that one concentrated area right off of South America. But I think we could, personally. We might be a little bit stretched, but we can still handle it, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, it could be a little bit precarious. Right now, China and Taiwan is not an imminent threat to where we need naval forces possibly relocated to Indo-PACOM's area of command and also the fleets within that area. So I would generally say we don't have to worry about that right now. We'll have to worry about that probably in about a year and a half from now, and then that'll become a serious concern of having the available naval forces to spare for Indo-PACOM's area. But right now, we can generally balance the situation in the Middle East with what's going on down there in the Caribbean. Considering that that's, well, also there's the Russian situation going on, and we might have to divert an ungodly amount of naval forces into that area to gain supremacy over the shipping lanes in the meantime. But for now, that also appears that it might be a little, like when I say in the periphery, I mean it's probably a year out or less. So it's getting close, but it's not anything that we'll have to deal with right now. So we could deal with Venezuela and the Middle East entirely without really having to worry about the other peripheries at the moment, because those will take a little bit more while to coalesce. But that also means that if we were to get involved directly, say with major amounts of naval power in the Middle East, we would have to be rather expedient in whatever we're doing. Either we're going to have to give the revolution an endless amount of weapons and money to get this thing done in a very short amount of time, or we're going to have to get directly involved, which I would heavily advise against. So really our only option there would be, if we want to divert a whole bunch of naval forces in that area, we've got to give that revolution billions of dollars and tons of guns and weapons to just go directly against the Iranian government and wipe it out wholesale in maybe 1 or 2 months or less than that. So I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on back into the Islamic Republic of Iran. We've actually been moving in this news segment a lot slower than I thought we would. There's actually been a lot of conversation in the chat, which has been really interesting. But before we move on, folks, I just have to say this one more time. It is a little bit of a channel rule, and I just want to say this really quickly. Advertising on this channel for other YouTube channels is completely forbidden. It is against the channel rules, and it will result in an immediate ban. I don't know what's going on with this, but it's like one channel has a load of bots that keep coming in our chat and keep on saying that we don't know what we're talking about, go to this other channel. If you say that, you are going to be banned. If you like that other channel, I highly encourage you to go watch it, but this channel doesn't serve as a free billboard for other YouTube channels, much like no other YouTube channel on the internet serves as a free billboard for any other channels to advertise on. I just want to put that out there because it's a little bit bizarre that we have to keep dealing with an endless stream of bots who are saying literally the same lines and sentences about a specific YouTube channel, but if you come in and advertise for any channel, that generally constitutes an immediate ban. Moving on from that, we are going to be getting back into the Islamic Republic of Iran and back into the news from the capital. We have been able to hear that apparently there are active incidents inside of the capital, as one protester did tear down the Tehran district flag in the Islamic Republic of Iran, according to Iran International. Additionally, we actually were able to hear that apparently some sort of classified documents were leaked from the Iranian central bank, which is actually showing that apparently, according to the dossier, they are directly instructing banks to prepare for blackouts and infrastructure collapse, secure and relocate critical financial data, activate crisis mode parallel payment systems, prepare for system shutdowns, mass disruption, and nationwide instability, and create alternative financial survival mechanisms in case the regime loses control. This seems to be something that was issued to the Iranian central bank from the Iranian government. This is the document right here that apparently stated that in plain language in what I can believe is Arabic. So it does appear that at the moment they are making it quite clear from the Iranian government they are expecting the nation to be embroiled in such unrest that even financial institutions will find it next to impossible to even be able to operate. Additionally, footage was coming out from the streets of Iran, once again showing the ongoing uprisings within the capital itself.
You know what's fascinating? We've been covering this for days at this point, about the riots happening in Tehran. It was like on Twitter today, people just woke up and realized that Tehran was on fire, basically, and said, oh, wow, look, the protests have spread to Tehran. It's like they've been happening there for like at least 3 days, at least. It's not new.
Yeah, I would have to say it's not new at all, and this has been going on for a minute, but it looks like it's actually starting to pick up momentum inside of Tehran, but it's definitely been going incredibly strongly in other areas. We've also heard that more IL-76 flights have been conducted in the past 48 hours, surprisingly enough, now by Belarus, not the Russian Federation. It appears that both Belarus and Russia are conducting significant high volumes of IL-76 cargo flights into Tehran for unknown reasons. Either they're providing military support or they're providing personnel with military support, or they are evacuating some government officials of the Islamic Republic of Iran, or they're evacuating diplomats or internal liaisons of the Russian Federation and Belarus from the country. It could be any one of those four. We're just not entirely sure. Also, I want to give a correction, folks. That dossier was actually in Farsi, not Arabic. I've seen a lot of people correcting me on that in the chat. Very sorry about that, folks. I'm not incredibly familiar with Farsi. Moving on from that.
It was a big Farsi. They said it was a Farsi.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Man. Man, I'm telling you. But anyways, With that, we are going to be moving on up into the area of Tabriz, as we've also been able to hear of uprisings happening now within Tabriz. This has been an incredibly peaceful part of the country, at least over the past 4 to 5 days. We have heard of literally no uprisings or even protests within this area. We are now seeing that they are gaining momentum in this area as well, and there's apparently now an active uprising in Tabriz on top of that.
Burning dumpsters again? It's a dumpster fire.
Man, I'm telling you. This looks like it's actually being filmed by the internal security services themselves, like the local police. That's the end of that clip, but it is showing us that now even the northwestern region of Iran is embroiled in current uprisings. Meanwhile, moving us on down from the northern part of the country, heading towards the south along the western side of the country, we are now going to be moving into Hamadan, where we were able to see Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces loading into the back of ambulances to make their way into the city to conduct quote-unquote counter-terrorist operations. I gotta say, you know, the Iranians are very questionable as far as how they conduct quote-unquote counter-terrorism, because it's very terroristic of them to load a whole bunch of armed goons into the back of an ambulance and then drive them into town to go and put down an uprising. Like, that's literally what a terrorist would do in, say, the Gaza Strip as a part of Hamas, which the Iranians, funnily enough, also fund and operate. Also, someone just asked in the chat, where was the armed clash part? While we're literally hearing the firefights off in the distance as they're loading into the ambulance. And they're still loading into the ambulance. Firefights going on several blocks away. And that's the end of that clip, still letting us hear a little bit of the ongoing fighting in Hamadan, and also showing us more IRGC forces that are attempting to make it deeper into the city. Meanwhile, off to the west of Hamadan in Kermanshah, we also were able to hear of more firefights that were ongoing in this city as well. Clip here provided, apparently showing live fire being used against the rebels, and possible live fire being returned from the rebel forces. We hear gunfire through the streets as some of the rebels are now running away from the fire. Oh. You can also hear someone peeling out of there. Oh.
Oh, wow. I just love it how in the middle of all that chaos, there will just be like a normal car just driving through it. Like, excuse me, I'm just heading home from work right now. Just pardon me. And also, it seems like the strategy of the rioters is to create as much noise and ruckus as possible, like car honking, revving, peeling out, burnouts, pretty much anything to overwhelm the senses of the Iranian security forces. That seems to be what they're doing. It's just chaos.
Yeah, it seems like they do specialize in chaos, possibly to overwhelm the security forces. And we can see that the firefight that happened down the street apparently had ended. Moving on out of Kermanshah and further on down and into the area of Elam, we also were able to see, just for some people who are saying that none of the active rebels are armed, which we already know is untrue just from yesterday's proof, we were able to see in the city of Elam that the rebels are armed. Here's a clip showing them armed with guns. Let's see, what is... Oh, gee, folks, I can't even tell you all what type of, might be even a shotgun, possibly, that this guy's holding. And this guy right here is holding one, appears to be some form of an AKM. But they are armed.
And does anybody speak that language, by the way, to tell us what they're saying? It sounds like they're saying long live something, but I can't quite make out what they're saying.
Yeah, I can't really make it out either, but it is quite interesting to see that they are, in fact, armed. We also were able to see that the bank, the Meli branch inside the city, also was set alight by the rebels, as the city is currently involved in active fighting. And there's some of those armed clashes, proof of it there in the video and picture evidence, as you can hear them open firing inside the streets. Moving on out of the city of Elam and further on towards the east and south of Kermanshah to the smaller city of Kudast, we were also able to see that some of the Iranian rebels within quite literally the middle of the desert actually ran off 50 IRGC soldiers with a rock barrage. These guys don't appear to be armed with any rifles at the moment, but they do appear to be armed with some good throwing arms and heavy rocks, which apparently was enough to actually make the government forces retreat. And there goes the hail of rocks, a literal storm of them flying over the heads of most everyone in the area. And we see the IRGC over there actually running for the hills.
Wild.
These guys, they all need to try and become a pitcher in the National Baseball League because they are doing unbelievable work with those rocks. I mean, they are putting some power into those.
Yeah, it's wild to see that a modern-day stoning can still take place. And also on top of that, apparently the stones will run off people with guns. So that's the crazy part as well. It'll chase off armed security forces.
Man, you know, the IRGC folks, they made a mistake when they brought their guns to a rock fight. You know, I've heard that the IRGC officers were stunned and stoned that day near the area of Kudast. Meanwhile, moving us further on down into the area of the city of Yasuj, which is within the southern area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, we also saw a brand new uprising happening within this city as well. Moving on from that and on into our next clip further on down the way and inside of the area of the town of Marvdast, we also were able to see that according to information within this area, it appears that the rebellion is still continuing to spread within this city. They're all shouting death to Khomeini in an endless chant, by the way, if y'all are wondering. We also have another clip, but generally this is just showing the large...
They say that this is AI. That's what the Iranian officials are saying at this point. They say all these chants that you're hearing added to these videos is all artificial intelligence generated clips and sounds, and which is crazy because obviously this isn't artificial intelligence generating all these clips.
Yeah, I don't think that's at all the case. They sound quite authentic. We also have another clip here, blurred out for safety reasons for the people involved, apparently, but here's the clip. That's the end of that clip, but while all of this appeared quite alright, at least at that part of the day, we then saw that IRGC forces and that of Besieged and other groups within Iran had actually made it to the roof, apparently of the police headquarters in the area, and was actually firing down into the crowd from the roof of the building.
Are they firing warning shots? But I don't see anybody dropping.
Apparently they were, from what we believe, live rounds. Blanks have a very distinct sort of a sound, and the sound behind that sounds like it was, like concussive, like it was a contained explosion before the bullet left the barrel. Blanks don't really sound like that. Blanks have a very sharp popping sound, so it does sound like live ammunition. I don't know, maybe they're firing at people on the other side of the building, but I didn't see any rounds falling here either. But then again, a lot of the area is blurred out during most of the clips, so, I mean, that could also be working against us there to see any sort of impacts on the ground through most of it. But moving on from that and on out of the area of Mardast, we also saw within the general area of central Iran that reports were coming out that flags were being torn down. We then got proof of that because they then burned them after they torn them down. We were able to see that in this clip right here. They're trying to get it cooking at this point. And, I think they got a little flame down there at the bottom. Well, I gotta say, looks like they're going to burn that one on down to the ground, kind of like the flag in the flagpole that was just torn down to the ground as well. While all of this was going on inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran within its western region, it appears that some people in Iraq apparently didn't get the memo that they're not in Iran, but they decided to have their own fun in their own way. We've been able to hear that apparently there are clashes going on in Iraq's Maysan province between the Sadris group and the Saria al-Salam and the pro-Iranian militia Asaib al-Haq, which is one hell of a name, followed by the killing of Hussein al-Alaq, a leading figure of the Sadris movement, Saria al-Salam. So there are firefights now going on the Iraq, well, pretty much on the Iranian border in Iraq between those two groups inside of Iraq. So let's take a little look. Let loose. Man, it sounds like O-Block down there. Oh!
Well, damn, that's wild right there. I guess Iraq decided if Iran's going to go berserk, they might as well jump in the fray too.
Yeah, apparently so. We also saw in this clip as well more of the action. Actually, we won't be able to show that clip. Moving on from that one, we also saw this one as well. You see the tracer fire. Considering that it's a fight between the two groups on the ground, I don't think that guy's really doing a lot of work hitting anything right there. That looks like it's going up towards the moon. But moving on out of those clips, out of Iraq, we do have other major news coming out of the area further on down and in Yemen. Because while there is an ongoing revolution happening in Iran, the Yemeni civil war has been going on for about 11 to 12 years at this point. And we have been able to hear that the Saudi Arabians are apparently getting their guys to basically win through direct intervention. The Saudis, in short, have gotten tired of waiting, and they're basically going to get the Southern Transitional Council, which is the group in yellow, to basically win the civil war single-handedly, of course with heavy amounts of Saudi Arabian firepower. Airstrikes were conducted on Hadrami Elite Forces throughout the course of the day, throughout the entirety of their zone of control, which is the area in orange. The Hadrami Elite Forces, up until today, have been backed and supported by the United Arab Emirates. The ones in yellow are the Southern Transitional Council. They're supported by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The ones in red are basically supported by no one, along with the one in blue. That's the Republic of Yemen, and basically nobody really cares for them. For some reason. And then the ones in green are the Iranian-backed Houthis, which are, of course, the ire of this area inside of the southern Red Sea. Still, airstrikes were being conducted quite significantly by the Saudis today, and this did come after the threat by the Saudis and the STC that if Hadrami Elite Forces did not withdraw from the port of Al-Makalla, which is currently under their control, they would face utter and total annihilation. The Saudis then started to follow through on that promise today, and we saw that significant damage had been caused to Hadrami Elite Forces due to the strikes.
حق الفندق في القطن في مقابل بقالة بن مدشل ده فندق الوادي والصحراء ذاك اللي فوق.
It appears that this actually worked. Surprisingly, quite quickly. We saw video evidence coming out of Al-Makalla today showing that the UAE-backed forces that actually were within the area, including the UAE, just started to leave.
Well, pack it up and head home, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, guess that was it. So, the Hadrami dudes, because they're no longer elite, I mean, they basically got throttled by the Saudis for like one day and then they gave up. So I wouldn't really call them elite forces. I think they're just more so the Hadrami dudes at this point. Have apparently just packed up shop and kind of just basically quit. The UAE has officially announced as well today that they have conducted a full withdrawal of all of their military personnel from Yemen, literally in just a couple of hours. So they've completely left the Yemeni civil war, and UAE influence in any faction present within the civil war is entirely non-existent within just 24 hours. We expect the Hadrami Elite Forces are probably going to fall probably within the next several days due to their complete lack of any Emerati support at this point, and we'll most likely see that the STC is basically the only faction in the civil war that is not aligned with the Iranian Houthis. They'll also probably conduct a major offensive against the remaining forces of the Republic of Yemen and bring the entire area of control that is not under the control of the Houthis under the authority of the STC, which is Saudi-backed at the moment. So quite an interesting development, to say the least, and one that I honestly was a little bit shocked to hear. Basically, it's a proxy war between Saudi Arabia and the UAE right now, and the UAE just literally folded. In the meantime, a lot of people are talking about those flights into Tehran and what they might be carrying. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so there's currently speculation because one thing that keeps happening is Russian cargo flights keep entering Tehran over and over and over again. They're showing up like there's no tomorrow inside of Tehran, the Iranian capital, and nobody is really sure what's on board those flights. So some are now speculating, and it's been fueled by an official today, that apparently, possibly, maybe these flights contain mercenaries from Russia. Some people had brought this up in the chat yesterday, last night on the stream, and we had generally said it's probably not the case, but apparently the speculation is rising that maybe mercenaries might be on those cargo flights. And it looks like 49% said it's likely true, while 21% said we need real proof first, and 18% said I think it's likely false. So the reason why I think some people are saying this is because a former U.S. official made a tweet today saying that the Iranian regime was in trouble and bringing in mercenaries is its last best hope. So some people took that to mean that maybe that's an admission that Iran is bringing in mercenaries to fight the protesters, but it's a little bit shaky though. It could have been simply a misspeak. There's no telling what he meant by that, but I would say we need real proof first. We haven't seen any evidence of mercenaries from Russia on the ground, and I still think it's unlikely. So I'm with the 21%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 21% as well. We always need actual verifiable picture and video evidence proof for everything except for an official government statement, and that statement didn't really serve as an official government statement, so we're going to have to wait for actual video and picture evidence on our end to say whether mercenaries are there or not. So with that, I hope that is addressed the best I can, at least in my opinion. But with that, folks, it's time for us to finally move on out of the Middle East, which has been an hour and 40-minute long news segment tonight, which is a record for the Middle East, I believe, except for the 12-day war, where those news segments would go on for like 6 hours. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on, folks, over into our news inside the Indian subcontinent in East Asia. To quickly blast through the Indian subcontinent, it's just small refreshers to let y'all know what's going on there right now. Apparently, India and Pakistan exchanged today a list of nuclear installations to avoid mutual attacks after recent military conflicts were seen just this last May, and it appears that they're trying at this point to possibly de-escalate, which is a little bit surprising considering that both of them are saying that their military operations against the other have not concluded and they're going to start them again in the future. Meanwhile, the Indians are now going to be flagrantly violating sanctions, apparently, according to a Bloomberg report, that tankers carrying nearly 2.2 million barrels of crude oil from Russia are currently heading to India's largest oil refinery. According to the agency, the industries inside of India and their refineries have resumed purchases of Russian oil after the U.S. president imposed sanctions on Russia's largest oil companies, which was Lukoil and Rosneft. It appears the Islamic Republic of Iran may be attempting to flagrantly violate the sanctions that the United States has leveraged against the Russian Federation due to their ongoing war in Ukraine, once again further solidifying India's position as a BRICS nation and generally an unfriendly nation to the United States and Western interests. Moving on from that and into East Asia, we've also been able to see that the Chinese have showcased their little war crime again. We call this little war crime here because camouflaging a civilian, well, a military vessel as a civilian ship is something that is quite literally completely against the Geneva Convention in every single way. It's absolutely insane that we're literally watching them show this off like it's a brand new showpiece, because the U.S. could also do this as well. It's just that we would be conducting a war crime. That's why we don't do it. But you can see here that they're loading on a large number of drones and also what appears to be air defense missile systems onto this cargo ship to basically turn it into a cheaper version of the Defiant class battleship, which has been proposed by the President of the United States. A little bit wild, if you ask me, and I gotta be honest with y'all, it's a little ridiculous that this is even a thing.
Honestly, though, it sounds vaguely familiar to the idea I was talking about the other night when I said we should be coming up with drone ships that look like normal, like cargo vessels that can launch drones in mass numbers as our next naval vessels. But obviously, don't disguise it as a cargo ship. Like that goes against the rules of war. But it generally along the lines of a cargo ship with drones. But China appears to have taken it a step further, though, and they've gone a little extra. Also, what's up with the colors on the side of that ship?
The color they call that North Korean green and also iron oxide red.
Yeah, really, it's like vaguely reminiscent of the Iranian color slightly.
You know what it looks like? It looks like one of those North Korean subs. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull one of them up. They're the hideous green ones. Oh yeah, like that one right here. It's like the same paint scheme.
Ugh, that's nasty as hell too. Also, I see some people say that looks kind of fake. Not gonna lie. Let's see those pictures of it again. By the way, let's see this thing. So there's an image here. I mean, I don't know. It looks real to me. I mean, AI has gotten good, but I don't think it's gotten that good.
Yeah, this is actually real, folks. I mean, this is now the question, to convert a civilian container ship into something like this. I mean, that's not completely out of the realm of possibility. So I would say that it's highly likely real from what we can tell. So with that, we're going to be moving on out of Southeast Asia here really quickly. Before we do that, though, we do have one statement from the Taiwanese, specifically Joseph Wu, who's the Secretary General of the Taiwan National Security Council. China's military exercise toward Taiwan and others in the region were designed to intimidate and coerce countries in the Indo-Pacific. They're provocative and escalatory. I thank the State Department for issuing a statement on New Year's Day urging restraint. So it appears that the Taiwanese like the State Department's statements about de-escalation and urging caution on the Chinese part. Moving on out of the Indian subcontinent and East Asia, it's time for us to move on into the one piece of news that we have from the hunt for Captain Crotch Sparrow. And we have one piece of news. Apparently, Maduro has stated that he's ready to make a deal. So we'll take that for what it is and see what happens. Moving on out of that and on up into the United States of America, we did make sure to cover the news in Washington earlier, just had to make sure. And so with that, it's now time for us to move on over into Europe and cover the war in Ukraine. We finally made it around to it, folks. The war in Ukraine in motion pictures, folks. We're going to make sure to get into all the detail that's been happening up here during this little war. I mean, when I say a little war, it's the biggest one that's happened this century. So with that, folks, let's get right on into it. Moving us on into the drone strikes that the Ukrainians conducted, they did conduct another nightly attack like they've done for about a month now against the Russian Federation and key targets inside the country. Most importantly, we did confirm that they attacked Samara and Kazan overnight. In Kazan, they were apparently able to hit a chemical plant. Specifically, it was the Kazan Norgensen, Kazan Orgsentez. That is so hard to say.
Oh, dang, man. That's a tough one there.
I mean, you try and say it, man. You try and say that.
That is the Kazanorgentans.
Yeah, see, you did the same thing I did, man. Like, that thing is hard to say. The Kazan Orgsentez. I think that's how you would say it. That is tough as hell to say, folks, but they hit it, and it's on fire over there, as you can see. Moving on from that and outside of that chemical plant and further on down towards the port of Samara, we also were able to see an attack on Samara again. This is the second night in a row that an attack has been conducted, much to the dismay and misfortune of those in Samara. Oh, it's cooking again. That's the refinery.
They keep the oven on broil.
Man, they just keep it at a nice low cook. It's a nice thing to see. And once again, folks, the orcs, they are cooking. Moving on out of the Russian Federation, the attacks that were conducted in there, it's time for us to make it into Ukraine. And we actually have some very interesting news today, folks. There has been a government reorganization inside of Ukraine over the course of the day. So let's see who in the world is placed where. First off, we were able to hear that Mikhail Fedorovo is now going to be the brand new Minister of Defense of Ukraine. That's very interesting. We don't really know a lot about Mikhail Fedorovo here in the public. He's more so rising from the bottom up to the top. So we expect good things out of Mikhail Fedorovo. Hopefully he will be a very competent Minister of Defense. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear that apparently Budanov is now going to be the brand new Chief of Staff.
Whoa!
Holy moly!
That's crazy. That's a huge position change, by the way, because to go from Intel being the military intelligence chief to being the Chief of Staff for the Ukrainian president, that's like a whole different wheelhouse. That's not even the same skill set for that.
It really is, honestly. And I actually did hear, folks, a rumor that apparently Budanov's chin grew 3 sizes this day, as he was promoted to the chief of staff of the Ukrainian government, which is quite a step up from the Ministry of Intelligence. We've also been able to hear that apparently, according to the Ukrainians, they didn't really get that good of an impression out of the whole Mar-a-Lago meeting that was conducted, and also the fact that the President of the United States said that the Russians really wished Ukraine well, apparently didn't bode well with anyone in the Ukrainian government whatsoever. So obviously that was expected. Additionally, we also were able to hear that the Ukrainians have issued quite an interesting statement. But before we get to that, though, I do have to get you all back to something that actually happened in Moscow today. The United States Department of State has put out a brand new travel advisory for Russia, folks. And considering that the president said that the Russians want what's best for Ukraine and that the Russians respect the United States, I'm sure, folks, that the travel advisory has been revised to level 1, meaning that it's entirely safe for a U.S. citizen to go to Russia and to travel around there and do whatever the hell they want. Because Russia clearly does respect the United States, and if they respect the United States, then that means they would respect the sovereignty of our citizens when traveling abroad to their country, and that they'll be treated well. They actually put out a level 4 do not travel advisory, which is the strongest advisory that can be given by the Department of State through its travel advisories, and are stating that at the time they are scared of the following. Do not travel to Russia due to danger associated with the continuing war between Russia and Ukraine, the risk of harassment or wrongful detention by Russian security officials, the arbitrary enforcement of local laws, and the possibility of terrorism. All that together
sounds like normal Russia to me. What changed?
Man, what changed is that the president might not be too happy with them right now. So they've apparently upped the travel advisory to a level 4. Well, folks, I gotta tell you, I didn't see that one coming. Russia being unfriendly to Americans, say less. So Matthew, where in the world is Tucker Carlson right now? I thought he said that it was great in Russia for Americans and that the groceries were never cheaper. Apparently, you can go to the Russian Federation and get cheap groceries and maybe lose your liberties cheaply as well for, only a cheap airplane ticket to Russia. Although you can really not even fly directly to Russia from the United States. It's kind of a bit of a hoop and a hurdle to get in there right now. So
I have a bit of a feeling that nobody in their right mind, except for maybe a very, very small minority of people, would actually listen to someone say, "Oh, Russia's great. It's safe to go to Russia," and then be like, "Oh, I'm buying a plane ticket. I'm heading to Moscow." It's like, first of all, who's got the money just to get a plane ticket and go to Moscow? Number two, I mean, what are they doing? Abandoning their family, abandoning their job? I mean, that's unfeasible. Number two. And number three, it's like you're going to get sent to the meat grinder if you go there. Like, they're not going to let you have a good time. You're an enemy of the state of Russia as an American. They don't care if you like them or not. They'll still send you to the front line like they've done every single time.
Man, honestly, though, I gotta say, Tucker Carlson does have it right, folks. Russia is a beautiful country that's leagues and miles above the United States of America. I've always wanted to travel to the Russian Federation and look at the beautiful old streets of the town of Uzlovaya. Let's take a little look there. I'm sure it's a beautiful and wondrous city, far beyond the imagination of any American. Ah, yes, and in terms of squalor, it is far beyond the imagination of any American. This person used tires as decoration in their front yard.
Also, they think the United States is polarized. They literally have Democrat fences on the left and Republican fences on the right.
Damn. The country has never been
more
polarized. This is like left Twix and right Twix. Like, what the hell is this?
In Russia, both political parties want to build walls 10 feet taller, not just one.
Man, and this guy apparently took the broken up road and then used the pieces of it for a small little wall near his walkway. I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. Russian suburbs are truly wondrous in the slumminess of them. I mean, like, it's unbelievable. Like, this, folks, by the way, this isn't some, like, hick town or something. This is literally the suburb, like, maybe 6 blocks away from downtown in this city. And this is what they all look like. We can literally drop down anywhere in Russia, and this is what the average living conditions of a Russian looks like. It's, like, I guess that's a daycare or something like that. I wouldn't send my kid there.
Oh, no, not the daycare crap again. Please spare us.
Is this one run by, like, anyone in Minnesota? Like, by perchance? Oh,
Make
man.
sure you show up during business hours, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you gotta make sure. Good God, oh my God, dude. The windows are literally, like, canted in the wall somehow. Look at that. And this one doesn't even have, like, the little ornamental frame around it anymore.
That looks like something that the settlers back from the 1400s would have used when they settled Russia with Rinky-Dink the Wise and gang.
Dude, Rinky Dink the Wise and friends, I think wouldn't even. What, dude? The stovepipe is literally like aimed out of the side of the building like an artillery piece.
It's a mortar. it's a new mortar,
dude. It's a disguised D-30. They use this for national defense when they need to. I got to tell y'all, folks, though, for the Russians to really say that America is falling. I mean, you know, you would be kind of hard-pressed to see a place this bad off in America, unless you went to some place like Cairo, Illinois, or Gary, Indiana, or something like that. Like, and those places are nationally renowned. This is just average Russia. We didn't even, like, I want to make this clear, folks. When I drop down in these towns, I just pick a random one somewhere. Like, it's not, like, deliberately pre-picked before the show. We just do this randomly. Like, for example, I can zoom out right now, and we can pick, I don't know, some town near Tver like Torzhok, and we can go up here and drop it down into this town, and I will bet you money, yep, it looks just the same. Like, this is literally what it, like, this is just Russia.
Oh man, talking about potholes, there's no pavement at all. Like, this is rough. This is rough.
Man, you know, like, people in America talk about the infrastructure is crumbling and the president's going to save us all. Man, in Russia, they just say, the infrastructure is crumbling and God help us all. Ain't nobody helping us. Like,
man, the road just got 10 feet deeper.
To give you all an idea of the degradation of Russia, this is what it looked like in 2013, right here. It actually looked way better. This is what it looks like in June of 2013, just a few months later.
Wait a minute, go back in time to that last one you were just looking at there. Why is everybody just roaming the streets with bags?
It's a hitman. Like they have. I mean,
what is going on? I mean, everybody's got bags with them and stuff, like they're just packed up and they're moving out.
Man, I don't know. And these kids are just riding their bikes. They don't know the hell they live in, unfortunately. Is that a UAZ 469 of the Russian army down there parked at a house?
It is. I think there might be a tweaker staring at it.
Bled the capital bled.
That car is looking awfully juicy over there.
Now, if we compare this, folks, I just want to remind you all, American Decay and so on, you know, like Tucky G and friends say, let's come to the United States of America and let's pick a random town in, I don't know, Tennessee. We'll go with Murfreesboro. We'll just drop down in here. In a normal suburb, let's see the difference. We'll just drop it down here. This is, well, honestly, I don't know if this is normal America. Oh, look, furniture. But, I mean, this is like a million leagues better than your average suburb in Russia. By far. It literally has a paved road. That's unheard of in most Russian suburbs.
Yeah, that is unheard of right here. This is what you call standards of living. In Russia, there is no standards. There's a low and getting lower, and the government doesn't care about fixing it.
Man, when they go low, I go lower. Like, man. Oh, man, I gotta say. But you know what? We'll drop down on another one just because, folks, just because we want to be fair here. We'll drop down in some random town, like Abilene, Texas. Fairly similar to what we saw in Russia, you know, at least in size. So let's drop down in a suburb street here in Abilene. I mean, the roads are cracked, but they're paved. I mean, that's a huge step up above Russia. They have curbs. That's also a huge step above Russia. Now, the sidewalks are kind of disappearing into the lawn, but beyond that, this is still about 5 to 10 times better than your average Russian suburb. And this is Abilene, Texas, like just some random town that I picked. So, you know, there you have it. If America's falling, Russia fell a long time ago. So I wouldn't really listen to the propaganda all too much. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on out of Moscow and that travel advisory. But before we get on out of that, though, I do want to make sure that we cover why in the world did they put out that do not travel order? Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the do not travel order on its own is not that big of a deal. Of course, it is a change, but it's not that big of a deal. But when you couple it with another piece of news, which apparently Ukraine is now warning Western officials that Russia's planning a massive false flag attack, way worse than the fake attack on Putin's house that he tried to come up with. They're planning a really bad one with mass human casualties this time, and that seems to match up with the timing of the travel warning that the United States put out. So some believe it's connected. So what do you think is going to happen now that we've heard these two pieces of information? So 41% said Russia is likely planning a huge false flag, like Ukraine indicates, while 33% said Russia plans to persecute Americans inside of Russia, and 15% said Russia's planning to attack NATO soon, and that's why the warning came out. So I do believe Ukraine. It seems to be matching up with what's happening right now, that Putin is trying to sabotage negotiations, and the fake house attack didn't quite cut it. Nobody believed it, and also that fake video that they put out, I think it was more comedy than anything. So nobody believed it. So I think Russia's going to up the stakes and do, unfortunately, a real one this time, which could be horrific, at least according to what Ukraine is saying. So I'm with the 42%. I think a false flag could be in the works, like Ukraine suggests. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that there probably might be a false flag in the works as well, and there's probably some sort of a huge escalation the Russians truly are planning, because on top of this poll and that news of the do not travel advisory, the Ukrainians did state that the Russians are apparently preparing some sort of an act of aggression. This was a statement from the Ukrainians today. The Kremlin is preparing a large-scale provocation with human victims. The Foreign Intelligence Service of Ukraine warns of the continuation of the special Kremlin operation against the disruption of peace negotiations mediated by the United States. The specified operation has a complex character. After TZV attacks on Putin's residence fixed the spread of the Kremlin new information to prepare the Russian and foreign audience to further escalation. With high probability, we predict the transition from manipulative influence to the armed provocation of Russian special services with significant human casualties. The expected time is on the eve of or during the celebration of Christmas, according to the Julian calendar. A cold structure or another object of high symbolic weight, both in Russia and in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, may be chosen as a provocation. It is planned to use fragments of Western-made shock UAVs to be delivered to the site of the provocation from the line of combat collision to falsify evidence of Ukraine's involvement. Exploitation of fear and committing terrorist acts with human casualties under the foreign flag completely corresponds to the style of work of the Russian intelligence agencies. Putin's regime has repeatedly applied this tactic inside the Russian Federation, and now the same model is exported abroad, which is indirectly confirmed by public statements of higher officials of the Russian Federation. We appeal to the media to question and thoroughly examine the Kremlin published materials and do not spread Russian fakes. So that is the statement from the Ukrainians today, which appears to indicate that they believe a false flag is coming. Outside of that, and moving on out of Kyiv and Moscow, we've also seen frontline actions continuing significantly over the course of the day. This was actually published today, but apparently the footage was published on Christmas. As many of y'all can tell, they're wearing Santa outfits, and they're about to be delivering presents to the Russians. Oh, only one for Christmas is you. What a wonderful one right there. Oh, look at
that xylophone's going strong. Oh, look, Santa Claus has been hitting and pumping the iron, apparently. That Santa in the back's looking a little grumpy, though.
Man. Oh, and they're making the Russians grumpy, I tell you. They were giving them coal.
Santa has an iPhone?
Bro, Santa's modern. Oh, Santa's got an RPG drone.
Santa, what are you doing, Santa?
Why, Timmy, I'm about to hit a Russian. Oh, ho, ho.
Oh, that sounds like Jeff Bezos. That doesn't sound like Santa.
Oh, man, you always wonder, man, why in the world is Jeff completely bald? And, the answer is because it's so that way you can put on the Santa cap and the beard when Christmas time comes around, and you sit up there in that sleigh and go, you know what's funnier than sending a whole bunch of celebrities up in a phallic-shaped rocket? Running a company called Amazon. Oh, and then some kid's like, look, Santa.
I think that would ruin a lot of kids' holidays or learn that Jeff Bezos is Santa Claus.
Well, I mean, he kind of is, He runs Amazon. It delivers most Christmas presents when you think of it. He might be the modern Santa. He's just got to grow out a beard and some hair.
I thought Santa was supposed to give the gifts for free, though. I didn't think you were supposed to pay.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's actually a really good point. So we're going to move on from that stupid statement I just made and move on down into the
He's a capitalist Santa Claus. He's a very capitalist, hyper-capitalist Santa.
Man, he is a ultra-capitalist Santa. Also, take a look at this cool clip.
Oh, I like that.
Whoa. Oh, is that a hind?
Whoa. It is.
How cool.
Oh.
And another. Man, what a treat.
Oh, I love this. This is the way I ended off the short war videos with that clip today. It was so majestic, I had to put it in there. It really didn't fit in the video, but I had to show the people. It's so majestic. Like, also, those helicopter pilots are skilled. Like, they fly low like that every single day, all day long. It's wild how low they fly those things.
Man, honestly. We also got to see the death of Kasputin, or Kapustin, sorry, correction there. This is the alleged video that the Ukrainian intelligence services actually showed Kapustin to make him believe that they had actually blown up the car that Kapustin was in. Interestingly enough, they had a very elaborate system going on here. They flew the drone in at the van that was allegedly carrying Kapustin. We could see some security guys acting like they're about to get blown up. And then right there, folks, look at this. The video cuts out before it even enters the van. But it still is deceptive enough because the video always cuts out on these drones right before they explode. So then they show the van on fire, which then makes it look like they blew up the van. They actually caught the van on fire intentionally for another drone to come by and confirm the van that Kapustin was in was allegedly blown up. By the way, the whole time Kapustin was alive, and this whole thing was literally an elaborate ruse that had been orchestrated by the Ukrainian Ministry of Intelligence.
They were on that $500,000 bad. They were going through a lot of trouble.
Man, they said, go get the van and catch it on fire. Like, we'll fly another drone
Honestly, a good return on investment. The van probably cost next to nothing. The whole drone situation, they already had those to begin with. So a nice return on investment. Maybe cost them $1,000, $2,000 to get $500,000. That's not bad.
And you know something that's quite interesting to me, folks, is that when you look at that van, you can tell, like, I got to tell y'all, folks, the FSB is a bunch of schmucks. You can tell that that thing wasn't hit by an RPG, because if it was, there would be scattered debris around the area, and there is none at all. Anywhere. I don't even, like, the FSB was very lazy with us when giving out $500,000, because if I was in the FSB, I would have gone, wait a minute, that car structure looks intact. That fire is reaching pretty high up off of the ground, showing that apparently it's burning on the roof somewhere, which means the roof is still intact, and there is no debris anywhere on the ground. The door is open, but if you look earlier in the video, the door, well, actually, the door wasn't open, so it looks like they did do some extra work to make it look like the car may have had its side blown out. But beyond that, we didn't really see any debris. But apparently that's the footage that they showed to get the $500,000.
Yeah, and also that is the Chief Budanov's last act, I believe, as the intelligence chief of Ukraine. So I would say that was a pretty big bang to go out with right there, to get a $500,000 and then say, okay, I'm heading out to the president's office now.
Zelensky said, get a $500,000, become the chief of staff. Okay, like, he did it, like, really quickly. Like, man. Oh, man. But moving on from that, we also got the Russian casualty report as well, which was pretty decent. According to Miss Decent Keeper of the Records, 590 drones is the 10th highest daily loss, and note, submarines have been a total of 2 since the 16th of December. And getting us on into the casualty report, 910 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 2 APCs, 169 supply trucks, 6 main battle tanks, 42 artillery pieces, 590 drones, 2 MLRSs, 1 cruise missile, and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. In general, a pretty decent day. Moving us on from that and on out of that area, it's time for us to move on down to the battlefield, down to Kupiansk, where we were able to see Russian forces getting hit by the 14th Mechanized Brigade. That's a T-62.
That's
it's
a
gone.
tank.
Tank. Man, like, he's tank, play. Oh, look, a little Russian. But they don't care about the little Russian, they care about his little tank. And there it goes again, getting hit. And a Lancet. This is a Brila Lancet. Also got to see an enemy position with the Okupante inside of it. They're obliterating it. And they got low battery, but I'm about to tell you what's low energy. The Russians. They're about to get their little position on this street blown up. Ooh, right in the set. And another Lancet. Bam. And another Russian position. Things. Man, those poor little Lances get sent out to slaughter on the daily at this point, basically. But that's the end of that clip. It appears, at least from what we can tell, things are going quite well for them. Well, moving on from that, we also got to see them hitting some more Russian tanks. Another T-62. Man, it's like the Russians are running out of armor, because these were used at the beginning of the Cold War.
Oh, come on, man. They're running out of everything.
They are running out of everything, and you know something I'm running out of? Patience. We need to see this war end right now. That's why the U.S. ought to give Ukraine everything it needs to be able to obliterate the Russians, so that way that we can get them down to a middle ground in the negotiations and end this thing once and for all.
Honestly, I thought you were about to flip on us there for a minute. I thought you were about to say something like, this war needs to end now, so just, cut Ukraine off or something. I was about to say, hey, whoa, what are you talking about?
Whoa, Jack, what's going on here? What do you mean, Jack? I gotta tell y'all, though, what's crazy, though, is that the most controversial topic of the night is that Pahlavi guy, because either people are cussing us out because we said he might be the guy they want, or he might not be the guy they want, and we've been having people cussing us out in the live chat on both sides ever since. One hell of a guy, apparently, very polarizing. But moving on from that and down into Seversk, we also were able to see the Russians getting hit a little.
The guy wearing a blanket?
He's wearing a cape.
Oh, wow. He was popping caps in that drone, too, while he was running. I was actually kind of baller there for a minute. He turned around and was busting caps.
Bro, he said, I'm Superman! And then they made him fly, with the cape and all. Bam! There he goes. Oh, look, another one with a cape. Two of them with a cape. Oh, it appears that this guy took the straight line approach. That doesn't work out well.
It's a Ruski man, bliat.
Man.
Oh, wow. Batman and Robin, that's you.
Holy schmoly, Batman. Like, FPV drones. Quick, Robin, get the bat drone. I mean, like, honestly, it's kind of crazy, folks, to know that there's a drone operator behind every single one of these. Oh, that guy had a Taz. Like, an old-ass Taz. It was a side-by-side double-barreled shotgun. Wow.
Man, I think the Russian version of Batman and Robin would be Bliat Man and Robbing. Not Robin, but robbing, like taking what you want kind of deal. So, Bliat Man and his gang of robbers.
Quick, Rabbing, get the bat fin.
Quick, Rabbing, go get some more of that fint.
quick, Batman. I've actually pulled out the greatest trick, the bat crocodile. Oh,
jeez.
Man, the oil storage depot at Rovenki in the Luhansk Oblast was completely obliterated. Satellite photography did show the before and after footage, and it does not look like a weight loss campaign. Moving on from that, we also saw near to the area of the battlefield of Pokrovsk that the Ukrainians were continuing to hit Russian forces in the Dobropilya direction, and this was done by none other than the amazing 93rd Mechanized Brigade. And I have to steal this one from Brett. Quick, Robbing, to the bat ladder. Man,
you don't have those anymore. More like the donkey.
Man, whenever the drones appear over Russian skies, they go, quick, put up the bat symbol. And then they turn on those spotlights and then sound the sirens. Namania, Gaborit Moskva. All that stuff. But, man,
all that stuff.
Man, all of that, man. I just summarized it all that way. All that stuff or something, If someone said, this war needs to stop, you're laughing at people getting killed. Well, I wouldn't have anything to laugh at if they hadn't invaded a country illegally, and all these people hadn't signed contracts to go there. Wouldn't have much to laugh at, would I? Well, checkmate.
I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing with them.
Yeah, because, they also know that they're a joke at this point. There's no doubt about that. Moving on from that and on down into the area of Zaporizhia, we also saw the SOF hitting some Russian forces. This was done by the Alpha unit of the SOF of the Ukrainian SBU. Oh, wow, a clown car. What a score. Oh, a dirt bike. And what the hell electronic jammer is that?
That's the Cancer 5000, bliat.
Bruh, when this thing turns on, it goes it sounds like a giant high voltage electrical wire. And it apparently didn't work either. And then they got this tank with a mine roller. They also got what appeared to be an APC and another one.
These could be fiber optic drones. That could be how they're getting around it, because I doubt that any like normal drone with a remote control could get through that kind of electronic warfare. Oh. Man, he busted. Did you see that?
Who?
That man back there. Look at him.
He was busting a move.
Those ankles.
Man, he broke his ankles, and it didn't even do nothing. Oh, look at this guy. He's just kind of hanging out down here. This guy's trying to run through a trench. This guy tried to duck and cover. That didn't turn out too well, did it? We can also see a whole squad of them here in this one tree line, all grouped up. Not a good move.
Oh, look, it's the damn Sasquatch. That guy was walking along like Sasquatch. Go back there to that man for a minute. He was like lumbering through there too. Look, I'm gonna make the sound effects with it. Like he's coming up in a minute. Sasquatch sighting coming up. Like, oh, wait a minute. That's not. Oh,
Boom. Like,
yeah.
bro, he was walking like he was about to go, coin. I was like, yo, like, Soink Scoop, he's not backing off. Oh, that guy tried to hide in a pipe. Didn't really work out. I don't know what that guy was doing. This guy just tried to walk off. Didn't turn out well. This guy tried to hide himself. This guy seemed kind of shocked. This guy did as well. This guy's literally just hanging out down there.
Oh, dear.
He was literally just staring up at it, so I guess he kind of knew what was coming around. But with that, that's the end of that clip. But generally showing us a little bit of what was going on down there in the southern front. And so with that, folks, now after watching that little bit of a scene from the Zaporizhia front, it's time for us to move on up into Kyiv and cover the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1,409 of the war. And while we wait for the screen to load, how's your family? So with that, without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні ми почали суттєве перезавантаження, зміни внутрішні, щоб Україна була більш стійкою. Минулого року були і хороші результати державних інституцій, які треба зробити більшими. Були і проблеми, які не варто залишати у новому році. Тому хвиля змін кадрових і будуть ще рішення в інституціях. Перше. Керівником Офісу президента призначений Кирило Буданов. Досвіду і сили Кирила достатньо, щоб направити роботу Офісу на безпекові питання і переговорний процес саме так, як потрібно. Друге. ГУРМО очолить Олег Іващенко. Він сам служив в ГУРі та очолював службу зовнішньої розвідки України. Фахова людина. Щодо СЗР, рішення незабаром. Третє. Новий очільник прикордонної служби України і очікую кандидатури від міністра внутрішніх справ для призначення. Говорили про зміни із Сергієм Дейнекою, і з Ігорем Клименком. Будуть нові підходи в управлінні прикордонною службою. Четверте. Доручив готувати президентський законопроект для оновлення ДБР. Є речі, які варто змінити. Очікую законопроект у січні, щоб віддати на розгляд Верховної Ради України. Урядовці та Офіс разом мають підготувати пропозиції по ДБР. П'яте. Заступник керівника Офісу Павло Паліса, який і сам був командиром бойових підрозділів, найближчими днями буде комунікувати з нашими бойовими бригадами, щоб визначити, які рішення можуть посилити українські позиції. Будуть зміни і в сфері військової освіти. Освіта має знати безпосередньо з фронту. Чому? Чому навчила ця війна? І кожен, хто навчає українських воїнів, має сам навчитись, що таке війна. Вирішив змінити і формат роботи Міністерства оборони України. Новим міністром оборони України я запропонував стати Михайлу Федорову. Михайло глибоко займається питаннями щодо лінії дронів, працює дуже результативно в цифровізації державних послуг та процесів. Разом усіма нашими військовими, з військовим командуванням, разом з національними виробниками зброї та партнерами України треба реалізувати в сфері оборони такі зміни, які допоможуть. Все тримається на стійкості українців. У нашої стійкості має бути необхідна зброя, необхідна енергія, необхідні фінанси, необхідна політика, необхідна підтримка інституцій. Денис Шмигаль залишається в команді України. Я дуже вдячний йому за системну роботу на державу. Торік Міністерство оборони України дало хороші результати. Зокрема, на грудень було виконано доручення по виробництву дронів-перехоплювачів, понад 1000 на добу виробництва. Ми працюємо, щоб збільшити кількість підготовлених екіпажей, і таких завдань було ще чимало. Михайло Федоров зможе все це реалізувати і додати технологічності. Денису Шмигалю я запропонував очолити інший напрямок в державній роботі і не менше важливий для нашої стійкості. Завтра ми продовжимо зміни. Будуть ще рішення. І завтра буде зустріч на рівні радників з питань безпеки Європа плюс Сполучені Штати Америки. Дякую всім, хто допомагає. Слава Україні!
And Ram Slava.
Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine here on day 1409 of the news from around the world. And that's going to be moving us on into the second segment, folks, of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, do we absolutely enjoy that segment.
Wait a second, Enforcer. We have a piece of news here. We have a piece of news that just came out right now. Go check the likes tab, by the way. We have just heard that Afghanistan has announced its readiness to help Russia in its war against Ukraine. We have live footage from the ground.
This, folks, is very important. Everyone, silence. We must watch this with great importance.
Oh, damn.
Oh, damn. Oh my God, it's the Taliban Airborne!
Oh my God, look at that. That's crazy work right there. Also, by the way, I'm sorry, folks. I had to do it. I'm sorry. Also, by the way, though, apparently Afghanistan is trying to help Russia. Obviously, the Taliban's in charge now, so it's not a surprise. But this whole video here is AI, by the way. I don't even think the video is real. But it's funny, though. They have the new F-35 Special Edition that the Taliban is now leveraging to their advantage right out here in Afghanistan.
Oh my God. Bro, the Taliban Airborne. Bro, he just takes off vertical. That is absolutely hilarious from this point on.
You know, the sad part is
what?
Knowing how bad, like, for example, Iran and Afghanistan suck when it comes to military equipment, for the first 15 seconds of the video when I saw it earlier today, I thought it was real until I saw the guy go vertical in the sky. And I was like, okay, now it's AI. I know it is. But when I saw this angle, I was like, no shit. Like, they have developed their first version of the Wright Flyer. Like, no way.
Bro, Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble is moving up in the world. Like, they've gotten to powered flight. Oh my God, folks. Honestly, this is sadly kind of like believable with how bad off this thing looks as far as its construction, that it would be made in a place like Afghanistan, but it is an AI made video, folks. So the fun's over, but it was still interesting and funny while we showed it. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and on into all of the rest of the questions that we have for the night, because we have quite a load of them, folks. We have quite a load of them. And also, folks, I have to say that we actually have one last poll to cover before we get on into the rest of our questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our last poll here, we have gotten word today that Ukraine has heavily fortified its border with Belarus in recent days and is still fortifying the border. And why do you think that is? Do you think that Belarus might attack Ukraine? Because we're seeing, and we had a map earlier today that I showed in the short video, there are several major points along the Belarusian border that Ukraine is fortifying and getting ready for something. So 38% said Belarus will not go as far as attacking Ukraine directly, while 27% said it's a 50-50 chance, and 26% said, yes, Belarus is ready to attack Ukraine, and that's why they're fortifying the border. And I would say, personally, in my opinion, I think Belarus is inching closer and closer to doing some type of provocation against Ukraine or NATO, perhaps, because we have seen that Belarus has been sending these smuggler balloons into Latvia, Lithuania, and also I think they sent a couple into Poland the other day, and they're doing that all the time. It's not something random. It's something that's happening on a consistent basis. Also, the Oreshnik, IRBM, was just stationed on combat duty inside of Belarus. So if Lukashenko is trying to keep his men out of the situation, he's certainly doing a poor job at that. So I don't think he has the ability to resist Putin's demands, because he is a puppet, of course. And I think Putin might put them up to doing something stupid in the near future, because they're getting desperate, and Belarus is a pawn that they could use to escalate. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I actually with the 27%. There's a 50-50 chance that they might attack or they might not. It's really hard to say. They've never gotten involved directly so far, rather than allowing the Russians to fly drones through their airspace. So there isn't really a precedent to see that they would get involved. So I don't know. I'd have to say I'm with a 50-50 right now. So I hope that I've addressed it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we're on to the next questions. We're not the next questions. We're on into the questions. Anthony, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our super chat segment here, we're going to get our super chats and then the live chat questions and then our Morse code decoders of the stream. So jumping right into that, we do have a $100 super chat from none other than Hokey Redneck yet again. And thank you very much, Hokey, for the massive support tonight, and we do appreciate that. And Hokey said, I think that China is going to attack in the next 2 months.
And that is an interesting assessment, Hokey Redneck. I think there's a slight possibility that that could happen, but I also think that I'm still going to be working off of the timetable of very late 2026 at the earliest, or really starting the timetable in 2027. I just don't think the Chinese have the military capabilities right now at the moment to be able to conduct a successful war, because conducting a blockade and airstriking Taiwan is one thing, but truly reunifying themselves with Taiwan will require a land invasion to where they actually physically take over the island on the ground. And right now, I just don't think that they would be able to logistically support an operation like that, at least until about the next year, most likely. So, while I would say there is a chance that they could start off a war in the next 2 months, I would say that they're still probably waiting for that perfect timetable and window to start the invasion, which would be around very late 2026 or throughout the entirety of 2027 and onwards. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a humongous thanks to you for the unbelievably massive support of Hokey Redneck and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that it does address my opinion fairly well. Not completely out of the picture that might happen, but I still think they're going to be working on their timetable of building up their amphibious capabilities in the Navy first. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Nick Hines, and Nick puts in a 100 Canadian all the way from Canada, which is a good neighbor of the United States and a friendly ally that we want to keep an ally. We don't want to make them angry. We'd prefer to keep Canada as good friends as they've always been. But thank you very much, Nick, for that support right there. We do appreciate it, and a huge shout out to all of our Canadian viewers, including Nick. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say a humongous thanks to the massive support from Nick Hines in Canada. And I gotta say, it's a wonderful thing to know that folks like you all the way up there from the nation of Canada continue to support this channel and help us to keep rolling. We love our neighbors in the north. They're great neighbors. They're known for maple syrup. They're known for generally maple syrup. They're known for Quebec and the Quebec independence movement. They're also known for Vancouver, and generally British Columbia at large, which is a very beautiful place. They're also known for wonderful regions like Alberta, which is completely free of rats. Fun fact if y'all didn't know. And also Saskatchewan, and also Manitoba, with the city of Winnipeg, which I don't really know a lot about. But still, it's a pretty cool place. That's at least the minimum that I've heard about it.
And also, you can't forget Banff.
We cannot forget Banff, because that's where you find unicorn. And
yes, that is true. You find unicorns, and you have to bring your camera there, of course, to film the unicorn.
But Banff is a truly beautiful place. I mean, look at that blue water. Looks like Colgate toothpaste blue.
You gotta love it.
You gotta love those intermodal trains just zipping through the mountains. We always have to have a train somewhere, don't we? But like, it's just a truly magnificent place. Magical and charming, really. And I gotta say, Canada is really cool. I've personally never been to Canada, actually, but I would like to go to Canada one day, because I consider it to be our friendly neighbor of the north, and a really cool place at that. Also, speaking of Banff, we cannot go without mentioning the whole of British Columbia, which is also a very beautiful place in and of itself in basically every way. There's Vancouver, if you haven't seen it before. That's really cool looking. There it is again. There's another building in Vancouver. And let me see if I can get... Someone's revving it up outside. But here is the Rocky Mountaineer, which will actually take you on a special journey through the mountains of this area. They'll also take you through the Rocky Mountains as well, from Denver to Salt Lake, if y'all don't know. Pretty cool little trip. But it costs like $2,000 a ticket, so it's way out of our price point. But a really cool place Canada is. We knew some people from Canada, but they really weren't from Canada, just to put that out there. And they really didn't have like that Canadian spirit going along with them. But
Nah.
Nah, not like not really. It was kind of funny, folks, because they were let's see here, how to describe it. They weren't like they're their family wasn't from Canada, and they also weren't from the United States, and they would talk about how cool the United States is, but at any moment they would completely ditch Canada and the United States for their home country and its interests, although they were literally run out of their home country by terrorists, which honestly at that point, if you flee your country because the country's being run by terrorists, I wouldn't really have that much of an allegiance at that point to that nation, considering that you can't even live there. So a little bit weird with that, but beyond that, Canada is full of amazing people, and it's a really interesting country at that. And so with that, I gotta say, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling, and we wouldn't be able to have just an amazing, absolutely cool neighbor to the north of us. And so, big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Mark Ead. And thank you very much, Mark, for that $50 support. And also, once again, keeping the channel running with that support. And Mark said, Mr. Budanov gonna carve him up? Question mark. LSA from New Zealand. Honestly, Mark, if I was Budanov, I would have personally not wanted to take the position of the chief of staff of the president's office of Ukraine. That position, which is very similar to the chief of staff for the United States president, is a very tedious, a very, honestly, in my opinion, annoying position to have. It carries prestige with it, yes, but it's annoying. And also, I personally think that the intelligence chief position had more prestige to it, in my personal opinion. And also, it seemed to be his expertise. Budanov has ties to intelligence, not just in Ukraine, but allegedly also to the United States as well. So it seemed like that was his wheelhouse, but for whatever reason, he wanted to take the position with Zelensky's office. So kind of weird with that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say you might be carving him up like a Thanksgiving turkey. But I do have to say, Mark, huge shout out to you all the way down there in New Zealand. And I also have to say, I wouldn't want that position either. The chief of staff is a really administrative heavy sort of a position, and I don't know. I just wouldn't want a position like that. I would rather be the director of intelligence, because that's more so. It's an administrative position, but it's more so action-based in the administration that you do. The chief of staff is literally just raw administration of the different departments, cabinets of the government, and so on, and that's something I wouldn't really want to be in the wheelhouse of particularly. But still, a big thanks to you for once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Marion Deemer, who puts us in a 50. And thank you very much, Marion, for that $50 support as well, and being a longtime channel legend. And Marion said, I stand for each and every woman in Ukraine, or in Iran.
And I thank you so much for the support, and I definitely agree. Women are treated as objects inside of Iran. I mean, and when I say that, I don't mean that in like the Western way. I mean that as in they are literally treated like furniture or something along those lines. They basically have no rights. They can hardly do anything. It's absolutely abhorrent for them, you know? It's like, it truly is. And the way that they're treated by the morality police, if they're ever caught outside without a hijab or a burqa on or something along those lines, they quite literally get beaten on the spot, which is just horrendous, you know, and crazily enough, there's people in America who've like drank some Kool-Aid these days, and they're like, no, that's great. It's like, okay, well, you live under that and you see how you like it. It's like you wouldn't. You know, like I also gotta say it's kind of weird, like some people who say that, like they say that, but then they're really big into plastic surgery, which kind of goes completely against that. And it's like, well, how in the world do you get the juxtaposition there? It's like, how in the world does that work for you? But anyways, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. But I definitely have to say, I wouldn't just stand for the women of Iran. I would stand for them all, because everyone, man and woman, faces untold injustices inside of the Islamic Republic's government, and I would like to see that government disappear, not just for the Iranian people, but for the safety and security of the citizens of the United States, and also all those surrounding Middle Eastern countries that always come under the threat of the radical government inside of Iran and the threats of terrorism that they levy throughout the whole region. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And I also got to remind folks here really quickly, no religion or politics are allowed on the channel. I don't know what's going on in the chat right now. I've been seeing it for a minute. But I got to say, folks, that's getting a little bit out of hand, and we try and have a little bit of leniency with maybe letting something pass here and there, but we're about to have to come down on that, because I don't know what's going on with that, but we don't allow that here. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Chef Danny B. And Chef Danny puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, good sir, Chef Danny, for that support once again. And it's good to see you in the chat. He said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And hopefully, with the fall of the Iranian government, the proxies will fall as well, and LLT, LSA."
Yes, they absolutely will. And I thank you so much for the support and pointing that out, because the Iranian government, through the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, is the funding and command apparatus that they have to command Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, let's see, what's the Al Nusra inside of Iraq, among many others. Once the Iranian government collapses, their funding and command abilities with those organizations also collapses as well. So while they still might exist in the future, they're going to largely be unarmed and unsupported by any international force, which will be a very advantageous position for our sake inside of the region. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. And one more thing, folks, before we move on to the next one, I have to say this again. I don't know why in the world this keeps happening. We do not allow advertising for other YouTube channels on our channel. Nobody on YouTube does. If you advertise a channel telling people that it's better, that's great. People can find that out on their own. This is not a free billboard or advertising program. So I'm just putting that out there. So with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat goes to Live Animal, who puts in a $40 support, and thank you very much, Live Animal, as well, for that support. And they said, "Could toppling the IRGC be counted as one of the biggest achievements of the U.S. admin if it backs the protest?" And oh no, I would say not, Live Animal. That would be the equivalent situation as taking credit for the Thailand Cambodia ceasefire that was not brokered by the United States this time. It was brokered by Thailand. The U.S. may have brokered the original one, but it was breached by the two sides. So if the U.S. tries to take credit for the protesters, the revolutionaries overthrowing the Iranian regime, that would be sickening, to be perfectly honest, because the U.S. didn't do it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say it wouldn't really be a crowning achievement of the current administration, because, like Matthew's saying, this revolution is a homegrown revolution. We can support it, but the real credit goes to the revolutionaries. We're just there to kind of help them along the way. And also on top of that, we didn't start this revolution. This is apparently started internally by the Iranian people. So I would say that it really wouldn't be a credit to the administration, and it wouldn't be a credit to anyone, really. It would kind of be like the last administration taking credit for Jelani overthrowing the Assad regime, which they really had no hand in doing. It would be about as far-fetched as that, trying to take credit for it. Now, I will say this, though. If it does end up succeeding, I can 100% promise y'all the President of the United States is going to take personal credit for that achievement, because he takes credit for things like the Thailand-Cambodia ceasefire that just went into effect that the U.S. was not even involved in at all. So he will 100% take credit for it, but that's nothing that the current administration was hardly even involved in getting off the ground. This is something that just spontaneously happened, and it turns out that we actually could stand to benefit from it. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $28 support from Tweety Bakers. And thank you very much, Tweety, for that $28 support. We do appreciate that. They said, "Greetings from Port Hope, Ontario, Canada," or Canada, if y'all will. And I like that, by the way. They said, "The filming location of the new It movies. And I've been a longtime viewer and eagerly awaiting each night's live stream for the news to return, and LLT, LSA."
And let's take a look. Let's see, Port Ontario, where, Matthew? Where was that again?
Port Hope, Ontario, Canada.
Oh my
Canada.
Lord. Let's see. Port Hope in Ontario, Canada. So here it is, right here. This is Port Hope. And for some reason, I didn't really think of Ontario spreading all the way to Lake Ontario, which is named after it, which I don't know why I didn't think of that. But wait a minute. Oh, okay, I was about to say, isn't that Lake Erie? No, that Lake Erie's down here. Whoopsies. But anyways, moving on down into Port Hope. Let's take a little look. Well, let's see here. This is to commemorate Lieutenant Colonel Arthur T.H. Williams, commanding the Midland Battalion.
Arthur.
Arthur?
Arthur. I remember him. Don't you remember him?
That's that armadillo from that cartoon, isn't it?
No. This is Arthur. This is the man that had that sword.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. I remember him. Yeah, look at this house. Wow, that's a nice, the Carlisle
Well, that's
house.
very Quebec. That's very Quebec looking.
Very Quebecois. Really cool looking up here, I have to say. I really do like this place. I'm vibing with it. And no wonder they would film Stranger Things here. Because nothing could be stranger looking than this. I mean, this is strange because it looks so like classic. Like it really looks like a movie set, actually. It's really cool. And that's really neat to hear. I've actually been hearing some stuff about those It movies and Welcome to Derry or something like that, spelled Derry, not Dariry. But still really interesting that they film it up here apparently. And I'd have to say, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I also got to say, we've had a lot of Canadian viewers in here tonight supporting this channel, and we thank you all massively for enjoying this channel and helping it to keep on running. So I hope that does address that incredibly well. And a huge thanks to you so much for helping this channel to keep on running. And I saw someone say, oh, look, there's a train bridge. And now you've done it, folks. Now you've done it. We got to have a little train talk here. Every single railroad in Canada is run by, I believe it's Canadian National or Canadian Pacific, which are both kind of like state-run railroads, although Canadian Pacific was more so privatized. But Canadian National is the Canadian-run railroad. They have a version of Amtrak up there called Via Rail, but Via Rail is actually a lot worse off than Amtrak. They use basically rail cars that are like 1950s and 60s vintage as a standard, and they're trying to currently replace those at the moment in Canada, but most of the stuff is still raw vintage for the large part, which is really interesting. Funnily enough, folks, Canadian Pacific, which was kind of like the privately run railroad in Canada, actually merged with an American railroad called Kansas City Southern, which had a north to south rail running, which is incredibly exceptional. Basically, every other railroad runs their primary main lines east to west in America, as well as in Canada. Kansas City Southern was the only one that ran north to south, basically through the Midwest all the way into Mexico. So they actually merged, and they've created what is actually basically the first north to south transcontinental. Let's see, CPKC. Let's see, that ought to pull it up right here. This is their railroad. This is the area in red is Canadian Pacific. The one in black is Kansas City Southern. So crazily enough, this is the first railroad in America that actually has rail lines in Canada, the U.S., and Mexico all at the same time in the same year. So really crazy with that. But outside of that, it would be Canadian National, which would be the Canadian National Railroad, as the name suggests. But with that, I hope that does address that well. A little train fact. We haven't had one of those in a long time. And a big thanks to you for the support all the way up there from Port Hope in Ontario and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Setai Church, who puts in a 20. And he said, Kamini is dry.
Kamini is dry? Well, I'd say so. Look at him.
He ain't got no water. He's thirsty. Although for him, I would imagine he's not thirsty, but everybody else is thirsty.
Man, I gotta tell y'all, folks, he's dry because he's old and dusty. Have you looked at him lately? He looks like he's in a retirement home. Evans.
How old is that man?
Let's pull it up. Ollie, age. How old is this man? 86 years old. Damn.
Whoa. Now that's crazy right there. Now, baby, better not to blow up my nuclear shit. Or I'm gonna go loco in this bitch. Honestly, that sounds like something an 86-year-old would say for sure.
Man, he was prime age, folks, to be a Speaker of the U.S. House or the President of the United States. So much wasted potential.
He's a perfect age. Good mental faculties, of course.
Very sharp-witted, of good physical health. I mean, a prime specimen right here for a congressional position, or maybe even the executive. I mean, hell, why limit him? You know, I mean, I could tell you, folks, there's a lot of people up there in Congress right now his age who would like to help him inside trade, maybe. You know, and trading on the inside is what really counts. It's not what's on the outside that counts. It's what's on the inside that counts. They take that quite seriously around here. But anyways,
he does look like he needs some moisture though. Like he's looking a little bit dehydrated, a little dry.
He is looking a little dry. I think it's from the old age. That guy right there is running the government of Iran, and he's so old that if you slap him across the face, dust would come flying off of him. It's like, damn. It's like, that's crazy. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one. But a huge thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running.
Yes, indeed. And our next one here goes to Arar983, who puts in a 20 as well. And thank you very much, Arar, for that support and helping to get the channel running. And he said for the Enforcers coffee refueling tankers and support infrastructure and Costco chicken flight paths. Now that's something right there, Aurora. I like that a lot. It sounds like the start of a Yo Mama joke at the very beginning right there. Yo Mama's so fat when she needs coffee, she needs a refueling tanker for that caffeine. So, honestly, I think that's being rather childish of me, brother. But thank you very much, Aurora, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
But Matthew, we're just the two kids who do the voices. Ah! But beyond that,
Oh yeah, I'm a goof.
we're just a goof. We're just two goofy folks, people who happen to run like a top 25 show on YouTube. It is what it like. It is what it is. Like we take it in stride. But beyond that, I have to say a huge thanks to you for the support for the coffee fund, and I got to say that we're greatly appreciative of folks like you enjoying this channel enough to help us to support this channel and help us to be able to have that coffee, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to AK Twiz Turbo, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, AK, for that support. They said, I think that any and all countries should stay out of the Iranian rebellion and let it play out and let the citizens take their country back.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And I thank you for agreeing with us there, because that's what I'm saying. That's what we've been saying tonight. Like everyone out here, you know, they say things, they say things here and there, like, oh, we should have this guy in charge of Iran. I'm like, why? Why are we getting involved in the nitty-gritty like that? We shouldn't be. We shouldn't be. We should just let them do what they want. They'll end up coming our way anyways. They'll have to, because they're overthrowing a government right now that's aligned with Russia and China. So naturally, what they're going to do is that they're going to be heading our way here soon. So why in the world get involved where there could be any animosity or resent on their end because we wanted to get involved in the process of building their own government without them even being involved? We ought to just step back and let them do what they do. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time for us folks to move on into the next one.
And our next one goes to Ride for Life, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Ride for Life, also known as Char G, because I just know who that is. And thank you very much, Char G, for that support. He said, hey, boys, and I did confirm that there are at least 2 In-N-Out Burger restaurants in the Salt Lake City area, one to the south of the center and one to the southeast of the center, and enjoy in LLT, LSA. And yes, there are actually a lot of In-N-Out burgers out here. They're all over the place, surprisingly. So believe it or not, Chargy, but I actually haven't been there very much the entire time I've been out here, which is weird because I was dying to get close to one. And then when I finally got near it, I haven't gotten it except maybe 1 or 2 times the entire time we've been out here. So I will have to get that in honor of Chargy. But thank you very much once again. And Enforcer, what say you?
And we thank you massively for the support, Chargy, and helping this channel to keep on running. And we thank you massively for helping us all out continuously with the In-N-Out Burger Fund. I personally have had about a couple of them myself, but I don't really eat there a whole lot, actually, now that we've gotten out of here. There's such a wide variety of food here, folks, in Salt Lake City. It's just unbelievable. It's really incredible, folks. Like the quality of the food, the variety of the food, and most importantly, folks, the good customer service that exists out here. In Alabama, we didn't have a lot to eat that was really close to us. It basically got down to 2 options, Taco Bell or Whataburger. Whataburger would take an hour. Like, you would order a burger and you literally have to sit in your car for about an hour to get a burger from there, because nobody was really, like, cooking the burgers in there, apparently, so they just, like, took their time. And then if you went to Taco Bell, like, the customer service was usually, like, not good, or it was just bad, and then everywhere else was just completely unacceptable. Like one time, folks, we went to a McDonald's at night on a midnight food run, and we bought a quarter pounder with cheese each, and we went back to the house, and Matthew took a bite, and the burger patty was gushing with, like, blood. It literally was, like, not even cooked. Like, it was just, like, red, like, of course, like, you know, of course, folks, it's like a pre-made frozen patty, but it is raw when it's frozen. So it was just nothing but, like, that reddish juice that came out of it. and he spit it out. He was like, "Oh my god, my burgers aren't good." Then I cut mine open, and mine was undercooked too. I was like, "What the hell's up with this?" Like, it was literally like it was like not even cooked at all. It was just like
I
the
had eaten some of it actually. I actually ate some of it before I realized it was that way, and I was like, "Oh, look at that! it's red."
Yeah, so we had to completely cut out McDonald's even on our menu in Alabama because we couldn't even trust that somehow in almost an entirely automated restaurant, which is McDonald's, the people couldn't even cook the food right. Like I don't even understand.
Although it was just that one time, and also it was really late at night too. So outside of that one little incident right there, it was fine every other time. But it was that one time right there turned me off.
Man, I'll have to say though, it's like one time is bad enough. Like when you go to a place like McDonald's, man, like knowing how it works in there, literally everything is almost automated to the point that you could not mess it up. I don't even know how in the world someone could mess that up. Like that's honestly, that was a failing of that specific franchise that did that. Like that should have never happened, to have a burger literally basically uncooked and seared. Not even rare. It's literally just the outside was kind of like charred a little bit, and then that was it. It's like, how the hell can you mess that up? Like the machine literally cooks it for you and then beeps to let you know that it's done cooking. Like they literally just
Also,
said, hmm?
also someone said, "Well, that's terrible that he got a burger like that. Did he make it?" Well, I'm here. I didn't make it. I am still here. So, yes, plot twist. I'm still here.
Man, bro, they said, "That's terrible. Can we see him? And is it going to be an open casket?" Like, I mean, oh man, but yeah, Matthew did make it. I don't know if he got sick out of there or not. I can't remember.
No,
that.
I didn't get sick off it. I got that iron in me. I don't get sick off stuff like that.
Oh, he built different. But beyond that, we've had such a variety of food out here. It's really a treat, folks. It's unbelievable. Because. Like, I'm not even kidding, folks. I'm not kidding at all. It was literally, those were the two options. It was Taco Bell or Whataburger, and then it was Chick-fil-A, but like, what's so weird about Chick-fil-A, though, is that you only crave Chick-fil-A subconsciously on Sundays. So it was always closed every time we would try and eat Chick-fil-A. Those were our three restaurant options. And there was nothing else, basically, within, like, short reach of us to be able to go and eat. So it like, Birmingham, like, I gotta be honest, like, thinking back about it, I don't think it would have been bad if we hadn't lived on 280 in Birmingham, but because we lived on 280 in Birmingham, it was like hell on earth, basically, to live there. It was just really tough. And then the traffic was bad, and you would basically almost get killed every time you went driving, because no one knows how to drive when they're driving on 280. Like, they make Utah drivers, which apparently have a reputation for not being the best drivers, they make them look great. Like, they make them look like they followed the traffic laws to a T out here compared to what 280 was. So, with that, I hope that does address that well, Shargy. And I thank you so much for the In-N-Out Burger Fun, because there's such a variety here. It's hard to even get around to having the deliciousness, the tastefulness of the In-N-Out Burger. Also, by the way, folks, I just saw this pop up. I actually clicked on this a while ago because we actually went to this mall the day after Christmas. But I have to show you all this. This is crazy. Man, you know the mall I'm about to show them. Like, you know the one, right? The one that was like the airport terminal.
I know them all.
This is the Fashion Place Mall. And I gotta be honest with y'all, folks, I don't know why people always like rant and rave about like Chinese malls and stuff, because this is literally better than a Chinese mall. It was unreal. They had like the massage chairs in there, like, the free ones that anyone could use.
The massage chairs.
Yeah, remember there was like the massage chairs that they had, where you could sit down and get like a massage in the chair, like from the chair.
It sounded like you said massage chairs the first time. I was like, what? I was like, massage chairs? What are you talking about?
bro, you sit down in those chairs and a little speaker turns on next to your ear and goes, "Down with Hamas," like over and over. Like, oh man, but it's such a crazy mall, folks. Like, we wandered through it. It was as busy as an airport terminal when we went through there. I'm trying to see if I can get you all another better picture of the inside. But it was a really crazy mall. It was insane, and it had like all the big name stores and stuff. We didn't get anything at all when we went through here. It was so busy. We walked in and we literally turned around and walked right back out after like 5 or 10 minutes, but it was unbelievably nice in there. And I was like, wow. I was like, this is so cool. And there's so many malls like that around here. It's unreal. Like, they are very big into mall culture in Salt Lake City. I can only think of one mall that we had in Birmingham, and it was the River Chase Galleria. The other one shut down while we were there, actually. Like, I think it shuttered up in like during the whole thing from Wuhan and all. It was this one actually. This one completely closed right here. So you can't even like. Let me show you what it looks like. And there was like a ghost town. I wonder if it's recent. Yeah, this is recent enough. The whole place was shut down. The Brookwood Village. Like nothing was here. It was a completely abandoned mall. The only other one that we had was the River Chase Galleria, which is down here. And this place had gone down a good bit because it was like there was like basically no stores in here. Like it was like watch repair shops and stuff like that that were in here at this point. And it also got a really bad reputation, at least when we were there, because sometimes some of the young bloods would kind of roll up in here and they get down the business inside the mall. And there was a whole incident that happened one time that made basically like national news, and it wasn't good to say the least. It was a cool mall though when we were kids. Like it was sick. It was like the ones out here in Salt Lake. But by the time we were leaving, this place was kind of like a dead shell that was kind of in, you know, the throes of death. You know, kind of like in the rigor mortis of a sort. But let's see. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
Oh, you can hear that?
Yeah, I can hear hear like that dog wheezing from that cartoon where that dog goes like, you know, kind of like laughing. I was like, yo, what are you laughing?
Oh no, it's just the way you said the young blood.
Man, what is so funny about that?
Oh no, just the way you said that. It was just like hilarious. He rolled that all so easy too. You're just like, yeah, the young bloods used to roll up. It's like, what? I don't know. That took me out.
Well, it's good to know. It's good to know that I got a good little comedy routine, man, for just like normal storytelling. I was hoping that it'd be kind of funny to folks, and I'm glad that I hit the mark with you. At least I got like a live audience right now. That's a good thing. And also, folks, they have this crazy mall out here that we also went to called I believe it's called the Farmington Mall. It's this one right here. And it has a train station connected to it, which is so convenient because you can literally ride the train up here if you want to, and you don't even have to like drive up the interstate and then try and find a parking space and all that. You can literally just get dropped off by the train. And it's so cool, folks, because the whole thing looks like a really high-end like area of Paris almost, or at least it was kind of styled like that. And it's just so cool. Like, it really is a cool spot. And all the malls are like this. Like, they're really high-end out here. And it makes you go, wow, that's so cool. I mean, Matthew, wouldn't you agree? I mean, this was one hell of a mall right here.
I love the malls personally, but me personally, I'm not a shopper because I don't like to spend money. I like to put it in the bank. So I usually like to go out to like nature, and I like to go touch the grass, touch the rocks, and things like that. My whole thing is getting out and just being outside basically, because there wasn't too many like really places to go outside where we previously lived in Alabama. Even though most people are like, you know, they have this idea in their head that Alabama is like backwoods. We weren't in the backwoods part of Alabama. We were in a city. So there wasn't much bike infrastructure. You really couldn't bike around the place. You also couldn't walk either. You'd get hit by a car. I mean, there wasn't any sidewalks. So out here they have sidewalks everywhere. So I can just go all over the place. I've been putting some mileage on my bike, I tell you.
Also, this is like the only park that we had in the area. Was this one? It's called Veterans Park. It's near to Spain Park High School, which is in Birmingham. And I got to be honest with y'all, I just didn't really vibe with it because, like, as far as scenery, there was none. It was just, you know, an open field with a concrete trail through it. That was the only park we had. The only other
Yeah, I
one.
never went to this park right here because there's always a bunch of high schoolers at it and stuff like that, running around screaming and yelling and stuff. I didn't like all that.
And also, folks, they were kind of like the ones that would whip out the cameras and like try and like make a TikTok reel with you in it without your consent, like kind of like deal, like where they'd sit there and basically put you in on like a prank where they sock you in the back of the head and see how you react as like a social experiment, quote unquote. Like that's like. Like, I gotta be honest with y'all, seeing, like, any teenagers these days that are, like, whipping out phones and making TikToks, that puts me in a realm of suspicion, and I avoid them, because you don't know what they're going to do. Like, they could try, it's just, like, you can literally go on the internet, folks, and see what, like, teenagers with phones do to people who are just unsuspecting passerbys, and it's like, I don't want to be around that. Like, it's not like they're gonna beat you up or anything like that, it's just that they could, do, like, some stupid prank on you, and then you're in the middle of it and you're being filmed. You know, it's like, I don't want to be involved in that.
Yeah, speaking of that, I was hitting the trails the other day. Can't get into where based on OPSEC reasons, but I was hitting the trails, and this group of teenagers was nearby, and they were like, do a wheelie. I was like, what the hell? What the hell do you think I am, Evil Knievel? It's like, this is a bike. This isn't a motorcycle. It's like a wheelie on a bicycle. I'm like, here, you go do a wheelie on a bicycle. You must got some strength or something to do that, because I can't do that on a bicycle. Maybe a motorcycle, but I'm like, not a bike. It's just, those teenagers. They're always up to something.
Oh, those teens. And then this is the state park. This was actually not that bad of a place. It's just that they charged like $5 for admission every time you wanted to get in. And that was a real detractor of actually going here. It was really cool looking though. But spending $5 to get into somewhere, kind of a bit of an issue that I have. Kind of like I have an issue out here, honestly, folks. I kind of have a bone to pick with the Forestry Service charging money for you to go walk up the Donut Falls Trail to the Donut Falls. I kind of also have a bone to pick with that as well, because it's like kind of like a publicly maintained area, part of the U.S. Forestry Service. Why does this cost money? Shouldn't it be free? Like tax dollars already pays for this. Why am I paying more for it? But yeah, one day we will go up this trail though, and we will go see the donut fall, because it's a donut, like that one. That's the donut.
Yes. I want to see this right here. Honestly, I would go up there right now. Honestly, I would, but I don't want to go, I don't know how deep this is into the place. And they always say don't go by yourself hiking in places. Honestly, me, my initial thing is I'm like, hell, I can just go by myself in here. And honestly, I might. I just have I want to go here and see this so bad. But at the same time, though, now that I've sat down in the air, I definitely want to bring someone with me, because I don't want to get into trouble out there in the middle of the forest or something. So I want to see this little donut falls right here. I've been dying to get up here.
Oh, look, a chipmunk.
I thought it was a rat for a minute.
It's a rat, man. Man, that's a cute rat, though. If it is a rat, I like that rat. I respect that rat.
Also, by the way, everybody can do a wheelie on a bicycle except for me. Apparently, there's a lot of people saying you can just wheelie a bicycle. I would like to see y'all do that, or someone do that, because I've never really seen someone wheelie a bicycle before. It's kind of interesting right there. You have to have a lot of strength in your thighs to be able to do that. I would imagine that takes a lot of effort to get that front wheel off the ground.
I'm not gonna lie, folks, straight up, I think if I tried to do a wheelie, I would just go all the way backwards and end up falling on my back with a whole bike coming down on me, too.
Oh, you use the back brake, like on a motorcycle, when you wheelie a motorcycle. Not that I'm familiar with that or anything, but if you wheelie a motorcycle, you tap the rear brake to keep the bike from going all the way back. You use the throttle, obviously, to keep the wheelie up in the air, but you use the rear brake to kind of hold it in place. That way you don't flip it backwards. Same thing on a bicycle, I'd imagine, but I don't know how you get the strength to, pop that front wheel up on a bike because you don't have a motor.
That's a good theory right there. Very interesting theory. Hey, Matthew, I just realized why in the world the chipmunks are called chipmunks.
Because they why?
Well, they gather up chips of acorns and stuff, and then in their off time, man, they start singing those Gregorian chants. So you just hear up there in the woods, it's like, oh, that's a chipmunk. It's like, that's the chipmunk call right there. Look at that. What? Damn what? Well, you don't like Gregorian chants?
No, I was just saying, damn.
Oh, well.
You took that personal.
Man, I was like, what, you offended by Gregorian chants? I was like, what's up with this? I was like, what is this? I didn't raise my son to be like this. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into some more questions. And so, what do we got, Matthew?
Our next super chat here goes to Shooter Highlander, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Highlander, for that support. They said, an Arab lead control of the airspace of Iran would put a stop to the reinforcements to help the IRGC. And thoughts?
I would say that's still getting a little bit too direct. And also on top of that, we don't want to stop anyone when they're making a mistake. The Iranian government getting direct support from Russia and Belarus is already making Russia and Belarus an enemy of the revolution, and that means that new government, when they overthrow the Iranian one, is going to look at Russia and Belarus hostilely. So I would say that we don't really want to stop them in the midst of doing that. That actually gives the Iranian revolution a reason to hate them, and a reason to become an enemy in the future. So with that, I hope that does address that well. A big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Truckin' Chef. And Truckin' Chef put in that 20, and we do appreciate that. He said, hello there. It's so nice to catch the stream again, but check this out. In British Columbia, Canada, I drove by there one day inside the truck, and it was crazy. Looking, it looks like a relic at Three Valley Lake Chateau, south of Revelstoke.
Three Valley Lake Chateau. What is this? Wait, what is this place? They have like a picture of a pool in the back room.
The back room pool.
Let's see. I think this is.
Oh wow, it's the back rooms. And also, what were they saying? They said it looks like a relic. Honestly, Truck and Chef, this is kind of haunting looking.
To see, man, bro, like this might be like a what is it? A monastery or something like that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this place, for some reason it really is kind of giving me the creeps. It's kind of giving me like that The Shining vibes almost. You know, Matthew, you know what I'm talking about, like the movie The Shining and everything, like the little ski resort that they stayed in over the winter. It feels like that, really. This doesn't really help out the case at all. This is like
somewhere they would have like Scooby-Doo and the gang pull up to and like bust a mystery or something in here. This is rough.
Man, I'm finna bust a mystery. Man, I'm like,
man, but yo, pause.
Yo, like why in the world is it in the middle of the lake? Oh, wait a minute, it's just like, is it submerged or something? Like, what's going on?
That wouldn't be Lake Camp Crystal, would it?
Let's see. Well, let me do Jason from the first movie. Like, and then he gets like the sack on. Wait, do you ever see him in the first movie?
No, I didn't see that part.
Let's see. Jason Voorhees' first movie appearance. Let me go. Oh my god, I gotta find him, dude. They had like with his whole voice and everything, but let me see here. Yeah, this is it.
It's not a video, is it?
No, it's just a picture. That was him in the first movie, like when he popped up for the very little moment in the first movie. And like they had like this weird thing they did. He was like, or something like that. It was like the weirdest thing, and he dragged some person out of a boat. Like, but beyond that,
bless him.
Blessed be him, man. He's scary. But beyond that, a very interesting place, kind of scary looking in my opinion. I'd have to kind of agree with Matthew on that. But let's drop down in the midst of that. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's really beautiful around here, but the building just, I don't know. It feels weird to me, you know? Yeah, I just don't know. Restaurant. Closed.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely a Scooby-Doo scene right here. Like, with something as generic as just restaurant on the wall, that's sketchy. Like, the Three Valley Lake creature. What did it say?
Who the hell's this guy?
Chateau. Oh, Chateau. What's he doing?
I don't know. He's got a 6-shooter on him, though.
Huh. He's doing something.
Oh, look. Three Valley, something. Ghost Town. Wow.
I think the whole thing can qualify. He said buy tickets at the gate. It's like, no tickets required. Just walk in the door.
That thing looks like it's a part of the ghost town.
Jeez. Why were you staying at this Truck and Shelf? Like, let's see. What was he saying?
Driving by.
I drove by there one day in the truck, and it was crazy. It looked like a relic. Okay, so he didn't stay in there. I wouldn't stay in there.
Man, let's go look at the nearby town of Revelstoke. What does this look like? Oh, this doesn't look bad at all. Like, this looks quite normal. But that building, though, is quite a relic indeed. I'd agree. I mean, like, I wouldn't stay there. I'd be scared to be there. But still, a huge thanks to you for the support and sharing that with us. And one hell of a look right there. Actually, a very interesting site, and we thank you for sharing that with us. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to W Subsea, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. We do appreciate it. He said, my kid is now working as an EMT and doing something useful. And she has to wear leather boots. And I figured I would ask my Alabama brothers, what product do we use to waterproof those leather boots? I think don't you use that spray? Like there's like some like waterproofing spray that you like put all over the boots or something like that. I don't know if it's called Gore-Tex. I think that might be something that's already put on a product when they sell it. But there's like some waterproofing spray. Maybe it's like 3M or something that you spray on there to like make it waterproof.
I thought it was beeswax, because I remember using beeswax to waterproof some leather boots before, and then you'd have to heat it so that way it would kind of melt onto the surface of the leather, and then kind of rub it in a little bit, and then let it dry. And it kind of like stains the leather at the same time, depending on what type you have, but it works pretty well from what I remember. You have to reapply that, though, every once in a while. But I don't know if I'm right on that, but that's at least how I waterproofed my boots when I had them before. And some people are saying mink oil. I didn't use mink oil. Man, they're using that mink oil, man. Did somebody say oil? Like, we gotta invade
Did
mink
somebody
land.
say mink? We can make a coat with that.
Man, but from what I remember, it was beeswax for me. But it sounds like there's actually multiple different ways to waterproof a leather boot. But still, someone said leather balm. I don't know, folks. I just remember using beeswax, and it worked quite well. I mean, my boots were waterproof. There, Little Bear said dubbin. Yeah, that's what it was. But I remember it was like mostly a beeswax thing. It was dubbin, but it was like beeswax. So I hope that does address that the best I can. That's at least what I used. But apparently you can use mink oil or Gore-Tex and a whole bunch of other kinds of cool things to waterproof your boots. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. So big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 14 from Tweety Bakers once again, and they said, "Should we be worried?" Now that's a tongue twister there. I think there's a typo. They said, "Should we be worried about the Iranian rebels taking hold of any weapons of mass destruction, or is this perhaps a step in the direction of joining the West?"
Oh, this is definitely a step in the direction of joining the West, from what we can tell. And honestly, we ought to be more encouraging of them to overthrow the Iranian government, because I'm very sure that any sort of a democratic government clearly wouldn't want to develop or produce weapons of mass destruction, as most, if none of them, have ever tried to outside of the big three here in the West, the US, Britain, and France. But we did that, the three of us did, because we allowed ourselves to do it, and everyone else went along with it. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to none other than Dachi Bear, who put in a 10, and they made a suggestion here, right here. Now, sadly, Dachi Bear, I don't know why, but people have been spamming us with this guy's channel. I don't think the guy knows that people are doing it. Hopefully not, because it's kind of obnoxious. But there's a particular fellow out there that covers the Iranian situation, which he's a pretty large channel. But for some reason, people keep spamming us with that guy right there, which is kind of obnoxious. But thank you for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
Thank you for the support, and that is actually the one that people keep bringing up. And some people are like, no, he's actually really good, but at the same time, I don't think people know. It's just like exorbitantly rude to go to someone's channel and be like, hey, this coverage is like mid, go watch this other guy, he's way better. It's like, why would people even come here? Like, I know you're not saying that in your super chat, but that's what a lot of people have been saying in the chat tonight about that specific channel. And you know, it's getting annoying, because like everyone who's coming in doing that has like the same line. It's literally like the same like sentence that they write. Every single one of them are like, this channel is okay, but it's not that great, go to this guy, he's way better. And it's like we're not telling people to go around on our channel and be like, hey, this guy isn't that good, go watch the Enforcer, they're way better. It's like, that's just extremely rude, like, for anyone to do. It's like, if we like the guy and we think that his content's good, we'll plug him on air, because we've done that for many channels in the past, where we like him and we say something good about him and we're like, hey, this is a great channel, you know, go check him out. But for like people to hop in and do that, it gets really annoying. It's like, why are people, like, if people think that guy is good, why are they here watching our show? And the only thing that we can come up with is so that way they can just literally advertise, which is quite rude. You know, it's like, why would you be here if you're not enjoying the show and you're just advertising for someone else? But I do thank you for the support and recommending it, and we will look into the guy. But for everyone else who's just literally been in here like trying to like degrade our show and advertise that one, that's gotten quite annoying over today and yesterday. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, it's interesting, folks, but we actually jump from topic to topic. Like, there's certain people out there that specialize in certain topics in geopolitics. Like, they'll specialize in Iran, they'll specialize just in Ukraine. We started off covering just Ukraine, but we've expanded to cover pretty much every major geopolitical area of the world since then. So we kind of jump around a bit. So it seems like every time we jump into a new category, like, for example, now we're covering Iran very heavily, there's already people that have a niche in that category, and it seems like there's always some passive aggression or something going on when we jump into categories like that. I feel like we're encroaching on someone else's territory. It feels like people start getting territorial. So I don't know if it's the case with that guy, because we don't know the guy personally. We haven't spoken to him, but it looks like he has pretty decent coverage. But at the same time, though, people coming in here and bashing us and saying, "Oh, well, this guy." It's like, well, we don't care really about what that guy's doing. I'm sure he doesn't care about what we're doing either. So it's just live and let live, kind of like we're saying about the Iranians. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to My Hands Are on Fire, who puts in a 10. And they said, "Thank you guys again for all the hard work."
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and enjoying our hard work. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Robert Krogan, who said, "Good evening, Enforcers and LSA."
And good evening to you, and of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Paul Gill. And Paul said, "Thank you, Enforcers, and may God protect America and Ukraine."
And I'd hope so. And a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And also, we have a 10 from Ali Kameni.
Oh?
He's in the chat. Look at that. He said, this is what he said, by the way, not me. He said, "Long live Kameni." Now, you'll have to take that up with your people, I'm afraid. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be honest with you. It doesn't look like he's going to be living that much longer, whether the rebels get him or not. I mean, he's 86. Not a lot of people get up there in age and stick around for a long time after that, But a big thanks to you for the support. But I have to generally disagree with your sentiment. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 10 from Robert Krogan, and Robert said, "I just wanted to support. Maybe someone in the chat has something to say, so take one from the chat."
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping to support this channel. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And hold on just a second here before I grab that. Let me do some checking on something here. Someone said something very... Breaking news. There are massive explosions happening right now in Venezuela, in Caracas. That is confirmed right now. Let me try to get some information on this. It looks like Venezuela might be under attack as we speak right now. This is happening literally 2 minutes ago. We're hearing reports of explosions in Caracas, the capital city, and we don't have much information, but Caracas is exploding. It sounds like residents near Fort Tiuna in the southern suburbs of Caracas are reporting major explosions right now. This is literally breaking while we're live right this second. I'm trying to get information as fast as I can. It's literally by the minute right now. So, Enforcer, can you show us where that location is? Fort Tiuna in the southern suburbs of Caracas.
Fort Tiuna is right here south of central Caracas. It appears to be some sort of a Venezuelan military installation from what we can tell, and a fairly significant one at that. Right now, folks, we're trying to get some video and picture evidence of this incident, but it actually appears that at this very moment right now, we are hearing of the bombing of Venezuela, specifically of Caracas, apparently. We're not entirely sure if that's being conducted by the United States of America, but it does appear that strikes are currently ongoing and explosions are being heard around the area of the military facility.
Hold up. We have video. I just reposted it. Smoke is rising over Caracas right now. It looks like these are likely strikes. Let's take a look. Oh, those are strikes.
Those are confirmed strikes. We are actually going to be changing the title here on air, folks, and I actually have to declare at this moment we are actually going to be remaining on air for an emergency stream, as it appears that we're actually watching current U.S. airstrikes by the United States Armed Forces against the Venezuelan military south of the capital of Caracas. So give me a moment, folks, to be able to change the title to, let's see, U.S. Bombs Venezuela, and we will be running that news from this point onward. So it appears that we're going to be ending
that's insane.
That is actually insane. U.S. bombs Venezuelan.
I can't believe we were on the air live when this started happening. I was not expecting it to happen tonight. So on January the 2nd, they decided to start hitting Venezuela literally tonight. So let me do this real quick while you're changing that title. I'm trying to get some more information here because I just found that clip that Phytux was posting. Right, it's literally, folks, this is literally happening right this second. Like, I'm trying to hit all my sources right now to get some footage from this. I'm trying to go check Telegram while I'm speaking right now because Twitter has not caught up to it. That's how fresh it is. So we're hearing. Let's see that map again, Enforcer. Can we see that area? Like, can you show us that on the map again about where this is happening?
Give me just a second to change around our title so we would put U.S. bombs Venezuelan capital first in the title at the moment, because that's actually the breaking news that's coming out at this moment. But the area of the fort that was specifically hit, which is Fort Tiuna, is actually south of the downtown area of the city of Caracas.
Interesting. Also, by the way, people are pointing out this is happening after markets have closed on a Friday night. So, we had said that before. Obviously, our last predictions were incorrect, so we can't take credit for it. But it ended up happening after the markets closed on a weekend. So it did take place with that in mind, and they probably did it with the market in mind as well. So that is fascinating. So that area right there, is it generally industrial? What is this area? Do you know?
Fort Tiuna is a military base of the Republic of Venezuela's armed forces, or the Bolivar Armed Forces of Venezuela.
Okay, that's interesting right there. So it looks like, based on that, I'm trying to get a geolocation of that video right there. I'm looking at the screenshots of it. It looks like it was over there in the less populated area, maybe in the green areas on that map right there, possibly.
It actually does appear that it was up somewhere around the hills, but there's actually some significant buildings, including the Central Command headquarters of the Venezuelan Armed Forces, that are within these valleys in the hills. And it appears that at the moment, we can confirm that at this moment, it appears that the Comandancia General del Ejército has actually been directly hit, from what I could generally understand from the footage we just saw a moment ago. That would appear to be let me see here. That would actually appear to be the General Command of the Ministry of Popular Power for Defense, or possibly, let me see here. I wouldn't be able to tell y'all what else that might be the building of. Let me try and see if I can get a translation for this on air from Spanish to English, and I'll tell you.
Well, while you do that, also we have some more breaking news right now about these strikes. We have footage coming out showing 6 columns of smoke. There appears to be 6 different impact points around that location right here on the map that we're looking at. So it appears to be 6 different munitions were dropped, at least, maybe even more than that. We've also gotten a video of the air raid sirens going off, and the aircraft can be heard in the video. So maybe we can get an idea of exactly what aircraft struck Caracas in our video from OSINT Defender. We actually have 2 different angles, one from Current Report and one from OSINT Defender as well, that we can take a look at on video.
It appears, folks, that the General Command of the Army, which is the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense, may have taken a direct hit and may have been disabled as a result of the ongoing airstrike at this moment. Let me see if I can get you all some additional video and picture evidence here really quickly that Matthew is graciously publishing for us at this moment. And let's take a look at all of the clips that we're getting at this moment. We can see the 6 plumes of smoke. All of them appear to be around the Fort Tiuna area, but some of them actually appear to be on the hillsides and mountaintops outside of the facility, in its periphery. I'm going to try and see if we can geolocate those exact areas of impact here in a minute. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do that right now on air, but we will take a look at the video and picture evidence that we have.
Yeah. Grab that video right there of the air raid sirens going off, and then show them the second one from it looks like a high-rise building, that one from Current Report. Interesting. You can barely hear, you can hear the roar of a jet in the background of this video right here, but you really couldn't make out what type of jet it really was. I think I saw a light up there in the sky at one point. Maybe it was a jet possibly, but you really can't tell much from that. You just heard the sirens pretty much.
It also may have not been directly conducted by an aircraft. That may be a Venezuelan aircraft over the capital, because U.S. airstrikes are usually conducted with standoff weaponry at this point in an engagement, which means that U.S. aircraft that would have launched a strike would have been far off of the coast, most likely firing missiles from hundreds of miles away into the city. It may have also been not conducted by an airstrike. It may be a naval strike using Tomahawks that were fired by ship inside of the current blockade. But here's another clip that we have coming out of the capital at this moment of Venezuela. Damn. And we can see one of the flashes of the explosions in the distance right there. Oh, and very bad time, folks. My headset just died. Give me just a second, folks. I'm trying to charge it.
Oh, wow.
Vamos bien, Michi. Vamos bien.
That was a big hit.
Oh, that definitely was. 1 second, folks. I'm trying to make sure I can set up my headset. It, for some reason, just died out of the blue for no reason. But that's the end of the clip right there.
Also, by the way, while the enforcer, while he's fixing his headset, we're currently seeing right now, there's reports coming out that there's apparently a major loss of electricity in parts of Caracas. So possibly electrical infrastructure was also hit during this attack because we're hearing of a large blackout in major parts of the cities right now. So they could have hit the electrical infrastructure as well as that fort that was apparently nearby as well. But here's my thing. We were told that when strikes were going to occur, it was likely going to occur on narco-terror sites. These don't appear to be narco-terror sites unless maybe we're not privy to information that maybe there were some here. It appears to be right in the middle of that area that we just looked at on the map, which I'm not really sure if that would be narco-terror sites on that one little contained spot right there within like blocks of each other.
Yeah, I would have to say I would believe that that's highly unlikely at the moment because from what we can tell, based off of the area that was hit, it appears that the direct command, to read off the direct English to Spanish translation, the General Command Army Building Headquarters has been hit within Fort Tiuna. That can generally be confirmed at the moment. Fort Tiuna is incredibly important and practically serves as the Venezuelan version of the Pentagon, with a large amount of some of the key administrative facilities of the military being housed at this base. To reach all off a couple of the important facilities, we know that the headquarters of the Ministry of the Popular Power for Defense, the EFO-FAC, the General Command of the Army, the El Libertador Shooting Range, the Army Food Center, the Caracas Military Center, the Paseo Los Praceros, the Bolivar Battalion, the La Veneta Residence, which is the official residence of the Vice President in Venezuela, and some units of the Venezuelan Military Academy are all based within this area of the La Tiuna military facility. So that means that right now this airstrike has hit, at least from what we could tell, 3 of the buildings within the fort, and also 3 additional areas outside of there, near to the peaks and mountaintops surrounding this area. It looks like, actually, Matthew, on one of the peaks of the mountains that was hit, there was actually an electrical substation directly at the peak, which aligns with the blackout that we're now hearing of at this point.
Yeah, well, I have the actual location of the exact spot where it hit. We're being told apparently 3 explosions happening at the Generalissimo Francisco de Miranda Air Base in Caracas. Residents are reporting 3 of those explosions there. So where is that, by the way? Can we see that on the map?
And what was the name of that again?
Generalissimo Francisco de Miranda Air Base.
Let's see here. Let me see if I can find that air base here really quickly. I don't think I'd be able to type that in. That'd probably be too hard to spell. Let me go pull up a list of Venezuelan air bases. Let me see if I can find it. Venezuelan air bases. Let's see here. Sorry, folks. We're having to do all this quickly on air and get this all put together, so it's not really pre-prepared. Let's see. It was the... Let's see. The name of the air base was... I'm trying to see if I can find a list of them here, folks.
Also, while you're finding that, I am looking, by the way, folks, because I see a lot of people asking about Flight Radar 24 and what's happening with the airspace over Venezuela. The airspace is completely empty. So there's obviously the U.S. Air Force is not going to turn on their transponders for this. They're not going to obviously advertise where they're at. So we don't see any commercial traffic anywhere over the airspace of Venezuela. And we would assume that if there are U.S. Air Force aircraft in the skies, they have their transponders off. So that's the situation with the airspace.
So we can confirm, Matthew, actually, we're looking at the airbase right here on the map at the moment. This is the La Carlota airbase within central Caracas, which is actually in a heavily populated area with civilian infrastructure literally right outside of the airbase perimeter and almost on the runway. So it appears that strikes are happening almost basically within the urban center of Caracas at the moment on the airbase.
Interesting. That is this. So this apparently is strikes. I would imagine it's not Venezuela doing it to themselves. I would imagine it would be the United States because they've been threatening to do it for a while. So, I mean, this is wild. It's literally 11:20 Mountain Time right now, 12:20 Central in U.S. time. So that's crazy. They decided to hit it tonight. I wonder what was the rationale behind hitting it tonight. If you could take a guess.
Probably a lot like we were saying in the past. The stock market is closed for the weekend, and Friday gives them the longest amount of time to conduct strikes in action before the stock market reopens. And also importantly, another thing is that they have been trying to deliberate on these strikes for a while, and considering that the blockade may have just been challenged and proven ineffective by the Russian Federation, they basically might have been forced from that alone to react now. Otherwise, they were going to completely lose their hand in the situation and basically show that the United States has no teeth. So because of the Russians launching their diplomatic protest, they may have actually gotten the Venezuelans bombed preemptively, so that way the U.S. didn't lose face in the fact that the blockade may have just crumbled at the moment, because the U.S. isn't willing to stop the Bella 1 tanker, which is still being pursued within the Atlantic at the moment. So that might be a plausible reason for this.
That could be as well. Also, by the way, I am currently getting reports that Chinook helicopters have been spotted over Caracas. Enforcer, take a look. I have a picture allegedly showing Chinooks over there. I'll be honest, this picture is sort of vague, so I'm taking this one with a grain of salt, but it appears to be the silhouettes of 3 Chinooks from what we're seeing. But take this one with a grain of salt. It's claimed to be over Caracas.
And really quickly, I want to make sure that we check to see what kind of helicopters they have. And if this is an authentic picture, the Venezuelan armed forces do not have any CH-47 Chinooks under their command. So those would most likely be some form of U.S. Chinooks if this picture is in fact authentic. And to be entirely honest with y'all folks, we don't know if this picture is authentic or not. So we'll be holding off on this one. I mean, the picture is quite grainy. It does line up, though, with the time of day it is inside of Caracas at the moment, which it is to pitch black at night. So that has that's going for the picture being authentic. But outside of that, these helicopters would have made it pretty far in, especially if we were to guess that this was somewhere near to the mountain range, near to this town right here, which the picture may have been taken at. These helicopters would have had to have flown about actually that's not that far, about 5 miles inland at the point that that picture had been taken, and at the farthest, if they're starting to get incredibly close to the city, it would have been about 6 miles from the coast to make it to the capital. They also would have had to have flown, mind you all, through about 20 miles of territorial waters, meaning that their total flight line or flight time through Venezuelan airspace would have been approximately 26 to 27 miles at this point by the time that this picture had been taken. Not an incredibly long distance, but still, if Venezuelan air defenses are on high alert and even shorter range radars are operational without air defense suppression happening at this point, that was an incredibly risky flight if this picture is authentic.
Indeed. Also, by the way, I'm trying to validate the picture here of the Chinooks. I'm trying to see if there's a source video showing those flying through the sky. I see some people saying that there is, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't been able to find that yet. I'm currently looking across Twitter, Telegram, etc. I don't see that video yet. So we're going to have to hold off on saying that this is 100% valid until we have that video, because it looks like this most likely would have been taken, maybe a screenshot from a source video. It looks like it to me. It looks like a screenshot. So we'll have to see there. But also, Enforcer, I have another location that was apparently attacked in these strikes. We heard that the Fort Tiuna was apparently attacked, and also the La Carlota Air Base. Is that the same one we were looking at earlier?
Yeah, those were actually both facilities that we've already covered prior.
The La Carlota as well, if I can say it properly.
Yeah, that's the one that was in the urban area that I was saying there was a lot of residential areas practically up to the perimeter of the airbase. That's the same one.
Okay, so yeah, that's apparently what we know right now then. I'm currently, okay, that's the same angle we've gotten before. Did we show that one from Current Report, by the way, the second angle that we had on the Twitter page?
Let's see here. Was that the one that was higher up on the mountain, or which one was it? I think you can see my screen right now.
Yeah, it is. It's that one, but hold off on that for a second, though. I just got the video of the Chinook. I just reposted it, refreshed the page, and then show people that. We can do an analysis live on the air of the Chinook.
All right, folks, so let's take a look at this. We can actually see at the very beginning of the video, smoke rising from the impact sites of the strikes that have been conducted just minutes prior, so let's take a look at the clip.
Se escuchan helicópteros, son las 1:58 de la mañana. Están atacando el Fuerte Tiuna.
We can hear them. Oh, wait, hold up. Something important here, Matthew. Something incredibly important. That is a CH-47 Chinook of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the U.S. Army, because it actually has the extended refueling probe at the nose. So that is, in fact, a U.S. Army helicopter that was caught on film.
Oh, my God. So that means one of two things here. They're either sending in special forces to do specific raids near some of these strikes, or they're going in on the ground.
I would be entirely honest with you. This is so bold and brazen of a maneuver to do with a apparently some sort of an airlifted special operations unit. This is most likely going to be followed along by the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit from the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, which last reported position was in the Eastern Caribbean, and they also have the support of the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, along with all the other attached elements inside of U.S. Second Fleet at the moment. So it is highly likely that this is actually going to be a full-blown military operation against the Venezuelan government. But we are not going to go into much more detail on that, folks, because these videos are making it online. So the Venezuelans already know this stuff. Just to make it clear, folks, operational security is already blown, considering that someone filmed a video of this helicopter flying over. Us covering it on air isn't really doing much to further secure operational security. So the Venezuelan government probably already knows that the 160th SOAR is already bringing in some form of special operation units directly into the capital. And they already generally understand that things are going to be getting quite bad for them from this point forward. So I would assume that at this point, military operations are probably going to be happening at a much larger scale beyond this point. But I also want to make it clear, folks, that while we try and provide the best analysis on air, this is currently involving U.S. forces, and we are not going to get into any further speculation on air that might actually give the Venezuelan government any ideas. So we're going to be holding off on any in-depth analysis on future U.S. force actions, and we're only going to be reporting on information that we can see that has either been published online on the internet and is already available to the public, or anything else that is generally already seen by a large amount of people. So we can confirm that the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the U.S. Army is active over Caracas at this moment, along with some form of airstrikes conducted by the U.S. Navy Air Arm, the U.S. Navy, or the U.S. Air Force. But beyond that, we won't be able to confirm anything farther than that at the moment. So we'll be waiting for more information.
Also, by the way, you might want to change the title just a bit to hit the algorithm because I'm not sure if it's doing it right now. Maybe add explosions seen or explosions spotted or something behind it as well, just to make sure that the title is hitting the algorithm, because I think it's still putting us in the Iran category with that title right there. But also, let's see here. I was trying to check one more thing here.
I'll be entirely honest with you, Matthew. I think the best idea would actually be to round out the stream and start a new one as a breaking news segment on this developing situation, because I don't really think, no matter what we do with the title, this is really going to be hitting as a breaking news topic.
Oh, also, by the way, folks, we are currently seeing that, let's see here. So we're getting reports right now of explosions on Isla Margarita, Venezuela's largest island in the Southern Caribbean. There are apparently explosions happening on Isla Margarita right now that we're hearing about in connection with the Caracas strikes. So apparently, I think this might be it that you're looking at right here. There's explosions being heard on that island. So this appears to be a large series of strikes right here. This appears to be a very big deal, and it does not appear to be a one-off.
No, this does not appear to be a one-off. This appears to be a significant, I would assume, folks, at least from our reports right now, this appears to be a significant carrier-borne air operation, most likely being conducted by the air squadrons off of the USS Gerald R. Ford in support of the U.S. Marine Corps' F-35Bs based out of the Roosevelt Roads Naval Air Station in Puerto Rico, along with any additional U.S. forces that may have been flown from the continental United States, such as strategic bombers and other forces. This appears to be a larger operation at the moment, at least from the strikes we can confirm in Caracas, and also the ones at Isla de Margarita that are also being reported at the moment right now. So it does appear that at the moment we are seeing that a larger military campaign is now being conducted by the United States of America against the Republic of Venezuela and its government inside of Caracas.
Also, by the way, I have done a quick research here, and it does appear that those Chinooks, which we're seeing in the video, appear to be from the U.S. Army. They are a CH-47G Special Operations helicopter, most likely with the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, also known as SOAR. So apparently that is most likely what we're seeing right there. And there's an up-close picture of one that the enforcer is showing on the screen. So they're doing something. At the minimum, it appears to be special operations raids, at least. At the maximum, it could be an invasion. So we're not really sure right now what it is, but there is apparently multi-pronged airstrikes taking place, not just in Caracas, but also in Isla Margarita, and perhaps even other places as well that we haven't heard about in the public yet.
Yeah, I would have to say that it's most likely an invasion at this point. I would heavily assume, because sending in special operations forces that have now been filmed by civilians on the ground, and they're flying in Chinooks, which are the least low profile helicopter available, what generally leads to believe that either these special forces are going to be supported by significant air operations, or they are going to be conducting a full invasion of Venezuela here soon. But we won't speculate on further details of what future U.S. actions are going to be in great detail. But it does appear that I would heavily assume, folks, that there may be significant military operations that are soon to be conducted on land by the United States. So, Matthew, do we have any more breaking news coming out at this moment?
Let's see. I'm checking here to see what's going on. It looks like outside of the Chinook. Wait a minute. Hold on. I might have a second video of the Chinooks. Okay, I have a second video of the Chinooks right here from FiTux Network. So I'm reposting it now. And let's take a look at that. It's a second. Oh, wait, hold on. Before we show that video, by the way, just got reports. The Venezuelans have just launched Su-30 fighters, and they've taken off from the Aragua state. We don't know how many Venezuelan fighter jets have been deployed from the air base, but apparently fighter jets are in the air. They're going to confront the Chinooks and also apparently the American jets that are operating in the area. So that's also a huge announcement right now. But let's take a look at that Chinook video in the meantime.
All right, and let's take a look at the Chinook video. This is once again from the northern area of Caracas, apparently.
Wow.
Ahorita las 2:05 de la madrugada, voy a la puerta.
There appears to have been, at least from what we could visually count, 7 CH-47Gs of the 160th SOAR that were apparently inside of this formation of helicopters that was flying directly into the capital, literally minutes after the airstrike. We do not actually know what is being carried on these helicopters, at least in terms of forces, but it is a very large display of the 160th and its rotary aviation elements, without a doubt.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, let's see here. The port of Caracas has been attacked. We currently have a video coming out showing that as well. The port of Caracas is currently on fire. It's a very large hit that we're seeing right now. Just reposted that video. It just came out a minute ago, and it's a big hit. So let's take a look at that.
Dang. Really quickly, Matthew, before we continue on with analysis, let me try and geolocate that really quickly, because that has to, if that is the port of Caracas, it can't be far from the capital. So let me peruse up and down the coastline here to try and see if we can get an idea of where this was. It was near to a hilled area, and we can see what appears to be a breakwater outside of that to the left side of screen. So,
also, by the way, is it possible to change the thumbnail midstream? Is that a possible thing?
It would take me a couple of minutes.
No, I'm just saying, is it possible to change it?
Yeah, well, it would be possible to change it, but it would probably take me a couple of minutes to cook one up myself.
Yeah, I'm just asking because I'm going to create one real quick. I'm going to send it over to you. I'm just trying to see if you can actually change it midstream. So I'll try to cook one up real quick.
Gotcha. So it actually appears at the moment, folks, that we can understand that this video of the strike appears to have been from this area of the port facility seen here. It's a smaller intermodal port facility that's connected to the smaller town of Playa Grande or Maquilleta, which is specifically the town or municipality that controls the intermodal container port. From what we can tell, at least trying to geolocate this clip, this video appears to have been taken inside the mountain areas, and it appears that what has been directly hit and is on fire is some sort of an ammunition depot, as the smoke appears to be of a brighter white or slight gray color, and it appears to be on the levee that actually holds this depot right here within the harbor. So I would heavily assume, folks, that that is the direct area that we saw in the strike. And let me try and quickly see if we can find this white apartment building that is around 7 stories tall to be able to make sure that we can doubly confirm the geolocation is accurate. And that is actually the building right there. So this does appear to be an accurate clip. It seems whoever filmed this was filming it from the mountain somewhere over here near to El Viejo Camino, and was filming towards to the area of the port over here in this direction. We can see that this taller high-rise here, which we can visually confirm as the building pictured right there. You can actually see that very same building right here at that part of the video. actually is the area of the strike. So we can confirm that at this point, U.S. Armed Forces have conducted an airstrike onto the ammunition depot inside of the port of Maquieta and appear to have delivered a deadly blow to that facility, while at the same time, videos of airstrikes also came out of the Isla Margarita, which is Venezuela's largest island, which is somewhat close to this area, although it's more so closer to Cumana and also Puerto La Cruz. It appears that this island has been hit by significant U.S. airstrikes, and I'll actually be showing y'all that clip here as well, while we hopefully get a new thumbnail in the meantime. We can see the flashes of multiple explosions at the moment over the horizon. And that was the end of the clip. I would like to see if I could find y'all exactly where that was. Let me see if I can do some geolocating on that really quickly to figure out exactly where. Here in a minute, I'll probably start to put down some markers. It appears to be a populated area with some hillsides nearby. If we can find that here really quickly, I'll try and show you all the confirmed area of an airstrike at this moment. There's not a large amount of populated settlements in the area except for the town of Porlamar. And let me see if I can find any hillside areas where the view would have been obstructed to where these strikes could have been conducted, or they could have been conducted on some mobile Venezuelan air defense forces, which we really wouldn't be able to geolocate that easily here on air. So unfortunately at the moment, folks, I won't be able to geolocate exactly where that was, but we could take a guess at a couple of key facilities, including the international airport, which we have heard has been allegedly used as an operational facility for the Bolivar Air Force, which is the Air Force of Venezuela. And there's also a couple of smaller military facilities and bases that we have prior heard of on this island that also could have been the site of strikes. We do have breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we're having some breaking news coming out right this second. We have some more images here, some more videos showing these strikes, but hold off on that for a second, though. We're currently hearing in the southern area of Venezuela's capital city in Caracas, there's been a total energy blackout in the southern area of Caracas. So that is where most of the blackout is happening. You can actually see the blackout from the video that we're about to show you in just a second. And we can also see from a vantage point, it looks like on a mountaintop, we can see where the strikes took place. So go grab that video that you're about to click on there for a second, and let's show people that so they can see the energy blackout and also the entire city as well apparently getting struck.
Got you. So let's take a look at this clip right here, which apparently shows the airstrike that's led to an energy. Does that say what?
That's not it. It's the top one. It's the top one.
Okay, got you. We're going to show this clip here that actually apparently shows the energy blackout in Caracas. We see the airstrikes being conducted at the very base of the hill. You can also see some being conducted over there on the other mountain range nearby. We see more airstrikes and explosions happening near to key facilities. And I believe, Matty, they actually may have been the bottom one here because it says leaving a large area without electricity. So we're actually going to show this one as well. So here's that clip.
Mira, huevón, durísimo, chamo. Ya vas a ver un incendio, pero una vaina... Oye, oye. Marico, oye algo. Está pasando. Verga, marico. Ignacio, mete otra vaina en el aeropuerto, papá.
Pa, ¿qué hacemos? Pa, ¿qué hacemos?
Aquí, acá.
Que se queda allá.
Sí. Verga, marico.
Those are the ends of the clips that we have at the moment, but those are once again showing the airstrikes that were conducted just several moments ago on the capital of Caracas, generally near to the southern area. We could also notice, interestingly enough, folks, that we could see this specific mountain range right here next to the Fort Tiuna facility that actually appeared to have been a part of the direct airstrikes. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to tell y'all exactly what was hit, but it does appear that they were generally strikes near to the base of the hillsides, near to the populated areas, but unfortunately at the moment we cannot find any strategic targets that would have been directly hit as a result of those strikes just from satellite photography and footage alone. But we will be trying our best, folks, to try and get that information here soon. And Matthew, do we have any more breaking news or footage coming out of Caracas at this moment?
All right, so Matt is multitasking like a crazy lunatic tonight. I've cooked up a thumbnail enforcer. I just sent that to you on Discord so we can change that right while I'm going over the more breaking news right now. But also, I have been scanning for more breaking news while I made that thumbnail, and believe it or not, I was able to look at the same time. So right now, we are just hearing that there was that strike on the port of Caracas that we saw. That was a big deal. There's also been strikes on multiple different airfields, including the one we went over earlier. And also, we're not exactly sure what some of these other strikes were. Once again, Island Margarita was also apparently struck as well, according to eyewitness reports. And we're also seeing, of course, the Chinooks going into the area as well. So it's a multi-pronged situation. I'm currently trying to find another angle of some of these strikes on that port. That's currently what I'm trying to focus on, is the port strikes right now, because that was a very big hit that we saw there. We're also getting early reports that apparently there was a strike on a refinery somewhere. I'm trying to figure out what refinery was hit. The big deal is, folks, this is massive. Like, they're not just hitting narco sites, they're hitting infrastructure as well, because they took the electricity out in southern Caracas. So they're not just hitting narco sites, they're hitting government infrastructure. So this appears to be much larger than we were led on to believe, and they appear to be going in guns blazing from this thing right here. So that's currently what we know right now. But Enforcer, do we have that thumbnail, that beautiful thumbnail?
Yes, we have that big, beautiful thumbnail, and it's currently up and active right now.
Good deal, good deal. And also, by the way, did you change the second part of the title, by the way? Because that the explosions part might hit the algorithm better.
I haven't been able to change that at the moment because, let's see, I just haven't been able to, but, let's see. Let me try and do this really quickly. I'm sorry, folks. We're having to try and change up the entire stream midair because we did not expect for strikes on Venezuela to be happening tonight. Funnily enough, folks, that also fell directly within predictions, Matthew. We said to folks, we don't know when this is going to happen. It's going to happen eventually, but we just don't know when, so just hold tight. It happened when we had no clue. So we're trying to fix that in the middle right now. And Matthew, what would you recommend the first part of the title to be? Because I've shortened down the other part to Iran collapses in the clashes. But what should the first part be?
I would say something along the lines of U.S. attacks Venezuelan capital, explosions witnessed, or explosions spotted, like critical explosions or something like that. We always had everybody knows in the chat, we always had an adjective in there, like critical strikes, major strikes, massive strikes. There's always an adjective. That's like our typical format. So something along those lines would probably work well.
Let's see here. So here's what I got, Matthew. U.S. attacks Venezuelan capital, major explosion, semicolon, Iran collapses.
If I were you, I'd take the Iran part out so that way the algorithm doesn't mix us up at all.
Let's see here. All right, so I got U.S. Attacks Venezuelan capital, major explosions, exclamation point.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be good.
Let's see here. And I'll just put confirm behind that so that way we can make sure to let folks know that it is actually happening. So we'll put save on that, and we will hope, folks, that people start coming on in, because we are actually watching right now the very beginning of military operations by the United States of America against the Republic of Venezuela in U.S. Southcom's area of responsibility. Really quickly, folks, I'm going to see, hopefully my headset will have enough battery for me to unplug that without completely taking down the studio right there. And let me see here really quickly how well it's doing. Matthew, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So currently, folks, we're going to give a little bit of a rundown of confirmed strikes and actions that we've seen so far by the armed forces of the United States. So let us give a breakdown. First, our first actions that we've seen, and we'll be providing this in sequence for people who are joining us currently, is that airstrikes have been confirmed and reported around the area of Fort Tiuna within the area of southern Caracas. Fort Tiuna is an incredibly significant military facility to the Republic of Venezuela, as it actually houses the General Command of the Army, which, from prior video and picture evidence, we can generally confirm has most likely taken a direct hit, meaning that the very command center of the entire Bolivar Armed Forces, which is the official name of the Venezuelan Army, has actually been hit and destroyed at this moment, greatly reducing response times by Venezuelan forces, as they are most likely having to restructure their command ad hoc at the moment. Additionally, we have seen strikes as well near to this mountain range just to the west of the Fort Tiuna facilities at this moment. It appears that U.S. Armed Forces conducted multiple strikes, usually double and triple taps on the same locations around the base of this mountain, but unfortunately we just do not have enough information to be able to confirm right now what strategic targets were hit exactly within that area. We have also, let's see, also, Matthew, what was that question right there?
I was saying, do you think we ought to restart the stream? Because someone brought up a good point in the live chat. Most people that have already left for the night that were just here for the major news segment and we got to the super chats, they don't know that this currently changed because the notification didn't go out. So do you think we ought to restart for that reason?
No. Actually, Ollie, I said that earlier, but actually we shouldn't, because if we do that, folks, YouTube's going to push out another notification, but it also means that tomorrow's stream, which is definitely going to be happening now because we're going to be running a breaking news stream midday, most likely, will not get a notification. So it's probably best for us to just keep running with what we have right now.
Yeah, it could be, possibly.
Yeah, and also on top of that, folks, then a whole bunch of people have to try and navigate through YouTube, about 10.5 thousand people to find the stream again. So we're just going to keep running this one as it is right now. Not really the opportune time, at least for our show, for these airstrikes to happen in, but nevertheless, we're just going to keep running with it right now and keep it going. But getting back into our summary, following the sequence of events we know right now, after the airstrikes were conducted within southern Caracas, generally around Fort Tiuna and also this mountain range, we then have heard, but have not been able to confirm through video and picture evidence, that the base area La Carlota was apparently hit by direct airstrikes as well by the United States Armed Forces, although we do not know at this moment exactly the areas of the airbase that have been hit. Not long after that, the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the United States Army was seen flying over the mountain range just north of Caracas, apparently near to San Antonio de Galipan, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, directly into the area of the city. It is unknown at the moment what kind of forces are being carried, and we are not going to speculate on that at the moment, but it does appear that there were around 7 CH-47Gs that were spotted at that moment. Around a moment later, we then heard of airstrikes around the area of the ports of the city of Caracas. We have not been able to confirm that the international airport de Maquieta Simon has been stricken at the moment, but we would generally assume that at least some areas that may be vital to military function may have been hit at this time by the U.S. Armed Forces. One thing we can confirm, however, is further off to the east at Maquieti, or Maquieta is what we're going to call it. We have been able to confirm that this depot within the port facility has been directly hit by a U.S. airstrike, and it appears, according to the video and picture evidence that we have at the moment, that it was some sort of an ammunition facility, as a large plume of thick white smoke, usually indicative of an ammunition fire, is currently emanating from that depot, along with a major fire. We've also seen, outside of that, simultaneously, that the Isla de Margarita was also hit as well, which is one of Venezuela's largest islands off of their coast. At the moment, we have not been able to exactly geolocate the position of those airstrikes, and we have heard that the Venezuelans are now mobilizing and scrambling Su-30 SMs for an attempted response to the ongoing strikes. We do have more breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So right now we're getting some major breaking news coming out that apparently we are hearing that there's been airstrikes at Higuerote Airport in the state of Miranda, northern Venezuela. That's currently what we're hearing right this second. So apparently that airport has been struck. Enforcer, before we move on to our next story, though, can we see where that airport is inside of Caracas?
Yes. Oh, let's see here. That actually would be an airbase out here near to the town of Higuerote on the east coast.
Interesting. So it's over there. So this is a separate air base. So multiple air bases have been struck now that we've heard about. Also, by the way, just as another note, there were a lot of U.S. Air Force assets in the air about 2 hours or 3 hours ago that currently took off from multiple different air bases inside the United States. It looked like it was going to be another show of force, but obviously it turned out to be real attacks. So everything that was on Flight Radar 24 earlier today has gone dark. Every single U.S. Air Force aircraft has deactivated all their transponders. So there's a lot of assets in the sky right now, but we cannot see a single one of them anywhere in any airspace, anywhere around South America. So they're all hidden right now. Obviously, when they attack, they are going to hide their transponders. We have gotten one more video, by the way, showing more of these strikes, apparently from the ground, from a highway, showing how large these strikes actually were. So let's take a look at that. It's from Clash Report on Twitter. It's the second one down.
And let's take a look at this, folks.
That's huge.
That is quite a significant strike. Actually, as a matter of fact, Matthew, I think this might be near to the Carlota Air Base, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look and try and geolocate that really quickly. But I am pretty damn sure that that is right around this airbase. Let me try and see if we can get a good geolocation on this, folks, to make sure that we know what's going on around here. And unfortunately, folks, I wouldn't be able to tell y'all of any building or compound that appears to be in that area that would generally line up with what we're seeing right there. Let me rewind the clip, though. There appears to be some sort of a wooded midsection on the road, or a median, and it's a heavily populated area. There's a fence right there, which looks like it would be near to the airfield. Let me see if I can try and find something that kind of lines up with that, because there's got to be something around here, unless if I'm in the completely wrong location. And I believe I may be in the wrong location. There's no tree-lined median in that area, so it appears that is actually not near to the Carlota Air Base. It's actually near to somewhere else. Let me see if this area
Holy moly. Also, by the way, you remember that port that we just looked at a minute ago, the port at La Guerrera, if that's how you say it properly? That port is eviscerated. Like, it is in serious trouble. We just got a new picture of the port. It is in foul shape. But look at that. The whole thing is up. It's currently burning. The entire port is. Well, I don't know what they struck that with, but apparently it was pretty damn effective. The whole thing is a huge plume of smoke.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me go and get this, folks, really quickly, so that way we can try and figure out exactly where that is, once again. So actually, that is that ammunition depot. I'm guessing, Matthew, that ammunition depot just had a critical explosion, because to give you all the sequence of events, what we just saw a moment ago, and actually, folks, I'm probably going to give us a little bit of a pause on mid-air coverage here for just a moment, so I can start putting these markers down on the map in sequence to show y'all what's been going on. But this was the last video that we got out of that exact location, was this one right here. This is actually what we're believing on air, folks, to be an ammunition stockpile that was based inside of the port, which took a direct hit from an airstrike and apparently has now suffered a catastrophic explosion due to the fire that then broke out inside the depot. Because notice, folks, this is something very important that we've learned from the war in Ukraine. Notice the thick white smoke that's billowing out of that depot. Every fire that normally burns that is not an ammunition-based fire always has thick black or gray smoke, or some other variant of orange. This is a thick white smoke. This is usually a telltale sign of a pure ammunition fire, usually showing some form of propellant exploding or catching on fire. And right after we got that video, now about 20 minutes later, we're seeing that it now looks like this. So it appears to be showing us that a catastrophic ammunition explosion has now happened at the port of Maquieta, or La Guerra, if that is, La Guerra, and that appears to be what is ongoing at the moment. This depot, this picture right here, folks, is actually apparently being taken from the neighboring town of Makuto, or Masuto, which is further to the east on the coastline, and they're looking at it towards this area, towards the west, and this hill line here is generally obscuring the actual depot, but the depot has apparently been disintegrated in a significant ammunition depot explosion. But we're actually getting even more breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we're hearing that allegedly there are massive U.S. Special Forces raids ongoing as we speak inside of Venezuela right now. We did see, obviously, the Special Forces helicopters, these Chinooks. They were going in on camera. We saw that from two different angles, which is confirmed. So logically, there is likely Special Forces raids taking place at the moment. Also, by the way, apparently there's been no mention or any type of acknowledgement of Venezuelan state TV apparently acknowledging these attacks at all. So they're completely ignoring it. They're pretending like this is not happening, or either they've been caught off guard by it, probably more like it. So they're ignoring it. Also, we have one more video. I can't remember if we've shown this one before, but I have a video apparently of a guy hiding behind a tree. And these explosions were happening right a couple blocks away from him. It's the second one or third one down from Visegrad 24.
These explosions, folks, are actually on the Carlota Air Base that we were just mentioning a moment ago, and trying to see if we actually had confirmed footage. Apparently, that is coming from this area here, if I'm not mistaken, because it says the Generalizo Francisco de Miranda Air Base, and let me put that in on Google really quickly, because I'm pretty certain that gave us a geolocation a minute ago at the Carlota Air Base. That is the Carlota Air Base. So this is confirmed hits on the Carlota Air Base. We're assuming that this cameraman is filming from the south of the air base looking north, as there appears to be a hillside in this area, while the area just north of that is generally a flatter plain, a lot like we're seeing in that clip. So here's the footage. Well, those were quite...
Did you hear that thing come in? But did you hear that come in, that sound when it came in?
Oh, yeah, that was one hell of a noise right there. I mean, listen to that.
What is that? Like, what could that be? Like, based on the sound, can we even determine even what that could remotely be based on the sound?
Unfortunately, there's many things that it could be. I couldn't really give a good determination. It could be a GBU of some sort. It could be a joint standoff weapon, a JSOW. It could be anything, to be entirely honest. So a lot of ordnance has that sort of a sound to it when it kind of whizzes in overhead and slams into a target. So unfortunately, I wouldn't really be able to give a good determination on that one.
So, also, by the way, folks, I'm trying to go back because this was very much earlier in the day. We saw a bunch of aircraft taking off from U.S. air bases in the United States. I believe there were B-1s that were seen taking off earlier today, if I have that correct. I'm trying to go back to get corroboration of that, so that way we can get an idea of what assets were in the sky right before this attack took place, because that'll tell us exactly what is operating in the area based on what was on Flight Radar 24 earlier today. But I'm trying to find that right now and go back. We've retweeted a lot since that's been happening. So currently trying to find it, but I do believe there were B-1s in the air. So I'm beginning to wonder if maybe these are fighter jets launching these munitions at the ground, or maybe they're being dropped from a bomber. I'm not really totally sure about that, but I'll let you know when I find that information here in just a second.
Got you. And also, really quickly, Matthew, I'm going to be taking a little bit of a breather on air, folks, and also giving you all a walkthrough of the sequence of events again, so we can make sure to put this down on the map. For anyone who's joining us right now, welcome. Currently, right now, we've gained about another 4,000 live viewers again who are joining us at this moment to return back to the stream now that we've just heard about 40 minutes ago of the beginning of airstrikes and U.S. military operations against Venezuela. I'm actually going to be putting these down on the map for all of y'all on these markers, so that way, if y'all want to, y'all can click on the link in the description below to the day 1409 Global War News Map and look through these links in sequence, which are going to be timed in sequence as to how they were laid down on the map. We first began to hear rumors of reports of explosions in the port or city of Caracas about 50 minutes ago. We then were able to see confirmation in video evidence of the smoke rising over Caracas, with the initial explosions being seen near to the Fort Tiuna area and also the surrounding mountain range, which is generally unpopulated just to the west of the fort. We will be putting that down as first confirmed airstrikes here on this marker right here. Not long afterwards, we then saw additional videos of airstrikes that were simultaneously being conducted on that mountain range just to the west, which we then got video and picture evidence of right here as well. We'll be putting that down as additional strikes right here. Additional second strikes, and we're going to be putting these down, folks, in order as first, second, third strikes, and so on, so that way we can try and make sure to give you all the best picture of the sequence of events that's currently happening right now. We additionally then saw that air raid sirens were now sounding over the general population areas of the city of Caracas, and we'll be putting that marker down in the generic downtown area as air raid sirens sounded. So we'll be putting that down as, let's see, after... For let's see, 1 and 2.
Real quick. Got some breaking news coming out. We are hearing from a credible source that I'm not going to name on the air, but a credible source that I trust. There's currently gunfire being reported on the ground in Caracas, which could mean, and once again, this is a big if. It could mean that possibly Venezuelan security forces are currently engaging U.S. Special Forces on the ground. We're hearing unknown gunfire erupting in certain parts of Caracas, which indicates that somebody's being engaged, but we don't know exactly who is being engaged. We're also hearing as well explosions separate from the strikes are apparently taking place on the ground, and also helicopters are being still heard over Caracas at this time. So there is something going on the ground. We had just gotten the reports about 10 or 15 minutes earlier that there were ongoing raids by special forces, and now we're hearing reports of heavy gunfire erupting in the capital city. So there is some type of engagement going in on the ground. We just don't know simply exactly what it is, but something's going on as we speak.
And it is a significant military operation that we're seeing at the moment, folks. I would like to remind all of y'all that right now we are hearing of significant U.S. military operations that at a minimum are involving largely the wide variety of forces that are involved in U.S. Southcom's area of responsibility, including forces of the United States Navy, the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the U.S. Army, and most likely other elements of the United States Air Force based inside the United States of America, along with the U.S. Marines vertical takeoff and landing forces that are currently based out of the Roosevelt Roads Naval Air Station inside of Puerto Rico. Really quickly, folks, I'm going to make sure to keep putting down the sequence of events in the meantime as we're getting more breaking news out, as we were able to hear that the airbase Carlota had also been hit as the third strikes that had happened inside of the city. So we're going to be putting that down as a report right here on the map, and we'll also be marking that as a reported explosion. Moving on from that, we then were able to confirm the existence of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment flying over the mountain ranges just to the north of the city. So let me make sure to put that down here really quickly. So we're flying in after.
Also, by the way, I just want to say for the reports out there claiming that Delta forces on the ground, I do not believe that. It's possible they could be on the ground, but they're not going to tell us that Delta forces on the ground. So whoever is reporting that out there, I would take that with a grain of salt.
I would take that with a very heavy grain of salt, folks. And also, on top of that, speculation on the possibility of unconfirmed information is generally not great for operational security. So for this moment, we are not going to get involved here on the channel on speculation as to what exactly the 160th SOAR was carrying while they were flying into Caracas. We are only going to state what we can visually confirm and identify online, which is that the 160th SOAR was present. And what do you got, Matthew?
Right now, we are being told that U.S. ground troops are currently active in and around Caracas, Venezuela. You heard that correctly. U.S. ground troops are currently on the ground in Caracas. We do not know what detachment of ground troops have entered the capital city. Let's see here. This is allegedly being reported by Reuters right now. So U.S. military ground troops and U.S. Air Force assets are currently active in and around Caracas, Venezuela, with explosions being heard and seen in the capital. Let me try to go grab that report from the sources. I'm reading that from AZ Intel and Phytex Network on Twitter. So let me see if I can get that Reuters article directly so that way I can quote them straight out of their own article. So let's see. This is wild. Let's see here. I'm going to be trying to find that Reuters article, by the way, and I'm going to go silent for just a minute.
I got you. And also, just to get us back to the sequence of events, we then heard that within the Aragua state, most likely to Maracay, where we do know of a military airbase that is currently functioning and operational for the Bolivar Air Force, apparently Su-30SMs were then scrambled by the Venezuelan Air Force in response to the U.S. attacks that were currently being conducted within the city of Caracas. So we are going to be putting that down as Su-30SMs scramble. And by the way, folks, if y'all have any family or anyone else that you would like to notify of this major historic event, please make sure to notify them at the moment, as we are currently live on air, covering the events in real time as they are happening at the moment. We also were able to confirm that the fifth strike that was confirmed at the moment was in the port of Maquilleta, and it appears to have been on an ammunition depot. So we are going to be putting that down as an ammunition depot hit and as the fifth strike. So we'll be putting that down right there, and we'll be making sure to mark that up properly for everyone. Because it does appear that this is quite a significant military operation, folks, and many people have been wondering when, or if ever, would the United States conduct military operations or strikes against Venezuela. And it actually turns out, folks, that due to our great misfortune, it was right when we were about to round out our stream here on the 2nd of January. It's now the 3rd of January, actually, but let me move you all back into this. So, let's see, power outage, strikes, let's see here, new angle. This is part of second strike, and we'll be putting that once again on the mountain. There was another video that we got a little bit later on confirming the substation had been hit on top of the mountain, which knocked out power in that general area, and we also were able to see first and second strikes from a vantage point on the other side of Caracas, so we'll be putting that down as new angle of 1 and 2 strikes.
We just got some more breaking news that just came out right this second. So we did mention earlier that the Higuerote Airport, if I were saying that properly, was struck. We saw that video earlier. We've gotten another video apparently showing what appears to be a surface-to-air missile launcher that apparently got struck at this airport, because we're seeing it looks like a bunch of fireworks and secondary explosions happening on the site of the airport, which seems to indicate that likely is a surface-to-air defense defense system that was likely struck at this airport. So I just reposted that, by the way, the picture and the video of that, currently at that airport getting struck.
Got you. And really quickly, let me make sure to put down that marker right there, folks, because we don't know which strike that was filming at the moment, but we will put that down on the map. So I'll have to get back to that here in a minute, folks, because we actually have more news coming out at this moment. And it does appear that there was some sort of a significant secondary explosion. We'll be showing you all that right here.
Mira, pero ven acá, no se metan para acá, porque no sabemos qué hay ahí que se queda pegado.
That hissing or whistling noise that y'all are hearing right there at that part of the clip is a solid rocket booster on one of these surface-to-air missiles that had actually been punctured and ignited, and the force is actually jetting out of that opening on the side of the missile. So basically, it's a vent that's what is creating the hissing noise. But that does confirm that an air defense system was directly hit, and it does appear that at least right now there is now active suppression of enemy air defense operations that are now being conducted, which usually opens up the skies to either air superiority or air supremacy. Generally against the Venezuelans, considering their limited lack of air defense abilities and also the small size of their air force, the United States of America might be looking to decapitate all air defense abilities right off of the bat and basically achieve air supremacy off of the bat. Air supremacy is a step above air superiority. Air superiority is where the enemy still has air operations active and air defense active, but they can hardly enforce any protection of their skies. Air supremacy is when you completely control the skies of your adversary, and they quite literally have no form of air defense or any active way to be able to stop air actions on our side. So I would believe that at this point we're achieving or attempting to achieve air supremacy within the area, and I'm very certain that here soon we'll most likely hear of direct air engagements between the United States and the Venezuelans over their skies, as the Su-30s from the Aragua state currently are scrambling at the moment and have been scrambled, and we would assume generally are airborne at this moment, meaning that the U.S.
Also,
go ahead.
Also, by the way, real quick, I did want to bring something up. I see a lot of people mentioning something about this real quick. Also, by the way, excuse me if I seem distracted, folks. I have people, some of my sources are feeding me information. I have about 20 different people sending me footage right now. So I'm trying to sort through that. And I'm also trying to sort through all the open source information as well. So it's a lot to keep up with. But one thing that I'm currently wondering about, since we saw the special forces heading in on Chinooks, also apparently there's I believe it was a Sea Stallion. I believe it's another form of helicopter that was heading in as well that we're being told about. What were they going in to do? Were they going in to go get Maduro, or are they going in to go raid narco sites? I mean, there's only a couple of possibilities it could be. It seems like they were going on the outskirts of the city, though. So maybe they're going for narco sites, possibly. I mean, wasn't that on the outskirts of the city, by the way, the spot that we saw earlier where the strikes were taking place?
I mean, not really, actually. I mean, they are really kind of like smack dab. Like, they're in southern Caracas, but they are literally right in the middle of it, because these strikes were actually conducted, from what we could tell, folks, near Fort Tiuna and also around this little mountain complex, this mountain area right here. And while that appears to be generally a rural area, there are major populated suburbs directly to the south of this unpopulated mountain face right here, which means this really isn't in the bush or the jungle anywhere south of Caracas. This is practically still within the urban center.
Interesting. So, I mean, I guess everything's on the table. All the options are on the table. They could be going to try to extract Maduro. That could be possible. That's something that people have speculated about before. Or they could be doing on-site raids of narco sites. Or they could be trying to secure critical infrastructure, perhaps, for an invasion. They could be securing critical infrastructure as well. There's a lot of things that it could be. But the fact that they sent in a pretty large number of special forces and possibly even ground forces beyond that is really something. I was not expecting that, and we'll have to see what this is going to turn into.
I would have to say it's a long time coming, folks. I mean, we've been waiting for this to happen for about 4 months now, and it's finally happening. To be entirely honest with y'all, folks, just to give y'all a little bit of a aside here, there really was nothing else that we could do. It's quite clear that if we walked off from this situation, whether or not the justification of going against narco-terrorists is even a viable sort of a foreign policy maneuver or action, if we back off from this right now, the Chinese and the Russians were going to arm the Venezuelans to the teeth. That had already become clear, because they were already trying to do that, even in the midst of the rising tensions between the United States and Venezuela. So really, at this point, there was nothing we could do, because we had already turned turned it into a major international development that the Chinese and the Russians were going to jump on the opportunity to take advantage of if we walked off. So at this point, we basically were forced or kind of compelled in a way by the strategic and foreign policy situation to where we had to act against Venezuela. Otherwise, the situation would only compound and get worse in the future. Let me really quickly, Mandy, before we get that news, smoke billowing. And let me put this down really quickly, Mandy, because I want to make sure, folks, that we're giving you all the best sequence of events possible, even if you click on the map to look at it yourself, by labeling everything as 1 strike, 2 strike, and so on in the coverage. So, Matthew, what extra breaking news do we have at the moment?
All right. So also, by the way, folks, I do want to say this. We are trying to cover this as fast as we can tonight. I am seeing reports claiming that Reuters is reporting that U.S. ground troops are currently operating around Caracas. Take that with a grain of salt, by the way, because I'm currently trying to get corroboration of that. I have not yet found the Reuters article confirming that, but it does appear to likely be true. But I'm trying to find a direct source from Reuters, so that way we're not, citing something. So just keep that in mind, by the way. I just want to make that clear. But the breaking news that we have right now, we have a couple of pieces of news. We're currently hearing a very big piece of news that apparently around the Venezuelan presidential palace in Miraflores in Caracas, vehicles are lining up around the palace. Some people are speculating that maybe government officials are trying to flee Venezuela and they're currently getting in their vehicles to literally run off. That's possible, but there is a massive commotion going on right now outside the presidential palace where we believe maybe Maduro is currently was either asleep, awake, or something. But there's definitely government officials there. So we're trying to get some more information about that. Also, the Trump administration officials have just stated that they are aware of reports of explosions and aircraft over Caracas. So I guess they're being cheeky with that because obviously they would be aware of it. They're probably sitting in the Situation Room. Also, we have gotten official confirmation. The FAA has issued an official NOTAM closing Venezuelan airspace to all U.S. airlines. So I guess they waited until after the attacks occurred to issue the NOTAM, which is a little bit interesting. Let's see here. I thought I had one more piece of news, but I don't. So that is the 3 big pieces of breaking news happening right this second. But the biggest one to me, it looks like people are trying to flee Venezuela from the government right now.
It definitely looks like people are trying to get the hell out of Caracas at the moment. I think a lot of them got woke up by the early morning alarm of the bombs going off in the southern part of the city. But also, folks, I do have to say, like, as far as people saying that the United States statements do not confirm U.S. involvement, I want to make it very clear to y'all that the U.S. is the one conducting the airstrikes at the moment right now. There's the best proof that we have of that. And I mean, it is the proof, is that we saw specialized CH-47Gs flying in from northern Caracas into the southern area of the city. Those CH-47Gs are a part of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the United States Army, and are generally used by the Special Operations Forces Command to be able to conduct covert operations and actions, considering that these helicopters have the ability to conduct in-air refueling due to their incredibly distinct and very profile-denominating aerial refueling probes, which you can see right there on the front of this very helicopter. The fact that these are being used, beyond the fact of what they may be doing in Caracas, the fact that these are seen is showing that the U.S. military is the one currently conducting this action. On top of that, who in the world else would be conducting this military action? The U.S. military and the U.S. government is currently fully aware of the strikes going on inside of Venezuela because the U.S. military is the one conducting the strikes inside of Venezuela. So I want to make that incredibly clear that right now the White House and the U.S. government is generally playing coy with the information, but it is 100% confirmed that this is a U.S. military operation against Venezuela at the moment. I actually understand that we have some absolutely crazy breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we are getting early reports that apparently the home, and this is the house of the Venezuelan Minister of Defense, was targeted by these airstrikes. That was one of the targets, according to Venezuela. Apparently his house was struck, or at least targeted. We're not sure exactly what the current state of the home is, or if the Venezuelan Minister of Defense is even still living anymore. But apparently, according to Venezuelan sources, the home of the Venezuelan Minister of Defense was targeted with with these strikes. So we are hearing that right this second. So that is kind of wild. That's an understatement. Also, Colombia has woken up. The president of Colombia is currently going berserk. He is reacting to the strikes right this second. The Colombian president says, and I quote, "Caracas is under attack right now. Alert the world. Venezuela has been attacked. They are bombarding with missiles. The OAS and the UN must meet immediately," according to the Colombian president. So that is happening right now as well. So Colombia is officially reacting. Also, by the way, folks, I am seeing, and take this with a grain of salt, I am seeing very, very early preliminary reports that there could be tanks on the ground. Take that with a big grain of salt, though. I'm currently waiting to get confirmation of that. If that is true, I want to hold off on that one because that would be crazy if that's happening. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But there's some people claiming that, so we'll have to wait and see. But and that's currently the breaking news, Enforcer. So what say you?
I would have to say the presence of tanks on the ground. They're most likely tanks of the Bolivar Army, most likely T-72s, but it would be highly unlikely, folks, that those would be tanks of the United States Marines or the U.S. Army. Generally in operations like well, actually, I'm not even going to get into any analysis of that because that might be operational security related, so we're not going to get into that at the moment here on air, but U.S. tanks on the ground in Venezuela is highly unlikely, at least right now. We might see that Venezuelan tanks are on the ground, but U.S. tanks, highly unlikely.
So I have footage. This appears to be Venezuelan vehicles, by the way, so it appears you are correct. We have a video here showing military tanks and also armored personnel carriers moving through the streets of Miraflores and Caracas, and it does appear to be Venezuelan equipment. It looks old and shitty, so it must be the Venezuelan equipment. Take a look at this video, by the way. I just reposted it. It does appear to be a Venezuelan military vehicle moving through the streets.
Now, this is a modified BRDM, and I got to be honest with y'all, I have no clue what modification they've given to this BRDM, but the whole form of the vehicle is of a BRDM. But anyways, let's watch the clip. It kind of sounds like it's struggling. I mean, I don't mean to laugh in the middle of breaking news, but I mean, it sounds like the transmission's shot in that thing, and it's going at max speed. I mean, you know, folks.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be doing much of anything. Also, by the way, remember, Enforcer, I told you earlier that they had dispatched Su-30s, or their fighter jets, one of them. They had dispatched some of their fighter jets to go meet the U.S. Air Force head on. I don't think that's going to go well. We have not heard an update about that, but presumably they launched to go and meet the Air Force. So we don't know what's happening with those aircraft right now. We could hear about shoot downs shortly, possibly.
So actually, folks, we actually know what this thing is. It's a Dragoon 300. That's what we just saw down there on the ground. Apparently these things were produced in the 80s, and they have a very limited number of them. Apparently, in terms of armored personnel carriers, they have 36 of these. Now, let me see if I can find y'all the turreted version that they are operating at the moment. Actually, apparently they have 101 of them. But let me go see if I can pull up a Venezuelan Dragoon 300, because that appeared to have been the whole form. It actually was not a BRDM2. There it is. That is actually the one that we're looking for. Well, actually, no. Hold up, folks. I want to make... Oh, well... Nope, that is the one. That is the very Dragoon 300 we're looking for. These are the drones we're looking for. That is a Dragoon 300 LFV-2, and that is the one that is currently being used by the Venezuelan armed forces in the street. So, very lightly armed. It appears to possibly have a 76mm main gun, which is that of a light tank. This would be able to engage infantry forces, but it wouldn't really be able to do much damage to anything beyond that. It would even be hard-pressed to do damage to a Bradley with that kind of firepower in the modern day and age. So we can confirm that they do have light armor in the streets. We would call that an armored reconnaissance vehicle at best. But let me go and put that down on the map here. So let's see.
Also, while you're putting that down on the map right now, so I'm getting another piece of breaking news here, a couple of different pieces of breaking news. So we're hearing, first of all, there's chaos in Caracas. The civilians are freaking out and going berserk. The streets are full of people, cars, there's crashes being reported. Caracas is a nightmare right now when it comes to the civilian situation, so that's not good. we're also getting an aftermath video of the damage to port of La Guaira in the north of Caracas, the one that we saw explode, and also that massive fire at the port. We're getting an aftermath video showing it. That port is wrecked. That thing is in tough shape. But Enforcer, if you want to show both of those videos, the port destruction and also the chaos in Caracas, we have both of those videos at the top of the Twitter.
We are going to be making sure to show that to y'all folks right now. We can see here that the port of La Guaira has been completely destroyed after the ammunition explosion. Let me put that down, folks, as the aftermath of the ammo depot explosion that happened up here. Let's see. Aftermath of ammo depot explosion. Let's see. We'll put that down right there. I hope, folks, that we're trying to keep the sequence of events on our map as accurate as possible for all of y'all. So, moving on from that, we were able to see the chaos that's now unfolding in the streets of Caracas. So, let me make sure to put that down in downtown. That's where we'd assume this is. Chaos ensues in the streets. So, we'll put that down right there. And we'll just put the car symbols because it's hell on earth down there. So, let's take a look at the clip. Chaos has quite truly taken over the streets of Caracas at the moment. I mean, people have actually hopped out of their cars and are just running down the street to get out of there. It looks like the public has now gone into a state of pure panic within the area.
Una locura esto ahí. ¿Estás viendo? ¿Ah? Bueno, mira.
Oh, you see the flood of people, the massive people and automobiles, still trying to flood through the one exit road out of this area.
Also, by the way, apparently we're learning why they might be panicking. We're currently getting early reports that allegedly we're hearing that U.S. AH-64 Apaches have been spotted engaging Venezuelan military positions around Caracas. We're not told exactly where they're engaging targets. We know they're military positions that are being engaged, but we don't know exactly what parts of Caracas are being hit, allegedly, by the Apaches. So if you can believe that, there's Apaches operating right now, apparently over the capital. Also, by the way, we have... Say what?
That's highly likely. That's probably the direct air support to the SOF teams that were just sent in the SOAR, most likely.
Interesting. And also, by the way, we have seen an aircraft take off from Puerto Rico. It looks like a U.S. Marine Corps KC-130 tanker is currently preparing to take off from Puerto Rico to probably refuel aircraft that are operating in the area. So like insert name said in the live chat, it is visible right now on the ADSB exchange. You can see that on the radar. I assume it will go dark shortly when it enters the combat zone. So tankers are airborne, by the way. We are seeing that right this second. So a huge air presence right now over Venezuela. I'm highly anticipating hearing about what happened to the Venezuelan Air Force, because the Venezuelan Air Force, they dispatched fighter jets to go and meet these aircraft head on. We don't know if they're destroyed yet. We don't know if they're currently engaging the U.S. Air Force. We don't know what's happening. Something happened to them, but we haven't heard any reports about that. So there could be an aerial dogfight going on right now. There could be a whole field of wreckage of old nasty Venezuelan fighter jets on the ground. We don't know, but right now it's a hell of a situation.
We do know that the old nasty Venezuelan Air Force probably doesn't have that much of a chance against the U.S. because their entire Air Force combined is about 27 to 30 operational Su-30s and around 4 F-16s, and those F-16s are of the very old variety, the F-16A, which is very depleted in abilities in the modern day compared to more modern versions of the F-16. So they have about, in the entirety of Venezuela, half of the firepower of the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group in their air arm, and that's the whole country. So they I'll be entirely honest with you, Matthew. I would give a good shooting nod that some of those Su-30s have actually been given orders to take off and fly directly into Colombia and surrender their aircraft and the pilots to the Colombians, I would assume, because...
Holy cow. We have a video, I believe, of the Apache engaging targets right now. They are lighting the shit out of something right now. Take a look.
Actually, they're attacking the tuna area of the fort. That's a direct rocket attack. Let me put that. Hold up, folks. Direct rocket fire.
That is insane.
U.S. rotary. So I'll just put that down because we don't know whose branch this is, but this is looking insane, folks. I mean, unbelievable. Here's the clip.
Holy cow.
They're literally like, okay, folks, so they're firing HVARs right into the literal Pentagon of Venezuela right now with a helicopter. We could also hear the chain gun at work simultaneously. So apparently they got the pilot and the gunner, the pilot operating the rocket pod, well, the HVARs that is, and they've got the other fella operating the chain gun in the back. So I mean, damn, I'm not gonna lie, folks. They're giving them a little bit of a schwacking. I'll actually show y'all an HVAR pod so that way. Let's see, HVAR pod.
That Apache sitting there above that site, by the way, is like the equivalent of like somebody sitting on top of you and just pummeling you, like just smashing you left and right with their fists. I mean, they are just literally just sitting on top of that base, just slamming it with stuff, missiles, gunfire. I mean, they are unleashing right now. That's crazy.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see, folks, if I can find y'all. Oh, here we are. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I'm sorry, it actually wasn't an HVAR, correction, folks. It's actually a Hydra rocket pod, but let me show y'all one of these rocket pods right here. These are highly likely the rockets that they were firing. They were firing at close range in a direct kinetic form, so they are certainly not AGM-114 Hellfires, that's for damn sure. These are actually HVARs that they're firing, and also if we listen here, let's listen to this clip really quickly, folks, because I'll tell you all if that's the chain gun or if that's the autocannon, and there will be a big difference between the two. That is a chain gun of an AH-64, so it's highly likely that this is an AH-64D or an AH-64E Guardian that's currently conducting this strike directly on Fort Tijuana within the southern area of Caracas. So quite a damn display right there, and apparently they're not at all concerned about being engaged by ground fire because it's literally conducting the attack at a point-blank range, which is incredibly rare in most modern military engagements. I've seen someone saying that it actually may be an AH-1Z, and I'm not going to rule that out at the moment. Some people are wanting to say that they're AH-1Zs, but the 30mm autocannon has a very specific rate of fire, and from what we're hearing with that sounds to be more so the rate of fire of a 30mm chain gun. Not ruling out the AH-1Z, though. I might be hearing that incorrectly. And also on top of that, folks, one thing I do want to remind everyone is that the helicopters that we have confirmed in video evidence that we saw entering Caracas were from the U.S. Army's 160th. So we would assume that they might have made a task force that involves the AH-1Zs of the Iwo Jima amphibious ready group off of the USS Iwo Jima. But they may also have brought along with them a possible detachment of U.S. Army attack helicopters to serve as a screen to the CH-47Gs that were entering the city earlier. Both of those are possible and quite likely, but I'll show you all the difference in helicopters that we're talking about at the moment. So it could be an AH-64E, which I'll show you all right here. It could be this helicopter. It is, in my opinion, is more likely to be this one than the other that we'll show, or it could be an AH-1Z Viper of the U.S. Marine Corps. This is also a fairly likely option as well. But I just gotta say, folks, I have not really heard the autocannon on the AH-1Z often, but I have heard the chain gun on an Apache a good amount over the years of covering news here. And that chain gun has a very distinct sound, and it sounds just like it did in that clip. So I might be mistaken, so, you know, I might have to eat my foot on that later, and I will if it comes to it, but I'm pretty sure that's an Apache. But let's take another look at this clip, because this is absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like that before.
I haven't either. That's crazy. I've never seen anything like that.
I mean, the balls on those helicopter pilots, they're literally flying over the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense and doing a direct line-of-sight rocket barrage or a rocket volley on them. I mean, that's actually unreal, to be entirely honest with y'all. Whoever's in that helicopter, folks, they ought to get a medal just for the fact that they were brazen enough to fly right over where there may be direct ground fire coming right back at them and conducting a rocket barrage. I mean, that is absolutely unreal. Also, Pups and Brews, he actually brought up a really good point. He actually said MH60 DAP, and that could also be the one as well. But also notice this. When that rocket fires, we can see the chain gun fire for a minute. Let me see here if I can show that to y'all again. And that chain gun appears to be on the central area of the fuselage. If it was an MH60 DAP that was equipped with a 30 mil, it actually would be equipped on one of the pylons of the MH60 DAP. Let me show y'all what we're talking about here, because that's actually a really interesting idea. It's possible. I'm not going to rule it out because it's in the pitch black of darkness and in the middle of the night. But this is the MH60 DAP. And actually see they have the 30mm chain gun equipped here. But if that was the case, though, then that chain gun would be firing above where the rocket pod fired. And it appears that it's firing from a central fuselage area below the rocket pod. So it most likely is an AH-1Z or an AH-64E. But with that, we actually have more news.
Yeah, we have breaking news. We're getting some reports that allegedly some of these U.S. airstrikes have hit the Venezuelan General Command of the Army, as well as the Strategic Operational Command and the Ministry of the People's Power for Defense. I'm not really sure what that third location is there. I hadn't really heard of that before, but the first two, though, I have heard of. So we're hearing reports that apparently those sites were allegedly struck. We haven't gotten visual confirmation to say that for a fact, but that's the preliminary reports right now. They've hit, apparently, some very critical sites for the Venezuelan military in these opening volley of strikes that we've just seen on video.
Actually, we can confirm that's correct because we've already geolocated all of those strike locations at the very beginning of the news coverage about 40 minutes ago. So it looks like mainstream news is catching up to us, folks, because we actually did state that the Venezuelan General Command of the Army, I'll actually show you all that building right here and back this up. This building right here was directly hit. This is the building that we're speaking of, and we actually have a marker directly near to that building or on top of it right here that we're showing the first confirmed airstrikes, and we actually spoke of that earlier on air, that those buildings have been directly hit and targeted. It just appears that we're finally getting confirmation from larger news sources that that was the case. So Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, Enforcer, do not show this video. Pause that. So that video that we cannot show on the air right here, we're seeing Venezuelan security officials apparently roaming the streets in Miraflores, a part of Caracas, which is the capital city. Also, by the way, I'm just going to put that under our likes tab instead of on the main page, by the way. So if y'all want to see it, sadly, y'all won't be able to see it on our main page. We can't risk showing down the air. It's nothing too bad. It's just, I don't know if YouTube's going to they roughed the guy up a little bit. I'll just leave it at that. But the security forces are detaining residents, the Venezuelan residents, that is, of Caracas. I'm not sure why they're doing that. I guess they're scared that maybe it's U.S. forces in cars. It's also a video showing them. It looks like they're hijacking a car, the Venezuelan security forces are. So I guess they're getting paranoid that maybe security forces or special forces of the U.S. military are roaming the city, and they're trying to apprehend people that they think are U.S. special forces. But I don't understand why they're roughing up civilians, though. I mean, this guy got kicked pretty badly here. In other words, the Venezuelans are panicking. That's the bottom line. They're panicking. They're attacking their own civilians because they think they're special forces.
They might be thinking that they're actually informants or affiliated with the U.S. intelligence at the moment and might be trying to provide information to them as well. That's a high likelihood. It appears that paranoia is now starting to grip the internal security forces of the Venezuelan government, and they're apparently conducting mass arrests on anyone who may be suspected of being affiliated with U.S. operations or U.S. intelligence at the moment within the area. One thing that we can say, though, I'm going to give you a little bit of breakdown of the current picture that we have right now. The U.S. has conducted a wide-sweeping airstrike campaign against multiple areas of Venezuela, most importantly around Caracas and its ports, including Maquilleta, Cadi Lamar, and also the Isla de Margarita, as well as air defense sites near to the Higuero Air Base to the eastern side of Caracas. At the moment, we can confirm that some form of U.S. ground forces are currently involved in operations at this moment in Caracas, and it does appear that there are some possible firefights at the moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, folks, I do want to issue a retraction real quick. Earlier, I said to take it with a grain of salt that Reuters was reporting that ground troops are on the ground. That apparently is false. Reuters did not report, I want to repeat that, Reuters did not report that ground troops are on the ground. The Twitter pages that were purporting that to be the case were apparently in error. So I want to make that perfectly clear on the air right now that Reuters did not report that ground troops are on the ground. That was a mistake, and apparently that Twitter post that we saw there was not true. So just want to make that correction very, very clear here on the air. That was not reported by Reuters.
And so with that, it does appear that we are still waiting to get more information out of the Capitol at the moment. And right now, it does appear that, at least at a minimum, we can confirm that rotary aviation elements of the U.S. Army and possibly the U.S. Marine Corps are currently involved in some operations within the capital of Venezuela. Significant airstrikes have been conducted on key infrastructure and command facilities throughout the southern area of the city, including port facilities of the city of Caracas directly along the coastline. Some air defense has been hit. There's also been some airstrikes on the Isla de Margarita, and we also can confirm that some Su-30s of the Venezuelan Air Force within the state of, I believe it's Aruba, have taken off, but we do not know of the condition or location of those forces at the moment. Chaos is now ensuing in the streets of Caracas as loads of civilians are attempting to flee, including military personnel from the Fort Tiuna military facility, and we've also been able to see that strikes have been conducted by the U.S. on the major airbase, the Carlota airbase, within the center of the city of Caracas. Hopefully we'll have some more news coming out at the moment, but this is, once again, folks, a major breaking news development and a breaking news stream at this moment. We didn't expect that for today, but it appears that we got one nonetheless. So we are going to be covering this news as it comes out. At the moment, we're still waiting for some more information to appear.
Yes. Also, by the way, someone said, how do you tell us there's no troops on the ground, then tell us there's troops on the ground? There are troops on the ground, but I'm just making it perfectly clear, though, that Reuters did not report that when we said it earlier. I just want to make that perfectly clear, by the way, so that way we're not making any misunderstandings on the air. Like I mentioned earlier, we're trying to cover this live, so, you know, when things pop up on Twitter, we try, like earlier, I was trying to look for the Reuters article because I wanted to confirm that they indeed said that. So just want to make that perfectly clear. We're trying to keep this as accurate as possible while we're live on the air, because that is the, I guess you could say, the danger of trying to report stuff live like this, is sometimes things get confusing, sometimes things get murky. The fog of war is real on Twitter. That's, believe it or not, that is a thing. So that's why we want to make that perfectly clear. But in the meantime, though, we do have apparently some more news real quick. I'm currently seeing here. So let me double check one more thing here. So we're getting some reports about U.S. officials and their orders to strike the site. I'm trying to get confirmation on this, though, real quick. And before I say that, let me get confirmation on that. But we're getting some more information here out of the United States about these strikes. But in the meantime, though, I'm going to research that, and I'll be back with you when I have confirmation.
All right, folks, and in the meantime, we're actually going to be talking a little bit more about the situation that's going on right now. Once again, folks, I want to make it incredibly clear that usually in most other conflicts, we get into a great deal of analysis on future predictions of what's going to be happening on the ground and in the general campaigns that would be conducted militarily, a lot like we did with Iran earlier on in the stream tonight. But at the moment, we're currently talking about a situation that's involving U.S. armed forces. And considering that we're citizens of the United States, I don't want to get into any form of speculation or any form of any sort of predictive tactics or strategies that the United States may use that actually might be correct. We never know who's watching our stream, and currently our stream is probably one of the largest running on YouTube at the moment right now, and we don't want to possibly give any ideas to what is now enemy forces as to what the United States might be doing next. I don't know, we might be giving them ideas, and we don't really want to be involved, even if no one's watching, in possibly violating U.S. operational security. We can say, however, that U.S. Special Forces are most likely on the ground in some form or capacity. We do understand that U.S. Army and Marine Corps rotary aviation elements, at a minimum, are currently involved in operations around the capital of Caracas. Airstrikes have been conducted over a wide area, including the southern area of the city of Caracas, including the port facilities north of the city. Air defense has been hit just to the east of the city, about 15 miles away, and we've also seen that the Isla de Margarita, which is the largest island under Venezuela's possession off their coastline, has also been hit as well. We cannot get into any further detail than that at the moment. We can talk, however, about what the possible Venezuelan response is going to be, and I will actually get you all into that at the moment.
Well, we do have, before you get into that though, we do have some breaking news coming out right this second. We have gotten a video, apparently and allegedly, showing a surface-to-air missile being launched, apparently by the Venezuelans, from Pitar, which is East Caracas, and also gunfire can be heard in the background as well. So let's see what this is showing here. Apparently the Venezuelans did pop off a shot from a surface-to-air missile system, I would presume, at one of our aircraft. So we don't know if it hit, but we do have a video here that gives us an idea of what this was.
All right, let's take a look at this clip, folks.
Mira, 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 mira. Mira dónde va uno, mira. Una bala, una vaina. Ay, Dios mío. Mira cómo.
Huh. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. I don't really know if that was an air defense missile because it seemed to have a downward arc down into the mountain valley off to the right when it disappeared, but we can hear what appears to be air defense fire of some form. It sounds like a heavier caliber autocannon, maybe a 20 millimeter or a 30 millimeter that's firing into the air, but it does appear that there is an active air defense battery that is east of the city, somewhere within the suburb of Petare, which I assume is how it's pronounced, but I wouldn't be able to give you all an exact idea of exactly where that air defense battery is within the area. We are not incredibly familiar with the positions of Venezuelan air defense scattered around their capital, but it does appear that that came from the Batari suburb to the very east of the city of Caracas. Matthew, do we have any additional information coming out of this moment?
So we do have more information coming out. Y'all might recall I mentioned earlier that the home of the Venezuelan Minister of Defense was allegedly targeted by U.S. strikes. Currently, Pedrino Lopez, the defense minister of Venezuela, is missing. He is unreachable, and nobody's able to get in contact with him by phone. It's not known where he is. He could be perhaps dead in the rubble of his home. There's no telling right now. Or he could be maybe in a secure location and simply not able to answer the phone. But considering that his house was struck, it is possible that maybe this could be one of the first significant casualties of the war in the Venezuelan government. So we're waiting for confirmation on that. So if that is true, that could be a big, big hit that we've just heard about.
And it does appear that at the moment, nobody can call the Venezuelan defense minister on his cell phone. Doesn't appear that Hotline Bling is really working for him at the moment. He might be hiding or he might be dead. We're not really sure which one of those is the case, but I'm sure either way, the U.S. is very happy with the result. They've apparently either buried the guy or have buried him into hiding, one or the other. So we'll be trying to figure out which form of buried he is at the moment as we continue to cover the news on air. I would generally, to be entirely honest with you all, I would assume that he is most likely deceased at the moment. These strikes usually are quite significant in their devastation and their ability, and also they're usually conducted with the support of the most recent U.S. intelligence. But with that in mind, a lot of people are actually speculating at the moment right now of what they believe is happening right now against Venezuela by U.S. armed forces. And Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking as well?
All right. So the question is right now, because we're trying to figure this out live on air with y'all too, because this is happening. We have had no time to prepare for this. So we've known it was going to happen. We didn't know it was going to happen tonight, and I was not expecting it either. So what is likely happening with Venezuela? What is the objective of the U.S. forces? 40% said special forces raids and airstrikes only, while 36% said a full invasion of Venezuela is likely underway as we speak, and 24% said airstrikes only. So all we can confirm is there's special forces raids happening. We saw those helicopters going in, and we also have seen, obviously, airstrikes. So we cannot confirm a full invasion of Venezuela at this moment. We had heard alleged reports that maybe there were ground forces on the ground. That has been since retracted, and we've also retracted that statement as well. We do not know if that's the case. So I'm with the 40%. I think it maybe is just special forces raids and airstrikes, and we'll have to wait and see if it goes any further than that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be honest with y'all, I actually had to be with the 36%. I believe that they're doing some preparatory work for a full-scale invasion of the country, because currently the targets that we've seen that have been hit are not at all indicative of airstrikes and special forces raids on drug facilities. We can confirm that some of the top headquarters at Fort Tiuna, which once again I have to remind everyone, is the Venezuelan equivalent of their Pentagon for their military, so this is basically their command nucleus of their entire armed forces. Several of the top headquarters headquarters have been destroyed in this area. We can confirm that on video and picture evidence alone, where the airstrikes were conducted in the first strikes that we saw on film. So they have currently conducted an attempted decapitation attack against the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense. We're also seeing that they're now conducting what appears to be special forces raids and direct rotary air action directly against the fort. And we're also seeing that airstrikes are being conducted against key port facilities that apparently are housing ammunition, and also against the island of Margarita. It appears that it's preparatory work for a ground invasion, but we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so right now we're hearing that Nicolas Maduro is alive. He has not been taken out in any of these strikes. He is currently living and breathing right this second. He has declared a state of national emergency in Venezuela. He has called on the people to mobilize in mass to defeat the imperialist aggression against the U.S. airstrikes on Caracas. So he is trying to mobilize the entire population of Venezuela as we speak. He's formally declared a state of emergency, and that's the logical next step. That was expected that he would do that. So it pretty much means nothing. At this point, we have not seen Venezuela mount an effective defense against any of the Air Force assets at the moment. We have not heard of any takedowns of any aircraft as we speak. I'm sure we'll hear about it soon, but we haven't gotten confirmation of anything. But that is what we're hearing. Also, by the way, we have gotten another video showing another U.S. helicopter engaging ground targets with gun and rocket fire, which is presumed to be an AH-1Z Viper taking shots at something on the ground in Caracas right this second.
Now let's take a look at this clip. I gotta be honest with y'all, that's just absolutely insane. I mean, they literally have basically air cavalry just flying free reign, like free range chickens over Caracas, just hitting stuff with direct hydro fire. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. That is, this is so brazen. Like the helicopter tactics that we're seeing used right here. This is what the Russians did at Hostomel back in 2022 with direct rocket attacks on Ukrainian ground infantry. I mean, we haven't seen we have literally not seen helicopter tactics like this used in 4 years. This is actually pretty crazy to see. Very ballsy, I'll admit. Yeah. I mean, just absolutely insane. Truly though, like a movie style scene here, watching a helicopter literally come in for a direct gun run and rocket volley or rocket strafe on a ground target.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing when you said that. It's giving me flashbacks to the start of the Ukraine war. It has the same vibe going on with it that we saw when Russia sent the Hinds into Ukraine and started lighting the place up. So it looks like the same thing. I'll be honest with you, folks. I'm not sure what the U.S. is trying to accomplish with this. If it remains a one-night thing, which I'm not sure if it is. This is a pretty large operation to be a one-night operation. I'm not really sure what the U.S. is expecting to accomplish with this. I hope and pray that they aren't starting a ground invasion. If they're starting a ground invasion, that's bad news, in my personal opinion. That's not something that's smart to do in this particular instance. I'm not even sure what they're trying to do right now with the airstrikes either. It could be a pressure campaign against Maduro to try to oust him. I'm not really sure what they're up to. I'm not sure if they know what they're up to at this point.
I would have to say, I don't know. If they're planning on a ground invasion, we haven't really heard them ever come up with a good exit strategy, at least publicly, as to what we would want to achieve and then leave. But then again, at the same time, man, I mean, they're not going after cartels. They're hitting the military and they're hitting the central government
and critical
facilities.
Infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you would do when you conduct a full ground invasion. I mean, quite literally, folks, this is the exact actions that Russia did on February 24th of 2022 to conduct the ground invasion into Ukraine. I mean, this is the exact same kind of preparatory work that we saw back then. This is not at all and some people are saying scare tactics, but I mean, you don't obliterate the the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense as a scare tactic. I mean, they probably just ended up killing the Ministry of Defense of Venezuela. That's more than a scare tactic. That's literally decapitating military command abilities right now. I mean, that doesn't what we're seeing right now, just from what we can confirm, it doesn't look at all like it is an action against a cartel. This looks like we're directly going to war with Venezuela as a government. So I think that's more so what we're going for at the moment right now. And also, before some people say this, some people are like going, yeah, America's Russia now. No, it's an entirely different situation. The only reason I'm saying that this is similar is because this is, on the strategic and tactical level, the same preparatory work the Russians did to invade Ukraine. However, it appears that U.S. intelligence is far more accurate than their intelligence was, because every target that the U.S. has hit so far was a legitimate target and not a, like a defunct radar system or what used to be an old military base that it hasn't been used in 30 years. The U.S. is being quite thorough with what they're doing right now. Go ahead.
Also, by the way, real quick, not to interrupt the analysis there, but apparently Maduro put out an extremely lengthy statement. When I read off earlier what he was saying to the people, that was a synopsis. He put out a book, basically. I just reposted it at the top as a post from AZ Intel. He put out a book of stuff that he was talking about here. So apparently he had this pre-prepared. I would assume he's not a poet. He didn't write this on the spot. So if you want to maybe I don't think we want to read all this. This is too much. But basically, I see in the middle of it right there, he says people to the streets right in the middle of it. So I'm scanning through it here. It looks like Maduro is saying that this is over oil and minerals. He's saying that the Americans will not succeed. He's going on to say some history about Venezuela. He's also going on to, once again, demand that everybody gets in the streets and starts fighting for their life, basically. He's also invoking Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations and saying that they have a right to self-defense. And then he starts quoting Hugo Chavez down here at the bottom. So basically the rest is a bunch of mumbo jumbo. It's meaningless crap that he put in there. It's almost like rinky-dink the wise, like Putin likes to do almost. But he's claiming this is all over oil. That's what Maduro is saying.
I mean, well, it really is more so over Chinese influence. I mean, if we were all honest, that's really what it's about. Because the Chinese just started drilling in Lake Maracaibo, in the western part of the country for oil, which is a very large untapped oil field. So the reality of it is that we're trying to stop the Chinese from building up significant economic influence and building up the Venezuelans to be a prosperous Chinese satellite state in the Americas. Like, if I'm just being entirely honest with y'all folks, that's the real strategic reason why we would do something like this. Drug cartels just doesn't work when you put it into a larger strategic image. The cartel doesn't exist just in Venezuela. It exists over the entirety of South and Central America. Not only that, the Sinaloa cartel, and what was the other one, Matthew? It's the alphabet organization, like the IJNC or something.
CJNG.
Yeah, the CJNG. Those are the two cartels that conduct the fentanyl trade inside the United States of America. So as far as curbing fentanyl entering the United States, you would actually have to conduct actions against the Sinaloa cartel and the other one in Mexico to actually be able to have any real impact on fentanyl making its way into the United States. So clearly saying that we're going to go to war with Trinidad, Aragua, and Venezuela over fentanyl importation is not really a solid claim because they're not involved in fentanyl importation, even according to U.S. agencies that conduct that intelligence gathering. Additionally, Venezuelan oil is sour crude, which while some U.S. refineries in the Gulf can refine, it's generally a much more expensive process to refine, meaning that we would generally go for the sand oils or the oil sands elsewhere in the world, like in the Middle East, that are far easier to refine and far cheaper to process instead of Venezuelan oil. What we're wanting to do, however, is stop China from sticking a straw in Venezuela and basically completely circumventing our control of the Middle East. Because right now, China is drilling in Lake Maracaibo, which is right over here near the port of Maracaibo, for the oil fields that have been untapped in this area. And while it's sour crude, the Chinese would rather process sour crude, which is a much more difficult process, than have to go through the United States and our security sphere in the Middle East to get access to oil. So what we're trying to do, if we were being honest here, folks, is we're trying to stop the Chinese from building up significant influence in the Americas, and basically it's Cold War 2.0, where we're trying to stop the Soviets from turning a whole bunch of Central American countries red. That's basically what we're doing right now in Venezuela. That would be the honest truth of our strategic ambition in this area, but we're phrasing it as a war against the cartels, so that way it doesn't look like we're taking some form of an overt action to screw the Chinese over. So that's what I would honestly think is the honest reason why we're doing this, because anything else, it just really wouldn't make all too much sense, even for oil. I mean, we have much better alternatives to import oil from right now. the Middle East is our literal alternative to this right now, and we control basically all of the countries that produce oil in the Middle East because they're a part of our security assurance sphere. So there's no reason for us to go down there and do this rather than screwing over the Chinese. Which honestly, if we put it that way, folks, I'm all for this action. We cannot allow the Chinese to have any sort of a strategic upper hand and a footing. They already have, in a sense, a strategic upper hand on rare earths refining. We also don't want them to be able to circumvent our general control of the oil resources in the Middle East by punching a straw in Venezuela, literally just south of us 1,000 miles away. We actually do have new footage coming out, though, at the moment. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so we have new footage. We have two pieces of footage. We're going to save the port footage for just a second. We do have another angle of the explosion at La Guardia Port. Let's save that. We have a video, apparently, I'm not sure if we've seen this one before. I think this might be a different angle of the Bell Vipers taking shots at Fort Tiuna right here.
And also, folks, considering that so many people are calling it a Viper at this point, I'm actually going to eat my foot on air and give a retraction. It apparently is not an AH-64E, which is what I originally assumed. Apparently, a lot of people are identifying it as an AH-1Z Viper, which means that apparently this was a joint task force between the U.S. Marine Corps' AH-1Zs on the Iwo Jima and the 160th SOAR that was based out of Trinidad and Tobago to conduct the operations in Caracas. So let's take a look at the clip.
Atacando eso ahí, no se ve bien porque es de noche, pero ahorita sí se ve y la cosa no está grabando.
We can actually hear ground fire in this clip.
Papá, quédate tranquilo. Allá va uno, se ve, no sé si se ve. Mira, allá donde se ve. Lo tapó ya la montaña.
We hear the helicopter in the distance. We cannot see it at the moment.
Allá están los helicópteros. ¿Lo ves?
You know, damn, that is an AH-1Z because, you know, actually apparently this is an AH-1Z and everything else was a AH-64E because, you know, I was telling you, man, the chain gun has a specific sound. This is the autocannon on an AH-1Z. That is definitely an AH-1Z. The other ones were Apaches. This is a this is a Viper.
It sounds like a lower pitch, a gal, like, you know, on the AC-130, not the AC-130. What's that thing? The Warthog. What do they call it? What's the designation?
A-10.
Yeah, it sounds like the A-10. It's like a lower pitch version of that gun on that aircraft.
You know what, folks? We're gonna have to pull up sound bites really quickly here in a minute to listen to the sounds of the guns firing to get it right. But that is damn near sure an AH-1Z right here. We'll get into why in a minute.
Disparan, venga por aquí.
Oh, so that was the whole clip from. Okay, so you know what, folks? We gotta go and figure out the sound bites here, folks. We gotta go figure out what sounds like an AH-1Z and what sounds not like an AH-1Z. So let me see here if we can get live firing from an AH-1Z. I'm not going to show the clip on air. We're just going to listen to the sound really quickly. Let's see, sound. Let me see here. I really need to find this, folks. I'm going to go to the Marine Corps' website and see if we can get a sound of this here. I'm sure the Marine Corps will love to let us hear a sound of an AH-1Z firing. So let's see here. And they got music, so we are definitely not doing that. Like, we are certainly not doing that. Let's see. Let me see here. Let me see if I can get a part of it firing, because I got to find out, folks, what chain gun we were hearing. So, actually,
that ain't it.
That actually sounds like, I got to be honest with y'all, folks, I'm having a really hard time with the sound identification on these guns, because that autocannon right there on the AH-1Z actually sounded, at least in tempo right there, a lot like an Apache. So I would guess it is an AH-1Z in all of these clips that we've been hearing, so that's fairly interesting, to say the least. So we are going to be keeping that in mind, and we're still going to be trying to make sure to verify what type of helicopters are currently being used by the U.S. Armed Forces over Caracas at the moment. But for now, we're just going to leave it for what it is and generally assume that it's an AH-1Z Viper. With that, Matthew, do we have any more breaking news coming out of this moment?
So I'm trying to do a quick scan real quick for that breaking news. I'm currently doing a little bit of research over here on the side, trying to verify some of this port footage here. We do have that video of the port that we haven't shown yet, by the way, that was at the top. We are hearing that apparently the Venezuelan sources are still reporting that planes are still being heard overflying the capital. So there's still some type of engagement taking place. We just simply don't know who's being engaged or what's being engaged. But let's see here. I'm quickly doing a scan to see here if we have anything else before we get into this footage right here. Let's go ahead and show that footage, by the way. I'll keep looking.
And let's take a look at this.
No sé si fue un barco.
Also, notice this is something we haven't seen in other clips. There was apparently a second strike off near to the depot, but actually inside of the port facility further on inland. We hadn't seen that before until this clip. There was another secondary explosion. Once again confirming it is an ammunition fire. But to really quickly show y'all, because this actually says right here, it was a ship that appears to have been targeted. We cannot confirm that based off of what we've seen in this video, or more so in the satellite photography. This is not a ship. This is actually a stationary depot built onto a concrete pier within the port. And there also appeared to have been a secondary explosion somewhere over here in this area of the Puerto La Guaira, right around here. So that appears to be the two confirmed explosions that we could see. It appears that the first explosion hit about right here on the depot, and it appears that the second one may have been on this additional depot near to the pier, right here on this side of it, about right there in that area. So that appears to be the case at the moment. And Alex Williams just said, "Wow, you guys are still live, dang." Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect to have this happen in the midst of our normal news coverage. So we had to stay live and stick it through, folks, for the public, so that way everyone could know what was going on out here. So yeah, we were crazily enough still live. How long has it been? It's been like 5 hours almost. So quite a long show, to say the least. But it does appear
I do have some information here apparently about the possible approval of these strikes. And once again, take this with a grain of salt. We're currently hearing this is allegedly the case. We're hearing that according to reports, and I want to once again give the disclaimer, allegedly, that apparently the U.S. president approved Venezuela strikes days beforehand, according to sources. Apparently, the president gave the U.S. military the green light to conduct land strikes in Venezuela days before this operation occurred tonight, according to two U.S. officials that spoke to a news outlet under condition of anonymity to discuss national security matters. So let's see here. I was trying to do some more looking. So obviously, they approved the strikes in Nigeria against ISIS targets back a little bit before that. So apparently, it was back on. Let me get my calendar out real quick. Trying to do this in my head isn't working too well tonight. Let's see here. Calendar. Where's my calendar at? So it happened 2 days ago. So it happened on basically almost the 31st, I guess. Is that 2 days ago?
That would be, yeah, Chris, that would be New Year's Eve. So apparently he was sitting around, let's go bomb them, New Year's resolution. So I guess that's when he approved it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. So they took a couple of days to actually, I guess, get it off the ground and get it rolling. But yeah, they waited a long time to do it, but they finally pulled it off. We're not really sure still what this even is. It could be a ground situation. It could be airstrikes and raids. We're just not sure.
Man, it certainly does appear like it. That's without a doubt. I got to say, folks, this is something crazy here. We didn't really expect to have this on our news rotation on the 2nd of January and the 3rd of January. I would have to say, Matthew, this is all rather quite sudden.
This is rather sudden, honestly. The reality of it is starting to sink in with me a little bit right now. If I'm getting a little bit more quiet, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm not really sure. I usually like to plot things out like the best and worst case scenarios in my head. That's the way I think about situations like these. I'm having a hard time computing where they're going to go with this. I'm not really sure where they could possibly go with this. If Maduro is going to stay and fight, which he's saying he's going to stay and fight, if you can believe that. He may be a coward and end up running off anyway, but you can't believe everything he says. But if he stays and fights, then are we about to get bogged down in a multi-year war for Venezuela? That's the only thing I can see happening from this point forward. Or are we going to strike them tonight, cause all this damage, create a huge active enemy here, and also probably enrage Russia at the same time, or China, and then we just walk off? I don't even know where the hell this can go. This seems so ill thought out. Like, it just doesn't make much sense.
I'd have to say it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but at the same time, we kind of got in a situation where we couldn't walk away because of how big of a situation we made it into. So there's kind of also that going forward as well, as in, it didn't really, like, just to be entirely honest with y'all folks, I'm just going to give you all the rundown here. It didn't make any sense for us to make Venezuela a big situation right now. We could have done that in 3 years, 4 years. We could have done that in 7 years, and it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But for some reason, we made it a big problem around the latter part of the summer of this last year in 2025. And then, because of that, the Russians went, oh, look, this is a way for us to poke at America. And then China went, oh, buddy, I mean, they're trying to mess with our financial investment. So then both of them started to get involved in supporting the Venezuelan government. So then we were faced with this. We've made this into something that the Russians and the Venezuelans realize they can poke us with and kind of get away with it if we back off. So if we back off, then we're going to be allowing them to basically arm Venezuela to the teeth and then allow China to pump loads of money into Venezuela to make it a successful economy, even if Maduro's an idiot. Or we would have to go to war with them right now to topple the Maduro government and then bring in one that's pro-American so that way they can't do that later. So basically, we put ourselves at an impasse to where we kind of had to do this at this point. You know, whether or not that was a good idea, you know, that time's kind of passed. We kind of already pushed ourselves into having to do this, so now we're here and we're having to see that it's happening right now. So,
Yeah.
you know, like, you know, I guess.
Also, yeah, I'm not really sure where this is going to go. I know people have very strong feelings about the situation at this point. It's turned into almost a political thing at this point. So some people believe that we should definitely go to Venezuela and take care of the Chinese influence. Also, there's allegations that Hamas and Hezbollah are operating out of Venezuela. We do see that Iran-linked ships are apparently bringing oil to and from Venezuela. So, I mean, that shows to me there is some type of Iran link. So there must be some credibility to those allegations. So, I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, if Hezbollah and Hamas are operating here and Iran is operating here, and even perhaps we do know that China is building a strong influence in that country, I mean, we can't allow that to, you know, grow unfestered in that country like that. But at the same time, though, I mean, a multi-year war, I mean, that could be a tough one because I think we're about to head to a multi-year war here.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, then again, though, the thing is that unless the Colombians get involved in being a weapons mule for the Venezuelan resistance, there isn't really anyone who's going to arm the Venezuelans for a long-term resistance. They have to get some money or some weapons from somewhere to keep the fight going. And just from their geography alone, if we enforce a blockade and don't allow any ship in Venezuela, and we make sure that the Colombians stay out of this, I mean, basically they're going to be strangleholded and practically have to give up because there's going to be no way for international support to keep them going. Like Ukraine, for example. Ukraine has a direct land border with allied states in NATO, so we can easily make sure to keep Ukraine going. Now, if Ukraine was surrounded by a whole bunch of pro-Russian states and then they got invaded, Ukraine would be screwed. There would be no way for them to get foreign support. Also, someone said Brazil might support them. I don't know about that, Joey. It would be pretty hard for them to do that because there is absolutely no road infrastructure through the Amazon rainforest, which Venezuela is also has, at least in its southern periphery, a large part of the Amazon rainforest within it. So if the Brazilians wanted to support them, it's nothing that they could do in a covert way. They would have to fly a helicopter or an aircraft into Venezuela to resupply the resistance, which would easily be spotted and most likely create a major diplomatic incident or get shot down. But Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we do have some more breaking news right now. We're hearing, because I've seen people asking about this in the live chat, they've been saying, what is going on with the Chinese delegation? Because apparently there is a Chinese delegation. I think there's an embassy, I believe, in Venezuela of the Chinese nation in Venezuela. A Chinese delegation apparently held a meeting this morning with President Maduro inside of Venezuela. It remains unclear at the moment whether or not they departed the country prior to these strikes. So it's possible that a a Chinese delegation could be in the middle of that chaos that we just saw a moment ago inside of Caracas. The Chinese could have officials currently locked up in that situation right now that they would need to evacuate. So we don't know what's going on with that. We also don't know if the Russians have evacuated their people or not. We had heard rumors that maybe the Russians had evacuated their people, but we could have both Russian and Chinese delegations currently in the midst of that chaos that's going on the ground, which obviously creates some complications in this whole situation. So also, by the way, Enforcer, we do have some more footage, by the way, showing that port. Apparently, someone drove past the damage. It's quite bad. And we also have a video showing a barracks getting hit as well.
So let's take a look at the port of La Guaira and see how it's looking right now. Well, I mean, that generally confirms, like, with that extreme voice crack, like, dang. But let me get you all down to the port. This does confirm, like, let me show you all where they are right now. They are currently driving around this area of the road. As a matter of fact, let me get you all a street view here. Why not a street view? Here we are. So they're driving around this corner right now in this clip, right here. And right around that corner, they blew out several shipping containers, and they also blew away the fence that existed right here as well. Now, the force of the blast had to have been pretty strong in that one spot, and if we get right out of that view, that means that our geolocation was dead on correct. Apparently, a bomb hit this depot, which was filled with ammunition, and then hit apparently this empty depot right here, and the explosion was so close to the container wall that they had at the southern end of the port here, it actually blew some of the intermodal containers out, and it also blew away some of the fence as well. So that's actually where they are in this clip right now, and that's where they're driving through at the moment. Oh, yeah, see, there was the bombing right there. I mean, it was literally right where we geolocated it like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, wow, that's a chassis from a trailer for like a semi truck right there. It's all mangled up and bent. I think, isn't that the chassis of a trailer?
Oh, heavens no. Actually, this is the ribbing of an intermodal container, like an ISO standard 40-foot container right there.
Oh, wow. It bent that metal like it was Play-Doh.
Oh, yeah, crimped it like a little piece of paper right there. That is the walling on, let me see here. That's the walling on one of these ISO containers right here that got blown outwards from the explosion. At least that's what we're thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I might be wrong on that.
Wow, that's some powerful explosion. Obviously, it was very powerful. We saw the pictures from the water, and it was a huge fire going on. But yeah, it mangled pretty much everything right there.
Oh yeah, I mean that was one hell of a blast right there. Whatever the U.S. landed just on the other side of that fence was apparently quite strong. But anyways, we also have another clip showing the 4F barracks in the mountains overlooking Venezuela's capital of Caracas, which houses a museum and the mausoleum of the Venezuelan politician, revolutionary military officer Hugo Chavez, who is basically like...
Oh, they hit the Hugo Chavez memorial?
Man, honestly, the disrespect on that, I mean, damn. Where in the world would that have even been? Let's try and see if we can find that, Matthew, really quickly. Because I'd have no clue, folks, where that would be. Where would that have ended up being? Let's see here. The 4F barracks. Let's just type that in. The 4F barracks. They can't find that on Google. So, I don't know where that would be. Could you see if you could find that somehow, Matthew, and help me geolocate that on air really quick? Because I would like to know exactly.
It's the Hugo Chavez, what is it, a mausoleum, you say?
Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, apparently it was the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez. Hugo Chavez.
Let's see here. So, let me go grab a map. Let's see here.
That ain't it.
Hugo Chavez. They don't really make this easy to... Okay, I found it right now. Let's see here.
It's like a game of Where's Waldo. Like, damn, like, honestly, finding his mausoleum.
So it's in the northwestern part. It's near the capital district of Caracas. And it's got a whole, like, thing around it. It's kind of hard to believe they hit that, actually. It's like in a somewhat populated area.
Is it the national pantheon of Venezuela?
No, I'll send you the address on Discord. There you go.
Got you. So let me go grab that really quickly. Y'all getting the behind the scenes look at our Discord here. So let me put that up here and let's see where that is. Right here?
Apparently so. It appears to show an image showing the Cuartel de la Montana 4F funeral home right there.
Well, that is the 4F barracks. It says it right there. Is this the... Yeah, that's the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez right there. So yeah, this is apparently where they bombed. I mean, this is literally in the middle of the city. A bit of a vantage point, but it's in the middle of the city. They bombed a museum?
Damn, they dug them up to disrespect them.
I'll be honest with you, I don't really know why we would even bomb that. I mean, like, we'll see, folks. We don't have video evidence of it yet, so we may have not. We may have. I don't know. But I don't know if we did bomb that. I mean, someone, like, I got to get an answer as to why that even mattered to be bombed. I don't really know. So we'll hopefully get an answer on that at some point in the future. But quite odd. But let's take a look.
Acaban de explotar el 4F.
Oh, well, there's the video evidence right there. So they did bomb it. Why? Like, I mean, you know, I gotta ask that. Why did we bomb that? I mean, it's not like it's an active military installation.
Mira.
Is Hugo Chavez the one that turned the country into a socialist, like a true socialist country?
Yeah, he's the guy who did that.
Okay, I think they did that for symbolic reasons. I think it's literally for that.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, like, the guy's dead. It's not really like, you know, he's going to come out of the grave and, you know, defeat the U.S. imperialists and install true communism globally, you know? Like, I don't really get that one, like, to be entirely honest. Usually you kind of just leave the dead alone because they're dead, you know? So, interesting, yeah. So anyways, we can confirm we apparently bombed a grave, just for, skill points, I guess, in the middle of Caracas. One hell, like, honestly, all the targets we could have hit, we hit that, so, no, interesting, okay, well, anyways, that was it. So, Matthew, do we have anything else coming out at the moment?
So I'm currently looking here. It looks like we're having a bit of a footage lull at the moment. There's still clearly stuff going on. I think it's just a matter of like more footage getting uploaded because it's not like a lack of things happening. There's still massive things happening right now in Caracas, but I don't have footage of it. So we're waiting to see what exactly is going on the ground with the gunfire. We're waiting to see what's going on with the aircraft that might have been shot down. We simply do not know right now what is happening until we get more footage.
Yeah, I would have to say we'll have to see where this is going in the future. But at the moment, we are still going to be getting some more breaking news coming out here in the very near future, and we are going to be making sure to cover that as best as we possibly can, folks. So at the moment, we do understand that the U.S. is conducting significant military operations against Venezuela, and we are still getting news on that at the moment right now. We'll be breaking that to y'all when we get the breaking news. And I see that someone saying, go on flight radar, everything is disabled. And that is correct. Everything is completely dark inside of Venezuelan airspace right now. Absolutely nothing can be seen. So, very interesting in that regard. Let's see. Some people are saying...
Can we get flight radar, though? Like, let's see what's going on flight radar. Is there anything going on in Puerto Rico or anything taken off from the U.S. bases?
Let's see here. I have to make sure the ads for the mange are not popping up because I still haven't gotten the gold subscription again. Really quickly, Matthew, actually, if you could filibuster for just a minute, I actually could get gold again just to get the whole screen ad-free, because I don't want mange ads popping up in the middle of everything.
All right. So in the meantime, while he's trying to avoid the mange ads that pop up occasionally from time to time, we have once again, to reiterate this, apparently gotten confirmation that the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez has been struck. And apparently it did house his remains. So we presume that they might have done that to demoralize the Venezuelan regime, which is, of course, a socialist regime. And they could have done that for that reason. Because once again, like we were discussing, there's really no military strategic reason to do that outside kind of psychological reasons. So we have seen that. There is also a picture that came out of apparently the moment that the mausoleum was struck that we can see once the Enforcer gets done with the gold subscription that we have there. But in the meantime, though, we have heard that Cuba, believe it or not, Cuba, who takes about a year to get their information on time, they actually heard about this one in real time, actually this time. So they must have turned the internet back on in Cuba. But Cuba has denounced the so-called criminal attack on Venezuela by the United States. So for whatever it's worth, Cuba has made a statement. Cuba can't do anything, obviously, because they have no military. It's a lame force. They can barely even feed their own people inside of Cuba, so they're not going to do anything. But just to show you, though, Cuba, Colombia, Venezuela, they're all making statements right now about the situation, and they're trying to make a lot of bluster about it. But so far, like I've mentioned before, we have not seen any real counteroffensive or any type of real counter action, I guess you could say, by the Venezuelan regime against any of the forces that the U.S. has sent into the country. So that's currently the status quo there. But just trying to look and see if we can get some more footage here of any of these attacks and bring you some more footage here. But sadly, though, we are still in a bit of a lull when it comes to footage. So with that, Enforcer, I'm not sure how long it takes to do the gold membership thing, but I'm sort of running out of...
It takes 1 second. It's almost done. It's literally almost done. Like you almost were like about to round it out perfectly there. So we have it now. Thank the heavens, everyone. We finally have, oh, goody heavens, Flight Radar 24. Let's take a look. Yep, it's completely dark out there. This is what I just paid $35 for, folks. It's the same nothing.
What about Puerto Rico, though? Have you seen any military aircraft taking off from Puerto Rico? Because we had seen a tanker earlier taking off from the airport there.
Well, we do know of this KC-135 Stratotanker that's conducting an orbit right now south of Puerto Rico. But beyond that, we're not really seeing a great deal of military activity, at least within the area, because most of the transponders are most likely off. I think these guys may have forgotten to turn on their transponder, because generally whenever a military operation is underway, even the Stratotankers have their transponders off. So, $35 to see one Stratotanker, folks. It was $35, well worth it.
Honestly, that was worth it. I love these Stratotankers. I just love seeing them on the map. It's really something every time. But also, by the way, something else. I want to discuss something else real quick since we're on the topic, and we're also having a little bit of a lull right now with the news. Some people are going to be bringing this up, and it's going to be something that's going to be a highly contentious debate over the next couple of days. They're going to say and be debating whether or not the U.S. President had the ability, the legal right, to do what he just did tonight, at least allegedly what he did tonight. So the governing document, we've mentioned this a million times over, but just to go over this one more time, the War Powers Resolution is what gives the president the ability to basically take military action without necessarily being able to declare war, because obviously a president cannot declare war. That's up to Congress to do that. So some people are going to be debating whether or not this was a declaration of war tonight on Venezuela. Some people are going to say it was simply a special military operation. Not trying to be sarcastic there, sort of being serious. They're going to be debating that. So in my personal opinion, I'm not a legal scholar. I have a year of law school under my belt. Doesn't make me an expert, though. I would say that he does have the legal right to conduct strikes, but he does not have the right to take us to war. So if this turns into a multi-day or a multi-week thing, that starts getting into gray area at that point. So we don't know how long this is going to last, so it's kind of hard to tell right now. But Enforcer, what's your take?
I would have to say, at least based off of all of the prior actions that have been conducted by U.S. presidents since the end of World War II, basically everything that he's doing at the moment right now is pretty much within the purview of the authority of the president. We've seen similar operations conducted like this during Operation Just Cause, the U.S. invasion of Grenada, which is quite literally right next to Venezuela. We have seen endless military operations, or wars in short, very short ones, that have been conducted in the Central American region and in the Americas in general over just the past 50 years that have generally had the exact same forms of authorization and authority from the president to be able to conduct. So in my honest opinion, folks, I'd have to say that this just generally falls within typical U.S. actions in the Americas at the very least, and generally there's nothing incredibly questionable about this at all, because everyone likes to say that this is a very questionable sort of an action, but then people completely forget that we did the same thing in Panama on Operation Just Cause in 1989 and in the U.S. invasion of Grenada also in the 80s as well. So, it's a little bit hard to make an argument that this is unprecedented and completely illegal and entirely questionable when we've already had a history of doing this in the countries that are literally less than 100 miles away from Venezuela. So, I would have to say that generally this just falls under U.S. Monroe Doctrine shenanigans, as it usually is. So with that, I hope that does address that well, in my opinion. And in the meantime, while we're still having a little bit of a lull on the news at the moment, might be because the U.S. just cut off the internet down there, possibly. I do want to make sure that we take a little bit of a moment to get some questions in the meantime, while we wait for some more news to come out. So Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, a little more piece of news here. Apparently, we are hearing, obviously, Maduro is okay. We have heard that he has made that lengthy statement that we heard earlier. We're not sure where he's at. Obviously, we're not going to find that out because he's not going to tell anybody, because he's probably needing a change of pants at this point. But we're also being told that at least, this is not promising, at least some of the people in Maduro's inner circle appear to be safe. That's a very hedged statement right there. That's not something you want to hear if you're in Maduro's shoes. At least some of the people appear to be safe. So the Minister of Defense could be in some deep hot water. In fact, he may not even be with us anymore. And there's apparently many other people that could be deceased that were in Maduro's inner circle. We will probably hear that by tomorrow morning, I would guess. But Maduro is hiding out somewhere. He could be hiding in his secret bunker that's under that airport that everybody knows about. It's not really a secret anymore because that's been exposed. He could be there. And if he's there, he probably just shit his pants a second time. But at the same time, though, let's move into a couple... actually, let's don't move into a couple of questions. We have one more piece of footage that just came out right now. Actually, I don't know what this is showing. Enforcer, do you know what this is showing? By the way, I don't know where this is looking at.
It appears that someone was trying to film Le Iguana, and then the airstrike happened nearby. So it looks to be a pot to piss in and a grave to live in, and airstrike off in the distance. So let's take a little gander at this whimsical sight and what happened in the distance. Oh, that's an airstrike.
Who's this guy just lurking out here in the middle of the field?
I mean, he could be one of those guys from Trending Agua, like he could be. I mean, in the middle of the night, like it's like 3 a.m. there right now. Well, hell, it's like 4 a.m. now, honestly. It's almost the crack of dawn. And this guy's just out there near some pot to piss in the middle of the night, watching an air, like, honestly, I don't know, Well, hell, I could be honest with y'all, I don't know. He just appears to be watching it cook. Are you adding that in? Like, are you adding that one in?
Yeah, I did.
Dude, I was like, what's up with this rapid fire cricket? Like, all the other ones are kind of chill.
This is wild, though. This guy's a good cameraman, though, whoever he is.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. He's keeping the subject in frame. Zippity Boop said, "No shot, we actually hit Venezuela. This is a joke, right?" Oh no, we're in a full military operation, aka a war against Venezuela right now. That just happened like 2 hours ago.
Oh wow, secondary apparently.
Oh, the crickets got a little bit quieter now. Apparently they're keeping it to a low roar after that one. Like that one. Well, one hell of a strike right there, I'll have to say, folks. I mean, the U.S. doesn't really play around a lot when they get down to business like this. So, it is what it is. I got to say, folks, it's always interesting to look over in the chat and see some people going, "Get him," and then others going, "Oh!" It's literally the complete opposites of what we're seeing in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Also, by the way, I do want to point this out. Jay Bagwell and also a couple other viewers mentioned this. The 4F or PF, whatever it is, that the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez, that's also a military barracks. I just made that perfectly clear. It's not just the mausoleum. It's not just the funeral home. It's also, oddly enough, they're apparently letting the soldiers sleep there in the barracks, apparently on site.
Oh, now the big thanks to Jay Bagwell. That makes a whole load of sense. I think, I think it actually mentioned that in the post, but I more so got sidetracked on the idea of it being a mausoleum. And I was like, they just blew up a funeral home. I was like, what? I was like, why did they do? So apparently it was a viable military target, folks. It apparently was an active barracks. The 4 Fs are the Fs in the chat that the guys got in the barracks after they got hit by the JDAM. So I guess it all lines up. Also, by the way, Matthew, I guess the real question now in the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow is, will Maduro enduro? And the answer may depend on what we hear in the next 24 hours, folks. So y'all better start getting to hedging your bets, folks. Do you think that Maduro will enduro, or will he not? To enduro or not enduro? That is the question of which we ask ourselves. But anyways, it's time for us to get into some questions. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our questions, and also, by the way, I'm going to be scanning for breaking news because it's still coming out, by the way. I already covered the stuff about Cuba, saying whatever they were saying about they're going to do something. Cuba's not doing nothing. They can be quiet. But we are getting some more footage, but it's nothing crazy, though. We'll hold off on it for a second and grab some questions, and then we'll return back to this when there is some more breaking news. But jumping into our first super chat, jumping right back into this, the first one's going to go to none other than Tripod, who put in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Tripod, for that very generous support. They said, crazy time, because I was just about to head to sleep, and it's just crazy that precious metal prices are exploding, wars everywhere, and chaos being the only thing pretty much on the menu.
Now, I thank you for the massive support, and I'd have to agree, it's actually pretty crazy to watch all this just happen out of the blue. We knew it was coming. We just didn't know when, because the administration has been so unpredictable on its foreign policy position, literally in every corner of the globe. We just completely gave up on predicting when this would even happen at all. One thing we did get right, though, folks, is that it did happen after the markets closed. That is one thing that we did get correct with our original analysis. Rather than that, everything else was wrong. But I do thank you for the support, and I gotta say that it is an absolutely crazy day of news. We're literally watching a revolution sprout up in Iran and actively get involved in armed firefights against their government today. And now we're watching the U.S. Armed Forces conducting a war, basically, against Venezuela. So pretty crazy sort of a beginning to the year. I mean, we are already starting off 2026 pretty damn strong in terms of the amount of news that we're going to be covering. We now have a war in Venezuela, and we also have a revolution in Iran. And by the way, that all basically is just kicked off right at the beginning of this new year. So, we are starting off 2026 quite strong, to say the least. So, with that,
it feels like we've been saying this for how long? How long we've been saying that it feels like we're sliding toward global conflict. This feels like another huge step toward global conflict, if you ask me, because we don't know how Russia, China, we don't know how all these people are going to react to this. Not that we necessarily are scared of them, but they can still react, and they can still. It may force them to unify even more, perhaps. We're not sure how that's going to play out. And also, you do have the Iran situation, like you just mentioned, still going on. So a lot of stuff happening all at once. It just feels like we're sliding toward it closer and closer.
Yeah, it really does. It's something else, folks, because literally in just about 48 hours of the new year, 2 whole new conflicts have basically just begun. Really crazy stuff. Really, both of them kind of just kicked off today, to be entirely honest with y'all, because today was the day we confirmed armed firefights in Iran between the revolutionaries and the government, and now we've confirmed in the very same day the U.S. is bombing Venezuela. So, pretty crazy sort of a deal going on here, folks, and I gotta tell y'all, as far as the business of covering news, the business is booming, folks. Probably not really the greatest thing to say that business is booming in the foreign policy and war news category, but I can tell you all this year is going to be quite a busy year, and I'm sure a lot of y'all are going to be hanging out with us quite often because there is no lack of news already at the beginning of this year. So, with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and help with this channel to keep it running. And I got to thank you massively for support because it's folks like you who are basically helping to sponsor us be on air so that way we can tell everyone all of the major news that has been going on. And I hope that so far, as we've been covering the news since the bombings began in Venezuela, I hope that our research and our analysis and our coverage of that has, one, made sure to respect operational security of U.S. forces, and secondly, I hope that it's also been incredibly informative to our greatest abilities possible on what is actually going on down there right now. So huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Chris Feilbach, who puts in a 100, and thank you very much, Chris, as well. He said, that's a Temu tank.
Yeah, it really is, honestly. That little crapper was really pushing it to just even go down the street at like 5 miles an hour. That thing is not going to be doing, I'll be honest with y'all, they're going to abandon that vehicle before long. If they hear that U.S. forces actually make a landfall, that vehicle's being abandoned and those guys are stripping the uniforms off instantly. They're not going to want to be caught in that thing. To say the least. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so we hope we address that well, and we are on to the next one.
Also, we have another 100 from Chris, and thank you very much, Chris, for the second massive support.
Hey.
He said Venezuelan spies watching this right now are a bunch of something. I'm not sure what that word means. I'm scared to read it, though. But he doesn't apparently think very highly of those Venezuelan spies.
Oh, let me take a look at those Venezuelan spies. What did you say about those Venezuelan spies? What did you say about that? Let me try and see if I can get it here. I don't know what that means either. I'm not going to read. Like, I'm sorry, we're scared of that one. But I do thank you immensely for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope we were able to address that the best we can. But I don't think the Venezuelans are going to be getting a lot out of us here, because we're covering everything that's coming out online. If it comes out online, folks, operational security is completely blown already. So there's no harm in showing something, even if it's basically live. Because if like dozens of people are filming the 160th SOAR flying into Caracas, we are doing absolutely nothing to violate operational security at that point. Operational security was already blown. So we're making sure to keep our lips sealed, especially on predictions of what the U.S. military might do next. So I don't think they'll be getting a lot out of the show at the moment. We generally get deep into analysis, folks, especially for the folks who are new here. We get deep into analysis on anything that really doesn't pertain to U.S. forces. But once something starts to pertain to U.S. forces, we start to curtail a lot of our analysis and explanations of what's going to happen due to the fact that U.S. soldiers are involved. And I have a great deal of friends who are currently in the service in the Air Force, the Marines, the Army, the Space Force. Don't really have any Coast Guard, but basically every other branch. And I don't really want to think that I might be putting folks like them or their friends in harm's way or jeopardy by coming up on any sort of predictive analysis here on air. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Huge thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we do have another video that's come out. Apparently, we have civilians that film some of these strikes. Just to give you an idea of how close these strikes were to civilian populated areas, there appears to be one that was just a block or two over from a group of people, which apparently were either walking down the street or doing some type of, maybe going to a party or something. There's a video of it, though, on our Twitter page, if you want to show that.
Also, we were actually able to confirm that there was a strike on Fort Guayacapuro, or Guayacapuro. I don't know how to pronounce that, folks, but we'll put it in and we'll go find that and put down a marker on the map for it, because that's what we do here. Damn it, we're covering this. So this is what we hit. I don't even know why we bombed that. That's like an outhouse. There's nothing even here. Anyways, let me go put that down on the map for everyone. So hang tight, everyone. Let me go get that and do that. Where world is that? That's near to El Alto de Represa. So we'll go.
Also, by the way, the U.S. Embassy tells you not to travel to Venezuela, just in case you were planning on going.
So, you know, I'm sorry, everyone. Y'all are going to have to scratch your plans. No travel to Venezuela, at least for now. So, let's see. Bombing. I'm just going to put that down, folks. There's no point even keeping the sequence at this point. There's a lot. So, you know, sequence of events is going to start getting a little bit gray. But anyways, here's the clip from down there. Oh, boom. There's no audio in this clip for some reason. But quite some hits, I'll say that. Well, that's the end of that clip right there. And moving on into our next one, we were also able to see these party goers apparently getting incredibly close to an airstrike and having to run away. So here's the clip.
¡Uy, nos están invadiendo!
That's fascinating.
That is.
What's fascinating about it is how close this was to civilians. I mean, that's I mean, it's obviously not on top of them, but I mean, it's not too far away. I mean, these people are literally walking down the street in the city, enjoying the night. You know, there's normal civilians, and there's huge munitions going off looks like a couple of blocks away.
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of crazy how a lot of folks are out at like 4 in the morning, like 3 and 4 in the morning. That's
That's
like
a Friday night.
Yeah, you're right. It is now. Well, now it's Saturday morning actually. So yeah, that makes sense. But you know what? I'm going to completely drop that comment. That was actually really stupid. I completely forgot it was the weekend. So yeah, that's kind of wild. But then again, all the targets that we've seen hit so far are basically right on populated areas. Like they're at the Carlito Air Base, which I mean, look at that. I mean, it's literally surrounded by nothing but residential areas and commercial zones. Then we see that all of the strikes down here near Fort Tiuna and also on this mountain range are all around populated areas. I mean, they are quite close to populated areas. I mean, there's quite a significant risk, folks, of a decent amount of collateral from these strikes if we're not too careful. By the way, folks, the military term for collateral, or the military definition of collateral, is unintentional casualties that are caused to civilian populations in the midst of an active strike of any form. And so, if you drop a bomb on some terrorist and you end up taking out 10 civilians along with them, you say, we got the terrorist and we also had 10 collateral, or 10 collateral casualties, which means that they weren't actual targets or even armed combatants. It's just that they were civilian casualties that happened to be a part of the strike, basically the killing of civilians. So hopefully we're not going to hear of any significant collateral coming out of Caracas, because that would be quite unfortunate, folks, to know that there is collateral coming out. I would not think so, though. Most of the strikes we've seen, they're happening in military installations, meaning that all personnel there would be an active target, and also at air bases where significant infrastructure would be an active target. So I don't think we're going to be hearing of a great deal of collateral. I would hope not. But anyways, with that, I hope we were able to address that footage well, and we are on to the next ones.
Also, by the way, we do have apparently footage coming out showing it looks like a bunch of cars leaving Fort Tiuna, which is obviously where strikes occurred. It looks like people are flooding out of there, and they are leaving.
Oh yeah, we already showed that like an hour ago.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, it was,
Oh,
it was
okay.
a while ago.
Also, by the way, we're hearing as well that allegedly the Senate Armed Services Committee was not notified ahead of the potential military action taken on Venezuela tonight, according to a source. That's the allegation that we're hearing about right now.
Huh, interesting. We'll have to see how the Congress reacts to this tomorrow. But anyways, with that, folks, also, someone said, why is this the only channel live about this right now? The hell, everyone else went to sleep already. I mean, like, we run pretty late, and we were very lucky, folks, because we were literally like 10 minutes away from rounding out our show. That happened 10 minutes before we rounded out the show. And also, I gotta say, Matthew, like, miracle of the algorithm, apparently it actually blew up, because we got up to 20,000 live viewers for a good minute there, even when our main headliner tonight and ticket item was the revolution in Iran. So
yeah, we were on the front page of YouTube over this.
Yeah, I mean, this is it was actually kind of crazy, folks. I'm not going to lie. I didn't really expect to be covering this tonight, but we are honored to have so many of y'all here. I don't know what we are in the ratings right now, but we're probably one of the top shows on YouTube at the moment. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to all of y'all for being here, and I hope that y'all continue to stick around. And also, Matthew, really quickly to get an idea of pacing here, because our show has been live on air now for about 6 hours. How many super chats do we have left?
We have approximately about 75.
75?
75.
We're going to be on here till like 3. like damn. All right. Well, with that, folks, we're generally going to shift over. We will be covering the news all the way until we round out, so y'all might want to stick around. In the meantime, though, we are going to be answering as many questions as we can, because usually our show is supposed to be 3.5 hours long. That's usually how we game plan it out, 3.5 hours to 4 hours long. Right now, we're about to be hitting 6 hours. And we do have to get up tomorrow, and we basically have to do this all over again, and we're probably going to be doing a breaking news stream tomorrow in the middle of the day as well. So we have to eventually get to sleep to be ready and able to do that as well. So with that, Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, I like it, the fact that people are like, how come nobody else is live? And totally forgetting the fact that Fox and CNN are live like all the time.
Well, they don't
apparently
count.
They don't even count. Yeah, they don't even count according to people for them being live. Honestly, I don't blame you for that. But anyways, jumping back into our super chats, this one goes to Neo Maru 84, who puts in a $100 support. Hey! And thank you very much, Neo, for that support. He said, war never changes.
It doesn't really. It's quite interesting because the actions we're seeing in Venezuela right now are very similar to what the Russians did to start their invasion of Ukraine. I just think that ours is going to go a lot more better, though, if we end up getting to that depth. But at the same time, though, did we really have to? The answer now is yes. I mean, we basically had no choice. But we did have a choice to not make this a big deal way early on, and then we made it into one where we're forced to basically be doing this. So I hope that does address that the best we can. And a huge thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right. Oh, let's see here. So we're getting reports that the U.S. has just started a second wave of airstrikes hitting Caracas right this second. This is crazy. I mean, they got the boys working throughout the night, apparently, in the Air Force. And also not just the Air Force, but apparently the Marine Corps as well. So a new round of strikes going on, renewed strikes right this second. So that is interesting. Also, I'm seeing a lot of people repeating the claim that apparently the Senate Armed Services Committee was not notified of these strikes, which is concerning to say the least. Very concerning, actually. So we'll have to find out tomorrow what's going to be the response to that. But yeah, a new range of strikes happening right this second.
Well, folks, we'll probably have videos coming out of that here really soon. But in the meantime, folks, we're going to try and keep trudging along because we do eventually have to round out this stream. And, you know, it's probably going to have to be here soon. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be a $50 super chat from Sobi. And thank you very much, Sobi. They said, thanks, Enforcer team.
And a big thanks to you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep rolling so that way we can make sure to be on air like this, to be able to cover all of this news. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be another $50 support, this time from none other than Timothy Bunnell. And Timothy said, you guys are awesome, and thank you for the dedication.
And thank you so much for your support, and thank you for appreciating our dedication, because we do it to let folks know around the world, no matter what time of day it is, what's going on in every single corner of the globe. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from none other than Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that 50. He said, Chef Danny again, and thanks Enforcers for the hard work. And if y'all remember last year, the beginning of the year, the planes were falling out of the sky. And now to this start of the year, we're apparently going to war. And happy 2026 and LLT, LSA.
And a happy 2026 to you. And I got to thank you massively for the support. And hopefully things go well. And we see that there are very minimal to no casualties in the U.S. Armed Forces as a result of these operations. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and thank you once again for the massive support and helping the channel to keep on running. And I also saw someone say, let's see, I actually saw two interesting things. Someone said, you don't have to read 75 super chats. We do. These folks who support this channel through their super chats are the very reason we're on air right now. And we always want to make sure, even if we have to go till 3 in the morning, that we thank each and every one of them, no matter if it's $1 or $500, which is the maximum super chat someone can throw in, because every single person who supports this channel is the reason why about 250,000 people have been able to watch this show tonight. It's them themselves. We don't have any sponsors. We are entirely supported by crowdfunding, so we thank them greatly, and we are always going to make sure to read off every single one of them. But I do thank you for being considerate, though, and wanting us to just hop on off air, but at the same time, we have to be respectful of all of them, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even be able to be on air to make that kind of decision. And I also saw someone say that you can't trust the president to keep troops safe. Oh, I don't get that. It's up to the field commanders to keep their troops safe. The president just gives the general orders. And on top of that, what the hell are you going to do about that anyways if that's your belief? It's not like he just magically disappears because you think that. He's the president for the next 3 years, so we're kind of having to work with what we're dealing with at the moment. And, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. But with that, we're on to the next one. Go ahead.
Man, I'm trying to butt in. But we do have some more breaking news, by the way. We are hearing that allegedly, and this is a claim that you should take with a grain of salt, according to U.S. sources that are unnamed, which also makes me say take it with a grain of salt, a Delta Force operation to detain Nicolas Maduro and senior Venezuelan officials is underway in Caracas. That's up for debate. We don't know if that's the case. If that is the operation they're trying to carry out, that's one of those like Call of Duty type operations there, which is a little bit like something that somebody who's not really fully familiar with how hard that is would say, let's just try it. That sounds like it could be something stupid. So they could be trying to do that, but we don't know. Also, by the way, we're seeing that military forces are being deployed in the streets of Caracas to apparently hold the city, I guess. We're seeing some new footage here of apparently security forces in the streets running around like they're not sure what they're doing.
Agua.
¿Qué voy? Miércoles.
Well,
what the hell is what they watching a movie or something in the background? What is that?
I don't know, but at the beginning it went agua. Like I was like, okay. I was like, all right, well, it looks like the security forces are out in the street, so you know, I don't think that's going to be making the streets any safer. I mean, like, if Delta Force is out there in those streets, these guys stand no chance. like clearly none. I mean, that would be quite. And also, they're supported by rotary aviation elements, so that's not really going to be doing too much. They'll wipe these guys out of the way and leave if they need.
And also, the Venezuelan security forces are so scared they gave their own guy a shellacking in the street that we couldn't show that video on the air. But I mean, they gave their own citizen a shellacking, thinking that he was an operator, I guess. They were kicking him. They was giving him a little roughing up. And we can't even show that on the air. So they're clearly scared out of their mind. That's why they're going berserk.
Yeah, I mean, it's something else. And with that, folks, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Brent Whitley. And thank you very much, Brent, for that 50. He said, thank you again for all that y'all do.
And thank you so much for appreciating what we do and supporting it. And a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from B. Justin. And B. Justin said, maybe the Afghanistan clip wasn't AI, but their first attempt to find a way to get themselves to the Western Hemisphere to support Maduro.
Oh, man. Maybe. It's possible. And that was a pretty good one, too. I got to say, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 25 from Wubba. And thank you very much, Wubba, as well. He said, coffee, pizza, and heartburn this weekend.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's probably going to be the case. We're going to pay dearly, folks, for what we've done tonight. Good Lord. I mean, like, oh, good heavens. We have been up for a long time. Matthew, when do you normally go to sleep, by the way?
I don't.
I mean, you know.
Wait a minute, you're asking when do I go to sleep?
Yeah, like.
Oh, yeah, I go to sleep usually around, I think around 1.
He just, I don't. I was like, well, I mean, some people normally.
I thought you said something about, are you going to go to sleep? I was like, no, I'm going to stay awake for the stream.
Man, I said, Matthew, when do you go to sleep? I don't. I was like, well, I was like, dude, I didn't even know what to do. I was just like, well, I guess he doesn't. I was going to be like, well, I normally go to sleep. Sometimes I sleep for about 8 hours, but, like, usually I go to sleep, folks, in about like 30 minutes from now or so normally, like, so we are like really pushing it at this point, folks. And then we have to get up tomorrow, and I either have to make a short war video or we have to go live basically right after we wake up again and cover this then. So we are really doing like a burning the midnight oil and all-nighter sort of a thing here at the moment. But a big thanks to you so much for appreciating that and supporting the channel and helping us to keep this thing running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Waka Waka What, who puts in a 20. And they said, what's Farsi for Iranians be cooking up a spicy chili bowl? And great coverage, as always, fellas.
I actually don't know. I really don't know a lot about Farsi, to be entirely honest, as a language. But we will research that and look into it. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 25 from Philip Phelps. And Philip said, good work, young men, and keep up this coverage.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying our good work, and thank you for supporting our coverage so we can keep it running, because we'll definitely be here again tomorrow. I can assure you all that. This is huge news. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And we've also got a $20 super chat from Old Trucker, who said, this is why I've been watching the channel since day 32, the great coverage, and thank you for all that work.
And thank you so much for being an old guard and a channel legend, and helping us to continue to cover this news. Everyone knows that they can count on the Enforcer channel to be able to cover the news every single day of what's going on around the world, and we are always proud to know that. We're honored by that, and so a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we've also got a 20 from Arar983, who said, kudos to the coverage and smack that like.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and smack the like button, folks. We've only gotten 7,500 likes at this point right now. I'm sure we could get more. I'm sure we could. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Andrew Fay, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that support. He said, more coffee cash and good coverage, better than mainstream.
Hey, and thank you so much for the coffee support. We always need that strategic coffee support. It's very important to our coverage. And also, I have to say that it is like it's not at all like a doubt that this is better than mainstream. Mainstream is quite bad at this. Like I hate to say that because we actually know some folks in mainstream who do the analysis for them, and they're great folks. It's just they're constrained by the system in which mainstream media works through, which is very restrictive. But still, big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Paracatorius, who put in that 20 and said they are rescuing American citizens that were abducted a couple of days ago. And the New York Times had an article where a couple of tourists were abducted, and Venezuela said it can't leave until the USA does. And it's Iran Embassy 2.0. This is much larger than that. Like they may be trying to get them out as a side effect of what they're doing, but they're not doing this solely for that reason. I can almost promise you that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to definitely agree with Matthew's assessment of that. And also on top of that, U.S. citizens have been advised not to travel to Venezuela. And as far as I understand, U.S. visas cannot be used and U.S. passports cannot be used for travel to Venezuela, if I'm not mistaken, Matthew.
I'm not totally sure about that, to be honest.
I'll have to look into that a little bit more, but that's at least what I remember. So I don't really know if that would be the case. This is more so an attempted regime toppling at the moment that we're seeing right now. So I hope that has addressed that the best I can. And big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from JC the Music Man. And JC said, Putin losing Syria, Iran, and Venezuela all in a year. And if that holds, what effects will that have on Russia? And can we expect changes in oil prices? And hats off to this timely news coverage and accuracy in LSA.
Thank you so much for enjoying our coverage. And as far as it's going to impact the Russians and the Chinese, they're basically losing their satellites to where they could have sphere built later on. They're losing pretty much all of their access to the Middle East right now with the Iran revolution and also the fall of the Assad regime. If Venezuela falls, they lose any chance to build a sphere in the Americas. And also, let's see, what was the third one, Matthew, that they brought up? They brought up the Middle East, they brought up Venezuela, and something else?
And Syria and Iran.
Oh, yeah. So basically, they're just going to be losing their footholds to sphere build in the Middle East and the Americas due to these losses, which will be pretty devastating for them in the long term as far as their sphere of influence is concerned. But in the short term, you won't really notice too much of a difference. But in the long term, it's going to basically wipe them out in a big sense. So I hope that does address that the best we can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Pecatorius once again. And they said, allegedly, the vice presidents of Venezuela's house has been hit, seeing it on X. Not sure if they're alive or not, but the whole building got obliterated. Now, I will say, disclaimer on that, I have not gotten corroboration of that, so it may have happened or may not, but I haven't seen it personally, so take that one with a grain of salt. But Enforcer, what say you?
I haven't seen that personally myself. We've heard of the Ministry of Defense's, the Minister of Defense's house getting hit, but I haven't been able to confirm the Vice President's house has been hit. We do know that it was on the area of the Fortuna port, the Fortuna base area. We know that, but I cannot confirm if that building was specifically hit yet. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a 15 from Plazoth, and thank you very much, Plazoth, as well. And he said, thanks for the news.
Thank you so much, Plazoth, for the incredible support and helping us to keep covering this news so that we can make sure that the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Jason, who puts in a 10. He said, Matt does a great job, and the mod who put me in timeout is a bad person. I hate to break it to you, Jason, but that's also me. But thank you for that support, and we do appreciate it. We also have a 10 from Holy DCE, who said, could we see the Syrian militias engage with the regime forces in Iraq, assuming the situation completely has deteriorated to such a point in LSA?
Oh, no, that wouldn't happen. Syria is embroiled in their own internal issues, and dedicating manpower to an Iraqi situation that isn't in their domestic purview would be resource inefficient on their end. So we'll most likely not see that. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I apparently said it very deadpan. Apparently, got people a little chuckle with that last one there. But yeah, I was sort of like, I wasn't able to focus on the guy's super chat earlier when I was reading it. And when I sort of like did a little bit of a read over, I was like, I don't know if he understands, but it's like my name is literally attached to the moderator position, so I'm not sure if he's confused or what, but you know, it is what it is. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Brandon Mock, and he puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Brandon, as well, for that support, and we do appreciate it. And we also have a 10 from Jimbo Deluxe. He said, "Good night, folks, and prayer to all the brave Iranians and Ukrainians."
And I would agree. And a huge thanks to you so much for the support. And we hope that you're sleeping well right now. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Julie Jules, who puts in a 10 and said, "Today is my birthday." And also happy birthday to you, by the way.
And a big happy birthday to Julie Jules. I hope that you're having a great one. The rest of the world isn't really having a great day, but happy birthday to you nonetheless. I hope you're having a great one. And I mean, hell, you've got quite the news cycle to hear of on your birthday. War with Venezuela and also a revolution in Iran. I mean, that's a 2-in-1 combo. You never see like basically 2 whole wars start off in an armed conflict in one day. That's basically unheard of. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, man, I got to say, just as a quick aside, I know that we're very pressed for time, but it is honestly bizarre, man, because looking at the stream graph that I have right now in front of me, the end part of the stream is the largest part of the show compared to even our pre-planned time to come on. Like, that's honestly crazy, folks. I cannot believe that so many people got up and got on air to watch this show this late at night, but we are happy to have you all nonetheless. And I'm also absolutely blown away the algorithm even picked it up when we changed the title and the thumbnail and everything. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. And also, by the way, we are still scanning for breaking news, just in case you're wondering. We're not just, going to the super chats only. So we'll let you know if we see something. But jumping back into our next super chat, this one goes to Hoodoo, who puts in a 10. He said, "In the Spanish Civil War, the Republicans entrusted Spanish gold and silver reserves to Stalin, and Stalin stole them. And Iran has significant art treasuries and gold reserves. And are the Russian planes picking up?"
It might be the case. It's possible. But I wouldn't really be able to speak on that incredibly well because that's actually a point of history that I don't know a great deal about, to be entirely honest. So a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Ken. And Ken said, "Sorry, I can only afford 1 Starbucks coffee. Share, LOL." Honestly, that might be 1.5 right there.
Yeah, that might be 1.5. Like, we might be able to get a normal one and then like a kid-sized one. But we're still greatly appreciative of that nonetheless. And we thank you massively for helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to a Moldy Abode. And I hope you're able to get that mold out of there. But thank you very much for that $10 support. They said, "Can Western forces deny Iran a nuclear weapon, or will they obtain one regardless?"
We can deny them through multiple forms of direct military intervention. We can destroy their nuclear research capabilities, either by taking out their scientists, their research facilities, any sort of refined materials that they could use for the production of a nuclear weapon. There's many ways, as the old saying goes, to skin a cat. So we could militarily get involved and stop that directly. But I think the revolution might stop that without us even having to do that. So with that, big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I think it might be imperative to implement a super chat cutoff at this point because otherwise we're going to run late.
How many super chats do we have left, by the way?
We have approximately 70.
All right, so we are basically treading water right now. So, folks, we are going to have to do 2 things. One, we're going to have to go turbo mode from this point forward. I know many people like that. And secondly, we're going to be enacting a super chat cutoff, and this is going to be a militant super chat cutoff. We will not be able to make any exceptions. JameFan WP is going to be the last super chat that we can address on the air. That is a $10 super chat. Many of y'all might see that in the live chat right now, or it might be disappearing off screen by the time y'all hear that. That is the very last super chat that we can address, and there unfortunately will be no exception to that, no matter the size of the super chat. So I do thank everyone massively for enjoying this channel and supporting it, but we also want to make sure that we can thank everyone who has super chatted the channel before we get off air. And so with that, folks, I'm actually getting somewhat tired, and I'm going to have to go into turbo mode, so this is going to be quite an effort. So with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so jumping into our next super chat here, this one's going to go to Brent Whitley, who put in a 10. And thank you very much, Brent, for that support. He said, "Thank you for working the double time and for providing these maps and links to us to watch on your own. And you guys are the best news. I rely on you guys heavily."
And thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And we thank you greatly for enjoying this channel and making sure that we can keep this thing rolling day in and day out. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Super Ricky, who said Alibaba APC apparently, and thank you enforcers and LSA Army.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. Actually, as a funny matter of fact, we actually made those and apparently sold them to him about 45 years ago. So that's actually kind of hilarious when you think about it. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that was addressed well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Crispy, who puts in a 10, along with Oklahoma Guy, who also put in a 10 as well, and we appreciate the both of you very, very much for that support and helping to keep the channel running. We also have a 10 from Levi Leaf, who said, great double tap stream, and thank you very much.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I got to say, we are massively appreciative of folks like y'all watching even this late at night and enjoying the show. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Ed. And Ed said, hey there, Irish Ed here. What the heck? I accidentally dozed off during the Ukraine drones and then woke back up and saw that hell was breaking loose. And I thought this was Iran at first, but LSA.
And long live the East Spring Army. Thank you for the support. And honestly, I didn't expect that either because I was literally thinking in my head, I was like, all right, 10 minutes and then we're going to be off air. And then right at that point, that's when the bombing started. And we were like, no way. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we were on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Mechtild, who said, this is a replay of Rumsfeld's shock and awe attack on Baghdad. And honestly, that's what I was thinking too. I didn't mention that earlier, but I was thinking that myself. They said, if you're too young to remember and seen it, this is what it's like. I actually watched the historical footage of that. That was something to sort of study, was that situation with Baghdad. They did something similar where they literally just started airstriking the whole place in Baghdad. They literally started just hitting it all over, kind of like they did with Caracas tonight in Venezuela a little bit. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say a huge thanks to you for the support. It really is like a shock and awe campaign. Honestly, all major wars, especially in the modern day, they generally start with a shock and awe campaign because it's best to try and disorient and confuse your enemy as much as possible, and usually these sorts of shock and awe campaigns are very good at doing that. So a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Zephyr949, who said, why did we see an attack with the AH-6 and CH-47s, which would indicate Army Special Forces and not the Marines?
Actually, that's we haven't seen any AH-6 Little Birds inside of Caracas at the moment. We've only been able to confirm CH-47Gs and either AH-64 Apaches or AH-1Zs as attack helicopters in support. The reason why we're seeing that is because the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the U.S. Army is actually designed for deep penetration operations through the rotary aviation elements, and working with the MV Ocean Trader and also the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group's rotary aviation units as well. Generally, that probably is the reason why we're seeing that, is because that was the strike force that could be cobbled together for the SOF out of the units that we had available in Southcom's area of responsibility. So I hope that does address that incredibly well. And a big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 super chat from 9Uno, who said, what are the implications and chances that the Chinese envoy is still in Venezuela or may get caught in the crossfire?
It's about a half and half right now. We don't know if they left earlier. We don't have any proof that they did, and it seems like they might still be there. It's honestly kind of normal, especially when conflicts like these start, that diplomats of other countries may actually get stuck there in the midst of it, but generally they get some sort of diplomatic immunity or protections from the U.S. military, especially moving on the ground, and we find a way to process them out and get them on out of the country safely so that way they don't get in harm's way. Because if they get hurt or killed by U.S. forces, then that could create a huge diplomatic conundrum. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep running, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, a quick piece of breaking news in the meantime. We have seen that apparently during these strikes tonight, it looks like the U.S. Air Force conducted strikes on the main signal antenna array, which is on the top of one of the highest mountain peaks overlooking Caracas. It looks like they actually struck it directly, which also that was their main SATCOM facilities up there as well, along with the main signal antenna. So it looks like communications were knocked out with that one strike right there that we saw in that attack. Also, by the way, Iran has issued a statement saying that the attack is illegal and that they are condemning it. But I would say toss that letter in the bin, because the Iranian government won't be around probably much longer. But they're probably going to get ousted. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to PhD Phil, who puts in a 10. He said, as a U.S. and BR business owner that operates in the northern Amazon, the refugees going south will be a problem and going to be interesting. And people from the VE and BR that I speak with wanted this for a while.
And I wanted to say, I thank you for the support and sharing that with us, and that probably will be a fairly interesting situation to deal with, especially with that many people trying to head towards the Amazon. But there really isn't a lot of population areas down there to support such large refugee movements, so that might actually end up becoming a pretty significant humanitarian situation if that's the case. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
This one goes to Mr. Rick, who puts in a 10. He said, thanks for that coverage. I don't think this conflict will expand any further. No strikes on power plants or key infrastructure.
Actually, we've seen
also
that.
100. Also 160th insert and then exfil with possible Rangers as support, question mark.
And I thank you for the support, but we've actually seen critical infrastructure hit. We've seen one major port already hit by U.S. airstrikes, and we've also seen electrical substations around Caracas also getting hit as well. So generally, we're already hitting major infrastructure at the moment. These are basically the same kind of attacks that the Ukrainians are conducting on Russia right now with their long-range drone attacks. So I'd actually have to say, I think that this is going to be a lot larger of a military operation than we've seen before, and we've also not seen any confirmation of the 160th SOAR exfiltrating at the moment outside of Caracas. So from what we know, right now, there might still be ground operations going on to some limited capacity at the moment. So a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Rangers Rule, who puts in a 10. He said, thank you for the hard work, and I hope to see y'all as president in 2034.
Hey, and I'll only be able to be president in 2040. That's when I become old enough. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. Enforcer for president in 2040. Vote for me, folks. If I could even get any super PACs behind me. Oh, heavens. Oh, God. But anyways, to that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Clam for putting in an $8 support. We do appreciate it very much. And we also have a $10 support from JamFan, who said, I wanted to mention that despite what people think, the very sour crude in Venezuela is actually what U.S. refineries are built for. And U.S. refineries specialize in sour crude like Venezuela has, and it's all about oil.
And actually, that is true. I did look into that a while ago, and originally we had been told that that was not the case. But after I did some research, a lot of the Gulf refineries down in the Gulf, they actually can refine sour crude quite easily. It is a little bit more expensive, at least from what I've heard, but still, it is definitely possible. So it could be for that, but I generally think it's more so to curb the Chinese from getting the oil fields instead of us, or at least keeping them neutral at the moment. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $7 super chat from Tweety Bakers, who said, I love and hate at the same time how blatant the hypocrisy can be from the Ruskies. Like you got to be either really self-righteous or really dumb.
They're really self-righteous. That's the truth of it. They're not dumb. They conduct their foreign policy situations very deliberately to, well, really like everyone else does. Rules for thee, not for me. That's how foreign policy works. But it's also infuriating to deal with them because they do that to the absolute extreme. But big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jerry Kovacs, and he said, Happy New Year in 2026, and also wishing good health and peace. Well, we got the good health, thankfully. We're not medically screwed up, but I don't think we have the peace part down pat. I think that's been blown already for the year. But Happy New Year, Jerry. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from OG Wakanobi, who said, bring in the Shah. They want Prince Raza.
Well, maybe. I don't know. But very interesting here. And I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Holy DCE, who said, could we see any movement from the interim government of Syria? Because I'm a bit surprised that we haven't heard from them, giving Bashar, was an Iranian ally, an LSA.
We haven't heard of any actions by the SIG at the moment inside of Syria. It appears that they're generally dealing with their domestic issues, like the uprising on the Alawite coast and elsewhere. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just another piece of breaking news real quick. Nothing too crazy, but all commercial flights out of Venezuela to and from have been canceled until further notice. That was expected, by the way, because obviously they're not going to land commercial jets at an airport while they're striking it. Obviously not. So that is happening as well. But jumping into our next super chat, this one goes to OG Wakanobi once again. He said, the prince would cure all of this. He's got some faith in the prince, I tell you.
Man, the prince is apparently a healer or something. He's going to heal all of this. But I do thank you for the support, and very interesting here. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Craig from Craigslist. Oh, I've always been curious about who that Craig was, but thank you for that $5 support. He said, how do you think this will all play out over the next week?
I got to be honest with you. That's very hard to say. The U.S. president's very unpredictable, and his foreign policy sort of decisions are honestly nonsensical. I'm not saying that in a political way, I'm just saying that in an honest way based off our analysis. So I actually have no clue what could be happening over the next week. This might be a one and done thing tonight, or this might be the beginning of a major campaign. It's just really hard to tell. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Jason once again. Thank you very much, Jason, for that support. And we also have a 5 from Dark Horse. She said, there's probably already hitmen running around since day one of his exile. The Iranian people chant for him to come back to listen to his actual interviews.
And very interesting. I thank you so much for supporting helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Jimbo, who said it would be more like the USA putting Kaparov in power in Russia. I think it means Kasparov.
Yeah, it kind of could be like that, but at the same time, we generally shouldn't be getting involved in other countries' internal political affairs and trying to alter them, because that's not going to do anything in our benefit. That's only growing resentment in that population against us because of our undue influence. Look at other countries that are alleged to have undue influence on the United States and watch how their public reputation or public relations in the United States are plummeting right now. There's one in particular I could think of, and it doesn't really look like that sort of alleged undue influence is really doing them too well in the public arena. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Ali Khamenei once again. He said, you are very obsessed with Iran, and I've said this before, he doesn't want the churches to be turned into bars.
And I thank you so much for supporting and sharing that with us. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Hoodoo, who said a TV quote, but it's incredibly hot and there's no water. The Middle East and right now Iran, and is there really any change in the Middle East?
Not really at the moment, rather than the revolution going on. Basically, everything's as it was. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Hoodoo yet again. And Hoodoo said, I remember when communism fell, and was there any rush to help the Russians? And I don't remember much. And to me back then, there was animosity, not help.
Generally, we just left him alone because we didn't really know what was going to be going on. All we wanted to do was secure the nuclear weapons and make sure they weren't going to fall into bad hands. But outside of that, you're right, we really didn't do much. And I honestly think we were kind of in our rights to not really do much at that point and just watch and see what happens. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have another one from Hoodoo. He said, be careful what you wish for. Iran is potentially facing instability and the economy is in ruins and the water's run out for 90 million people.
Well, yeah, that's a little not really looking too good for him. I'd agree. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Stu Bird. And they said, Iran under the Shah, the Iranian people were the best educated and had the highest medium income in the Islamic world.
And very interesting to hear. I've heard that apparently they were in a pretty significant economic recession due to the oil crisis that happened in the 70s around the time the Shah was overthrown. But I do thank you for sharing that. And thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Hoodoo. He said the price of not helping a new Iran could be higher than helping, inaction versus action, which is the right thing to do, and help but not take advantage.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and thank you for the kind words. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jason once again. He said, which side does India support in an armed U.S.-China conflict? That's a good question right there, to be honest with you, because they're really not on China's side either.
I would say that they probably would probably stay neutral in that. They probably wouldn't get directly involved in any way. So with that, I hope that is addressed that well. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Craig's from Craigslist once again. He said, like it or not, but history is being made tonight.
Oh, well, history is being made every day, as a matter of fact. Every day is a historic day. It's just how historic it is. And today was a very historic day in many ways. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $5 support from David Ford, who said, too bad the strike on the palace of the Tsar Vlad. It was all a big phony if Putin faked the whole thing.
Honestly, it was an embarrassment for the Russians, considering that everyone basically came out with intelligence going, yeah, that didn't happen. And then they had to go and try and defend it even farther. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Salty OG, who said cooking. I did try to cook on that thumbnail, by the way. I think I cooked pretty decent. I got good viewership.
I mean, people cook. Do you cook? And I gotta say a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Fay, who said that this is a perfect textbook use of repeated feints, and well done.
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help to make this thing a true reality. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address it incredibly well, and we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Paracotorius once again, who said, I don't want to be drafted, I'm only 23, and I got so much more to live for it. I don't want any more wars, and this is scary, man. I'm not going to sleep at all. Oh, and trust me, we're not going to start a draft over Venezuela. Like, they'll start a draft over NATO getting attacked, probably, but we're not starting a draft over Venezuela. Even though I'm not really sure what they're doing in Venezuela, it shouldn't be anything too crazy. It may get us strung out there for a couple of years, but it's not going to be something where the U.S. comes close to, like, being defeated, like, as a country or something. So you'll be good. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'll agree with Matthew on that. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Crind, who puts in the 5. They said, here's some cash to pay for some of that coffee that you need to report this early morning news, since a lot of news is coming out.
Oh, yeah, I thank you so much for the support, and we definitely need the coffee. There's no doubt about that. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Reaper KB, who said, F-35 going brrr on some old jet.
I tell you, like it might happen, and we'll hear about that probably tomorrow. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, we have a 5 from the Freedom Wizard, who said, I've been watching Venezuelan live streams on this, and they all seem to want this to happen.
It seems like a lot of people kind of wanted this to happen in Venezuela. It's the U.S. that's actually kind of divided on this, because it's basically turned into a domestic political topic somehow. But anyways, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Kolios, who said, I saw a video of a possible gunship launching multiple rockets at a building. It's pretty gnarly.
Oh, yeah, we showed that on air a good while ago. It was actually pretty crazy. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Crackerjack, who put in a 5. He said, my buddy in Venezuela told me tonight that Maduro increased civilian presence on the fort, and maybe that's a deterrent for this kind of thing.
Maybe so. Actually, that's a possibility. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, for time's sake, you don't have to do the whole thing. I'll get the transition without it if you'd like. But this one goes to Coal Fury, who said, I hope this makes my gas go under $4 a gallon. California checking in.
Huh, maybe so. But a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from XTAC, who said there's minimal risk because JTACs would be on the ground to call in the 9 line.
That's not necessarily so, especially with this being the beginning of military operations. There's probably no JTACs on the ground in Caracas whatsoever. But I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep running.
And the next one here goes to Airsoft, who put in a 5. He said, I saw the Southcom general retire a month ago and figured that something would happen, but usually nothing ever happens. And this turns out to be a great big distraction.
And actually, well, I don't know about a great big distraction. What we've seen tonight seems to be pretty big sort of an operation. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Crackerjack once again. He said, sleep is for the weak. I'm weak. But he said, let me know where to DoorDash that monster.
And I thank you so much for the support. No need to DoorDash. We got that all under control. A little bit of food here at the house helps us to keep topped up. But I do thank you massively for the support and making this thing a reality. And so with that, folks, I'm not going to stop doing this because it's really awkward to just stop talking and kind of have Matthew pick up on the cue. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from Jason Curling, who said, thanks for the overtime stream.
And thank you for enjoying it. Thank you for being here, folks. It's crazy. You know, we've almost gotten 300,000 views. And if you had told me at the beginning of tonight that we would be on for about 6 hours and 20 minutes now, and that we would have gotten about 300,000 views, I would have called you a liar. Because I'd be like, there would literally be nothing that would happen today that would warrant such a show. And yet it happened. And y'all are all here in the middle of the midnight, well, not midnight, it's 2 in the morning now, watching the show. And we are massively appreciative of that. So a big thanks to y'all once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Bruce Lee, who said current Iranian government is apparently... they're in
Oh, I agree. And I thank you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We We also have a 2 from Brock, who said Maria Corina Machado hasn't posted anything yet, has she?
She's just chilling up in Norway. She likes the Arctic, or more so Scandinavian climate within that area. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from It's Court, who said, what the hell? It's 3 a.m. I almost said the curse word there by accident.
And, well, I mean, what the hell, man? Oh, man, son of a bibby gun. Man, oh, y'all thought I was going to say son of a bitch, dude. But beyond that, a big thanks to you so much for the support. Now with this channel to keep running. No laugh track there, folks. It's too late at night for that. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Jason Soretti, who said, we want Maduro alive, 2020 election and midterms.
And, well, you know, maybe you'll get your wish. And a big thanks to you for the support, and we're rolling on.
And we have a 2 from Felix, who said he ruined that beautiful, wealthy country.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Well, more so as Hugo Chavez, but yeah, he kind of carried it on. And a big thanks to you for support, and we're getting it.
And our next one goes to 9 Uno, who puts in a 2. He said, is the Chinese envoy still in Venezuela?
From what we know, it might be. So we'll have to see, and we're going to be rolling on just like they are.
And this one goes to Cap Clark, who puts in a 2. He said USA.
And USA, long live the Republic, as I say. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support, and we're going to Republic our way on into the next one.
We also have a 2 from Bruce Lee, who said the Iranian government got soon, Maduro, getting no enduro.
Man, no enduro indeed. And with that, folks, we're hardly enduroing here on air right now because it's far past our bedtimes. We're sleepy. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're going to enduro our way into the next one.
And our next one, goes to Polly Chosen, who puts in a 2. He said, thoughts about the possibility of AI in any aspect?
It's interesting. It's kind of a deep topic, but I do thank you for support. And what were you about to say?
Let's see here. Let me see if I got a live stream from the White House. Let me go grab this real quick. I think the White House is going live. Surely you wouldn't have jumped out without telling anybody. Let's see here. Live stream. Stay tuned. We'll be live again shortly. His statement. So tell me, folks, I'm trying to look here. Is he making a statement or is he making a live stream? Obviously, I don't see anything on the White House's website about this. We need to get that statement, though, because that's a big deal.
Let's see here. Let me see, folks. Media. Live news. So it says, stay tuned. We'll be live again shortly at the moment. But I don't know if that means they're going to be live soon. So, we'll see. Some people are actually saying that apparently on Truth Social, they're stating that Maduro has actually been captured by U.S. Special Operations Forces. Can we see if we can confirm that, Matthew?
Let me go pull up his Truth Social.
Oh, and my headset just died again. Hang on. We've been on air so long, it was supposed to be able to last, but it appears that my headset cannot enduro, so give me just a second.
Yeah, while you're doing that, let's see here. I'm trying to look at the Truth Social thing right here. I'm not seeing anything on this, but I'm trying to get over there to it. They make you sign up for that site. Damn. I don't want to do that. Let's see here. Oh, geez. So I'm trying to get on this Truth Social. I'm waiting for somebody to post it on Twitter, folks. I don't have a Truth Social account. I'll be honest with you, I don't want to be on that site. But unfortunately, that's where all the posts are made. But I'm not seeing anything. Is anybody seeing that, by the way? Apparently, the Venezuelan military is giving a statement, too, as well. Apparently, the Minister of Defense is live, by the way. He's apparently posting a video message right now. So he's still around. They're saying Maduro's captured. I'm seeing a lot of people saying that. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Let's see here. Let's see. Not seeing anything about it, folks. I'm still looking for his statement here. I'm seeing a lot of people say they got Maduro. There's no way. Like, you're telling me they got Maduro? That's wild. That's true. Like, I'm desperate to get on here. I gotta make a stupid account to get on there and find out. Let's see here. They're saying it's on Twitter too. Oh, hello?
Well, we'll hopefully find out here in a minute. Yeah, I'll let you look for that in the meantime, because it sounds like we might actually have incredibly big news, folks. I just haven't seen anyone repost it yet.
I got it. We have gotten a post. This is the post from the United States president. And also, you can show it on the screen, by the way. I just retweeted it on Twitter. They say that the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow, and there will be a news conference at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. They've got him.
That's
crazy. They actually went, they must have sent in Delta and they got the guy. That's unbelievable.
Oh my God, I've never heard of something like this in my life, folks. They literally went and pulled off a Call of Duty style mission and nabbed his ass, and he's out of there.
That is insane. So they got Maduro and his wife and flew them out. So that's crazy. So they just took him out. So is that who gets the bounty?
I don't know. I don't know, but I cannot believe this, folks. We literally caught Maduro tonight.
So what does that mean? Like, what happens? What goes on?
We hold him on trial here in America, and I don't know what's going to happen internally in Venezuela, but we're going to put him on trial. That's for sure.
I've never really heard of a situation in history that anything like this has ever occurred, so I'm not really sure what to expect.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie. This is cool as hell, though. I cannot believe that actually was a success.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable thing. So now they are essentially leaderless in Venezuela. I don't know how their line of succession works, but I would presume that someone has got to take charge. I'm not sure who that individual is going to be, but interesting. So I don't know where they flew him to. It's like, where the hell did he fly? Where did he fly out to?
Also, by the way, man, I'm going to be changing the title to Maduro captured by U.S. On the second part, because I mean, that's now a breaking news thing. Let's see. There we go. Maduro captured by U.S. forces. That's now our headline. So I gotta say, that's actually unbelievable right there. I can't believe that just opened up and wrapped up like that.
Well, I'm not sure if it's wrapped up, actually, because I'm not really sure. They say they've captured him, so what happens with Venezuela? I mean, the issue, capturing Maduro, I mean, that's not going to solve the drug problem.
No, it won't, but, I mean, that was one hell of a
solve the China problem
right
either.
There. Hello?
I said it's not going to solve the China problem either. It's not going to solve any problems.
No, it's not going to solve anything, but it is quite an impressive military operation. I'll give it that, though.
I mean, honestly, it's not impressive. It's kind of a bit stupid, actually. It's like, so they got Maduro. I will admit, from a military operation perspective, it's impressive, but from what was the objective perspective? I mean, what the hell was the objective? I mean, they got Maduro. They flew him out of the country with his wife. They're going to maybe put him on trial or something. They have bombed the hell out of Venezuela and Caracas, destroyed a bunch of junk. And I mean, the drug problem, if that was the reason for going down there, is still in effect. The Chinese influence is still in effect. Hezbollah, Hamas is still in effect. I mean, nothing has changed. So, I mean, rather than saying, oh, look, we got Maduro, here's our trophy. I mean, what has changed?
Nothing, really. So I guess we'll just have to see what information's provided tomorrow at 11, I suppose, and probably make a short war video on it instead of a breaking news stream. So, with that, I suppose now that we've got the whole story wrapped up at this point, folks, we'll just leave this on stream for the rest of the night for anyone who's coming in. I mean, Maduro was just captured by U.S. forces, apparently. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is actually not a super chat. We are actually fresh out of super chats, and it is now time to grab our Morse code decoders and also grab a couple of live chat questions too. Just a couple of them actually, because it's running super late. But our Morse code for the night says, this just turned into an armed and active rebellion, as if it wasn't one yet, but make no mistake, it now is.
And ding, 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 shh. That's the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night, and I got to congratulate y'all greatly on getting that correct. Y'all get that correct time and time again in the Lee Springer Cinema Corps, and it's truly an amazing and profound sort of a thing. And so with that, folks, due to time constraints tonight, we are going to be rounding out the stream with 3 live chat questions, and then finally rounding this thing on out for tonight. Because while we would wait, folks, to get more breaking news coming out, we basically just got the news the whole thing's over, because we apparently captured Maduro, which was the entire purpose of this military operation. So basically, it kind of answers all of our questions. Maduro did enduro. This is not going to be a major, well, we don't know if it's going to be a major land operation in Venezuela, but for now, the combat activities have ceased, I would suppose. And also, apparently, we now know that Venezuela is leaderless. So, basically, all the major questions were answered. So, I got to say, folks, I don't know how in the world this is actually going to really work in the foreign policy and diplomacy situation, but I do have to say that the U.S. Armed Forces conducted one hell of a job tonight. I didn't believe that that would actually be a successful possibility to even see this happen, but apparently they were able to pull that off quite easily. They literally just walked in, picked the guy up like some vegetables at the grocery store and then just walked right out with him and his wife. So kind of crazy right there. I gotta say, huge credit to the U.S. Armed Forces. Professional sort of an outfit. But anyways, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Mary Jacobs, who said, Venezuela claims it has new missiles from Iran, and what are your thoughts?
I would assume that they don't, because they didn't use those tonight, and it looks like it ended up poorly for them. So I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to Penguins, who said, do you think that that crown prince of Iran will bring back the father's brutal SAVAK?
I don't know. Honestly, the guy said that his dad has done a good amount of stuff messed up. I don't think he would. But you know, of course, that's just often an assumption that really isn't backed up by much of anything. So I hope that does address that the best we can. Also, man, you know something else, man? We can't say the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow anymore. We literally caught him.
Yeah, they caught him. I'm just at a total loss right now as to. I mean, people are going to lash out over this, but I don't understand like what the actual purpose of this was. It feels like we went down there and grabbed a trophy, and now we've returned back, and people are going to take that as, oh, I'm hating on the administration. No, I mean, somebody explain to me what this is going to solve. I mean, seriously, I'm not trying to like poop on the parade. Honestly, like the biggest applause goes out to the military service people that carried this out. I mean, this was expertise and professionalism at its finest. So, I mean, they get a big round of applause. But for the people that are in our State Department and also that are making decisions on behalf of the country, it's like, what are y'all trying to accomplish? I mean, we can't just run around. If there's an objective behind this, then good. I mean, if there's some objective. But, I mean, maybe we'll hear an objective tomorrow at this press conference that the president's giving. But if we don't, then also someone said less drugs. That guy wasn't the drug dealer. Like, he wasn't. Like, he wasn't single-handedly slinging hash to everybody around the entire world. Like, it didn't work like that. So, I mean, it doesn't result in less drugs at all. I mean, the underlings that were, like, around Venezuela are the ones doing that. So, I mean, maybe we'll hear something tomorrow, but at this point, I'm kind of dumbfounded, a little bit confused.
I'm gonna be honest, folks. I'm gonna get like I'm honestly dumbfounded as well as to how this is actually going to work. But I'm gonna give it a little bit of a benefit of the doubt and wait until the press release tomorrow or the news conference and see what they say the plan is from this point forward. If they do, if it sounds stupid, then I'm probably going to say this didn't really make any sense. If it sounds like they have some sort of a rolling plan in place to where everything is going to work out somewhat well, even at a minimum of like minimally well, then I'll be fine with it. But right now, I actually got to be with Matthew on this. I really don't know how this is supposed to really change anything, because it's not like Maduro was a one-man cartel. You know, it also wasn't like the Venezuelan government was a one-man government. So, you know, I don't really know how any of that's going to work in the larger deal. And it's not like the Maduro government's been toppled. It's just Maduro-less. But the rest of the government below him is still intact and is still there. So I don't know, maybe there was some sort of an arrangement that they made behind the scenes with his underlings, or I don't know. We'll see, but at the moment, I really don't know how this is going to turn out either. But with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Oscar Mayer Russian, who said, if Iran's regime collapses, how much do you think this will impact Hamas and Hezbollah?
They'll largely completely collapse due to a lack of funding. The Iranians are the only group that funds Hamas and Hezbollah, so without any form of external funding to be able to keep their operations running, they'll basically fall apart. They still will always exist. Hamas and Hezbollah will exist into perpetuity, but they will not have any way to actually carry out any terroristic activities in any easy way. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, folks, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who was the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be none other than, let's see here. This one goes to Canada is Sovereign, who said, how loyal are the Iranian generals? And is there a chance that someone will change their allegiance to the rebels?
I would say that at least at the moment, we don't really know a lot about the loyalty of specific Iranian generals. I would have a feeling that some of them are probably diehard loyalists, while others are somewhat more questionable in their loyalty and are opportunists. But I wouldn't really be able to give you a perfect lay of the land on that, because I don't know the generals innately inside of Iran. So unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that. But with that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I have to thank each and every single one of y'all for being here tonight. Not only did we get to cover the insane news of the ongoing Iranian revolution, but we literally were on air for the perfect amount of time, folks, to watch the strikes on Venezuela, the special operations go in, the seizure of Maduro, and then apparently the escape or exfiltration of Maduro and the special operations team all on air. So we literally, like, I gotta be honest with you, Matthew, the framing of this was perfect. It was literally like for the show. It began right when the show was about to end. We literally rounded out the whole Iran news. And then we got to cover the entire thing until its conclusion when they caught the guy. So now we'll get part 2 tomorrow, which is what we plan on doing now that we've just got some dude who eats empanadas and his wife in U.S. custody. So we'll find out what to do with him then. So with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And we're also going to be making sure to speak of the fate of Captain Croc Sparrow. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to the almost 300,000 people that were here with us tonight to cover this historic breaking news tonight. We are not exactly sure where this is going to lead or what this is going to result in, but it was nonetheless historic, and thank you all for choosing us to be the place that basically explained what was happening as it was happening in real time. So once again, if you haven't already, press that subscribe button to get real-time up-to-date news just like this all the time, year-round, 24/7, and also we appreciate you all very much. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava. We'll see you all tomorrow to cover this saga part 2 and see what's happening. And with that, you all have a good night.